play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Today is a day for 6 teams to prove themselves. If you succeed, you go to groups. If you fail, you're going home.
I think we do have what it takes to win the whole thing, just off practice alone and how we did as a team 1 month together. So I think our chances are high to go the whole way.
We're confident in every single tournament we're going to win, and obviously EWC is a cool event. And yeah, I mean, I think we can win it.
A lot of players, they treat the EWC as like the place they want to go to, the place they want to be at. I think for a lot of teams going here, it is the dream. There's 2 spots left to go to groups. Everyone's got a shot, but only one. And one mistake, you'll be going home instead of going to groups.
The chaos and carnage of day 1 is but done and dusted here for play-ins, but we still have a second day. And with 6 teams left, as Pengu has actually just said, there is only 2 teams that will go through. Speaking of 2 teams, how about I welcome in my 2 individuals? It's James Devmata Stewart, Nicholas Pengu Morrison. How are we doing, my friends?
Pretty good. Did some content last night, as we saw and we heard. Didn't expect to hear my own voice this morning, but here we are.
Always a pleasant surprise to hear your voice. Also, you got his name right for the first time.
Look, the problem is it's been so much piss-taking, Nick, but we have love.
30 seconds left on the clock. What are you going to do?
Okay, there it's gone, right? Just like that. No, I mean, the thing is, Rob, sometimes we dilly-dally. Sometimes we lock in. And we've been locking in this event.
It's also lock-in day today. Like yesterday, we did have to send home our first 2 teams from the Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six, but we're just in the play-in still. We still haven't even made it to the group stage where we start to get the big hitters from all of the different regions in.
Yep.
Today, we have 2 elimination games on both streams.
No parachute.
Yeah, we're completely out of parachutes until we get to group stage.
Good, I like that. We'll keep with the parachute analogy and jump out of the plane and start explaining a little bit as to why we're here. I guess from my point of view, after yesterday, a lot of people that watched the entire day, it was a long day. Chiefs really ground out what was a long last matchup. But I guess what is more important than Chiefs winning or losing last night is how this actually unfolds. Let's take a look.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege returns to the Esports World Cup for another year of intense FPS action. This time, we have 2 weeks of competition, 22 top teams from around the world, and a massive $2 million prize pool. Most teams here at the EWC have qualified through top placements in their local regional leagues. There are 4 teams from the NAL, SAL, EML, and CNL competitions, along with 2 teams from Oceania, 1 from Asia, and 1 from APAC North. Rounding out the competition, the Alula Club, who won the Road to the EWC MENA qualifier, and returning the 2025 champions Team Secret, who are looking to defend their title. With so many clubs involved, we have a multi-stage format across 2 weeks. Things kick off with a play-in stage where 8 teams are split into 2 GSL groups. Win 2 matches and you qualify for the second phase. Lose 2 and you head home early. A winner of each play-in stage group will then play the second place team from the opposite group. The winner of those matches will earn a spot in the main event. The teams that qualified directly for the main event group stage have been split into 2 groups, the play-in teams joining them to make 8 teams in each group. Those teams will play a double elimination bracket with 4 teams from each group advancing to the playoffs. In the playoffs, second chances are gone as lower bracket is removed in favor of a single elimination competition. Teams will battle to make it to the final with a 3rd place match also set for the final day of the tournament. Opening matches in the play-in stage and group stage will be a best of 1. All other matches will be a best of 3 with the exception of the grand final, which will be a best of 5. There's a lot of Siege to play here at the EWC, and the stakes are higher than ever, so sit back, relax, and get ready to be entertained.
Thank you for that, Giga Chad Lax. What a deep voice he has.
Yeah.
What a mighty good explainer that was for how big this event is. To be honest, Deb, this has actually changed phenomenally over the last 2 years that we've had it at EWC.
Yeah.
This is now like a fully fledged tournament. We have 3 phases to get through. Like it's quite in depth.
Yeah, of course, for Rainbow Six as well, we added a new region to our esports competition at the start of this year after the 6 Invitational. CNL has come on in, and we've already seen some pretty big upsets in their favor. King Zero, unfortunately, one of our first teams to depart,
That was a
though.
bad segue, wasn't it?
Well,
No, it's not.
on the flip side, we do have a chance with Tai Lu as well. Plus, we've got 2 other CNL teams who have already seeded into the group stage. But yeah, as someone from the APAC region with the APL, you know, we do have to look over our shoulder because CNL are really on the rise.
They certainly are, and so is the prize pool, of course. $2 million across the course of only 2 weeks.
Pretty good.
It's pretty damn good. Lion's share of 750K. What would you do with 750K?
Buy a house.
Yeah, that's actually
This
pretty
is
good.
Did you just buy a house?
Buy another house.
Man,
In this
must be
economy,
very
you cannot have
nice.
too many houses. Come on.
You know
now.
what? No, I actually this question came up the other day when I was out with out for lunch with a group
Where
of
is this
friends.
going?
No. If you had $1 million, so let's say you won this, a single player won
Okay.
this, and it was you, Nick.
Okay.
You couldn't invest it and you couldn't buy a house. Then what are you doing?
A lot of pizza.
Okay.
A lot of pizza.
That's a lot of pizza.
Come on now.
Valid, and to be fair as well, the pizza here is actually pretty nuts. So
Okay.
I will 100% back that in. But as we look forward, I guess having a look at how these groups have been panning out for EWC in these play-ins, it's super important to remember that already 2 teams have gone home. That's Chiefs Esports Club and King Zero Esports. Unfortunately for both of those 2 teams, no matter how good they may have shown here, not good enough. And that is ultimately the story that we have. But Nick, when we're looking at both of these groups, just specifically the groups,
Yeah.
who are the 2 standouts and one from either side?
I mean, you gotta look at Group A and go Shopify Rebellion,
Yeah.
right? They're supposed to go to top 4 positions internationally, maybe grand final sometimes. They just came off a grand final at Salt Lake City only a few months ago, so they're gonna be an obvious choice. And in Group B, it's gotta be Fnatic.
Yeah.
I think some people maybe would have said it might be our lows before watching both the regions play here, but after seeing them play, we gotta back Fnatic there.
For sure. I do think that while we are looking at this and thinking, is there a top 2? There's clearly a top 1. Like, let's be
Yeah.
real. Shopify Rebellion just went to a grand final in Salt Lake City, and they have a tendency to perform actually better internationally than they do in North America.
Yeah.
Actually, 2 stages in a row in NA where they've been seeded 4th. That didn't stop them from going to the grand final in Salt Lake City. They're an obvious first choice, but then from the other group, it was a bit of a toss-up between Fnatic and MIBR Lowe's, both of which are teams that haven't performed historically that well in recent months. But Fnatic are looking like very much a different kettle of fish to what we've seen from them over the last couple of years. For the first time in 6 years, and for the first time with their European roster, they qualified for an international tournament, and they've really shown up here so far. They're through to phase 2, but that's still of just the play-ins. It means they'll play later today.
Well, you're kind of alluding to the fact that they're already through to what would be the phase 2 of the play-ins. As we look back on yesterday's action, there were a lot of games, there were a lot of highlight moments, but I think from me, Nick, a couple of the big storylines were probably around MIBR Los and how they performed and what we could come to expect, because I think, is it fair to say we might have expected a bit more from them?
We would, yeah, for sure we expected more, and that was kind of the thing, right? We're setting up, they're probably going to be the favorites going into that match, they're going to be doing quite well for themselves, they're from Brazil after all, but after watching a couple of rounds, I ended up with the term characterless.
Yes.
I'm watching them play, I'm not feeling like the meta operators, the lack of a solid snake, the operator band selection wasn't super decisive, we had 2 players maybe playing an offensive play, and 2 other teammates playing a defensive play. So they're splitting how they want to play the game in the middle, and that's not going to go well. So I want to see a bit more conviction and more character today from MIBR Lowe's.
Yeah, for sure. And with the Rebellion Alula game, I think in particular we were talking about, the number 1 favored team out of the entire play-ins in Rebellion going up against, in theory, the underdog of all underdogs. Alula Club is the only non-tier 1 team here at this event. Of course, every other team competing plays in the BR6 ecosystem for one of the 5 regions. Alula are fully a tier 2 team. The fact that they lost to Shopify Rebellion but then came back and beat Chiefs later in the day to stay alive is huge. But of course, this was our upper bracket match that we saw in Group B and Fnatic MIBR Lowe's, and we've talked plenty about them. Let's flip onto the Fnatic side for a minute, because as we've said, once upon a time, this roster was called Rogue, then they were called Koi, then they got picked up by the organization Fnatic, and they have been a mainstay of Europe for many years, but not a mainstay at international events. In fact, they have struggled massively ever since their victory at the Berlin Major 4 years ago. This is the first time they've qualified for an international event since then, and thankfully for them, I mean, it's like a whole new life has been breathed into them. They have performed incredibly, and they are through to phase 2, which means later today they will get to face off against, I believe it'll be either Tyloo or, I can't remember off the top of my head. They'll be playing one BO3 game, and if they win it, they're through to group stage.
It's pretty nice.
That's pretty good.
I guess on the CNL train a little bit, Tyloo unfortunately going up against what is by far, it's not even close, it's just a clear favorite in play-ins, and I think that's the important note to make here, Pengu, is that when we're looking at how Tyloo performed yesterday, I think the best way, I don't know if it was you two that was casting or Guz and Xenox, but it felt like they were good, but good is not enough to beat Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, but also it's the second ever international tournament for the entire CNL, right? They're in Salt Lake City and they're here. How much can we realistically expect from them? I would say that regardless of the results from today and forward, right? I think they've beaten expectations. Yeah. When we look at APAC, O's, Asia, APAC North, etc., it's like they took a while to get going. Yeah. CNL hit the ground running. They have LAN League. They have imported coaches. They're doing quite good for themselves.
Now this
we
is
still
the
have
big
Edward
one.
Gaming.
Yeah, no,
I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty, isn't it?
Oh.
That is the beauty of it all. However, I guess for us, one of the big storylines coming into yesterday, CAG by Varel.
Yeah.
They have won a game internationally for like over a year, and they have recently just been taken over by Varel, who is an organization in Japan. So there is currently a transition period between CAG by Varel. However, we were really happy, Nick, with the fact that they actually managed to win, and not just win, but then go on and continue that.
Yeah, it's the was it CAG no more, as we sort of say, right? Star of the day right now. 445 days since last previous international victory back in Reload in Rio. And then yesterday, guess what, in the BO3? They start losing the first map. They go down 0-1. I'm thinking, that's it. They're going to keep that streak of going winless. But no, they make a comeback.
Of course, CAG have a bit of a reputation on the international stage for being the team that always overpromises and underdelivers.
Yes.
They've never made it out of the group stage in all of the years that they've been playing. I believe their debut event would have been 2018, the Raleigh Major.
That was a long time ago.
8 years ago now, and it's been a hell of a long time. They've been coming to these international events. They always do extremely well in Japan and Korea and in their home region, but they do not perform at the international stage. The exception being Reload in Rio 400 so days ago. They made it to the grand final, the first APEC APAC team to ever do so. But there's a bit of an asterisk over that event because the format was different. It wasn't a major, it wasn't an Esports World Cup, it wasn't a Six Invitational. But of course, coming into this stage, we've been casting the APL, and CAG by Varel have been looking better than ever. Didi, who we see on stream right now, this is a clip from yesterday when they crushed King Zero's emblem after defeating them and knocking them from the tournament. Didi, the former coach, now turned player, has been an instrumental part of CAG upgrading, becoming a better team. We've been talking about the playstyle changes, and yet we just haven't seen that
They're
so far at
undefeated
EWC.
They dropped 3 maps on the entirety of stage 1. 3 maps, 2 of them being to D+ and 2 separate BO3s.
Yeah.
Now,
it's ridiculous.
We were talking about good storylines of CAG. Do I throw a little bit of the spanner in the works with this conversation? Okay, we were talking about international events and the fact that, they've just won against a team from APAC, James. Maybe not APL, but wider APAC. So, CAG right now, look, they had I'll say this, they had a good game against Fnatic. Now, whether that was good enough to beat them, obviously it wasn't. However, when you look at this matchup, they are going to have to bring their best, because I don't think, Dev, that a limping CAG from what we've seen in the past is going to be good enough for a Brazilian roster.
100%. Look, CAG are a team that we've seen them domestically playing against good teams like D+, and they are phenomenal. They really have invented this new play style of Siege that mixes in the CAG of old with the aggression from players like Sharip and Chibisu, the spice from players like Anaton, but also the methodicalness of players like Didi. They are a very well-rounded roster and capable of great things, but here at international events, they drop the ball what seems like every time. Clearly, the biggest enemy for CAG by Varel is themselves. It's the mental warfare that they have to play when they're up against opposition, and they did not win that battle against Fnatic. They almost lost that battle against King Zero. They're going to need to win it against MIBR Los today, otherwise they are done for the tournament.
Not like Sparky now. We see the players right here, but the supporter staff behind the players is Sparky, the Italian coach. He said in interviews after a victory back in APL, right? Our biggest enemy isn't D+, it isn't Scars, it's not anybody that is against us. It is, as you said, ourselves, the mental warfare and the pressure that we put upon ourselves.
Yeah. It's pretty devastating because I feel like that roster has such a ceiling. I think the ability to go to greatness is on a different level, and I think that once they find their footing, they will do so. If we were to take that same storyline and carry it across to MIBR Los, do you think that their ceiling is as high, higher than? Where do you find this?
It's a hard one, right? I really feel like yesterday they just let me down, and I lost so much faith in them, and I hate to be like overly negative about it, but I want to see just more today. We're talking from the get-go, whether it's going to be the map veto, the operator bans, the conviction, the server, playing the meta operators, getting on the shield, the Solid Snake, the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, playing Brazilian Siege. I need to see it from them today, because it is, like we said, no parachutes.
Yeah, I think one thing to remember for MIBR Los is, unlike CAG, who have made one roster change in the last year, MIBR Los actually changed most of their roster a few months ago, and they now have 5 players that were on 5 different teams 6 months ago.
It's kind of gnarly.
They are still rebuilding, and they got to give it everything they can, because CAG by Varel is not going to be an easy game.
No, they certainly aren't. So we kickstart on Nighthaven Labs. We move over to Chalet, and I mean, this is I want to say this is a pretty big if. Cafe will be needed, but it is there as the decider. I do feel as though if CAG bring their best game, if they are on top of their form, if they find their early kind of engagements and then manage to play the CAG that we know domestically, they could go toe-to-toe.
I'm a little bit worried though, because yesterday, the matchup against King Zero, they did lose in Shadow to start off that BO3 series, and MIBR obviously they saw that and went, we're gonna beat them there as well. I feel like this is gonna be a classic CG fashion. We gotta have a third mapper, we gotta go Cafe, no question in my mind, for CG side. On the other aspect of it all, for MIBR Los, they can take it in 2. I genuinely think that they could, but they gotta be sharp on Chalet, and they gotta have a strong start here on Nighthaven, and not just lose the first 4 rounds to weirdness.
Of course. CAG by Varel taking us to Nighthaven Labs for the first map. They played this just less than 3 weeks ago in the APL against D+ Kia, and they lost it 7-4. And as you said, Chalet, they also lost that yesterday to King Zero.
Yep.
Very strange to see a map veto come out from CAG where they've lost the first 2 maps, both in the last 3 weeks, the last time they played them. It's a bit scary if you're a Japanese fan here, but for MIBR Los, there will be a lot of Brazilians back home looking for them to win this game and move on later today to take on Shopify Rebellion.
I did peek a double shield ban, by the way, to start things off, so Anitin getting pressured already.
Classic.
But this is the thing, right? When you have a player that can soak up multiple operator bans off the rip, you're opening a dangerous door now if you are the enemy, because you're leaving everything else open. We speak about power operators, right? The Solid Snake, the Deimos, the Capital, the Glass, the third shield is still there in the Blitz and the Fuse. And we know CHG, like, historically, they've been an aggressive team, playing a bit of, like, the APAC meta, whatever's fun, whatever's exciting, some Ying Shotgun, not the most efficient operators, but in recent history, with the more structured play, like you mentioned, they can play your Capital, they can play the Glass, they can play a very slow, methodical style Siege, and just tear them apart step by step. And Night Haven Labs top 4, where we're starting right now, it's one of those bomb sites, where if you use an attacker, just go step 1, breach the wall, step 2, gain top catwalk control, and step 3, utilize the Glass in the Capital, you get a round victory. So I feel like it might be our lows. They're forced into this opening round at disrupting CHG. Don't let them get to the side in a 5v5.
Very much so. Something Fnatic were phenomenal at yesterday in both of the games that they played. You've got to prevent the teams from executing. This is a very early start, though, from MIBR. Los, they peek aggressively. Perez gets injured. He might be savable here, however. Dash is looking for the repeat. Actually, sorry, that's Dafo. The drone comes out. Unfortunately for Shurip, he didn't commit his Flame Bolt quite early enough, but he should be able to win the fight here. Dark actually able to take down Zaka after finally Perez was finished off. That's a pretty big cost here for CAG to try and confirm that kill. However, now two MIBR Lost players are actually trapped off the site, and because of this connector breach here, DD has them trapped.
Awkward, though. No easy way to take this gunfight. A softball is still there. Keep it pushed up against it. DD finds Dash as well, so this is it. Already, it might be Los is bleeding. Wallbang comes through as well. They're stuck in the hose with the third player, looking for another fight. I don't know if this one you want to take, but Dabo's forced to take it now.
Hang on a second. 2v4, very dangerous for CAG to lose this as both Nux and Dafo get aggressive together. Shuri finds the final 2 kills. That is a perfect example of a snowball. All it took was MIBR Lows to peek a little bit too aggressively at the start. CAG punished it, and then MIBR did not give up. They pushed further and further, deeper and deeper, trying to redeem the advantage. And Kag by Varel punished them.
The whole round played out in meeting hallway or in the meeting room. I've never seen that in all the years that Night Haven Labs has been in the tier 1 map pool, but it happened today. And I guess on one side you can say that MIBR Lows, they did the right thing on paper. They played the game of disruption, but they lost in the gunfights. DD was a bit better, hit a wallbang as well, disgusting shots from him. They didn't want to let them execute, but it starts off with an individual player of Perez getting injured off a too early peek in the outside window, and the entire team trying to support him. The confidence from CAG, though, taking that fight, not slowing down and brute forcing the issue, that's going to be very confidence-inspiring. And we saw the player camps after they won. They raised their arms and went, "What are you guys doing?" Bit of mental warfare already in the server and outside in the arena.
Very much, yeah, love to see that. I mean, CAG, historically, a very energetic team inside and outside the server. But DD, funnily enough, you know, being the quietly spoken coach now turned player again, you don't expect him to be bringing that energy, but he clearly does do that. He clearly does have quite an impact on the spirits of the team. I really love that for him. I really love that for Kag by Varel. Now, one thing we didn't get a chance to talk about in that Wicked Fast pre-show, Nick, was the fact that these teams have actually met each other quite recently.
Yeah.
At the Salt Lake City Major, MIBR Los and Kag by Varel, both under slightly different names.
Oh, yeah.
We've got Kag by Varel and MIBR Los. They played against each other at the Major in the group stage on Border, and it was actually quite a convincing win for the Brazilians, a 7-3. Of course, like we said, CAG have had really rough tournaments recently in terms of going to the Salt Lake City Major, going to the Munich Major last year, failing to qualify for the Six Invitational.
Yeah.
They'll definitely be looking for revenge against the Brazilians today, and they're off to a good start. But as we set the stage with that map veto, I'm a little bit scared for them. I think MIBR Los have the map advantage.
I would say so as well. And I mean, looking at it, realistically, as I said, I think Cafe would be necessary for CAG. Whereas MIBR Lows could maybe end the 2-0 if they have a strong start to things. Also, now that we're on the second day of the event, we're starting to see the other teams that are already in groups fly in and arrive. So this morning at breakfast, at lunch, etc., we've seen some of the Europeans, North Americans.
I saw DZ yesterday briefly.
Oh, did you?
I saw EP.
Yeah, EP I saw as well. I saw Secret
else?
Noah this morning.
Yes.
I spoke to Noah, who mentioned that Fabian is here, so I made his rock
I
up.
saw Savage from M80 walking around.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
So the band is getting together. It's been a bit lonely the first day because only a couple of teams that are here.
Yeah, the high rollers have been rocking up, that's for sure. Which of these teams will join those high rollers to form our top 16 for the group stage? It is such a savage format here at the Esports World Cup. We've been talking about that ever since it was announced. Like, I personally love having play-ins. I think it's such a great idea because, especially when we add new regions like the CNL, especially when, you know, people love to criticize the APL because the teams haven't performed to the standard of Europe, or EML, I should say, not just Europe, because Twisted Minds have performed very well. You know, EML, NAL, and Latin America. Yeah, of course, we do need a chance for these teams that maybe can't quite hack it. They're not necessarily championship contenders, but they deserve to be at the event, to face each other to decide who makes it into the top 16. Yeah, and look, actually, I spoke to the Chiefs guys today. They've been eliminated. I saw a few of them around the venue. They're spending all day scrimming. They're spending all of tomorrow scrimming before they fly home. Yeah. Fantastic.
It's so valuable for teams that go from overseas.
Even if you've been eliminated. And I think, you know, that really resonated with me way back many years ago with Fnatic, because being from OS, you know, like myself, it's very hard to get good quality scrims because even if you want to scrim the rest of APAC, you're still playing on over 100 ping.
Yeah.
Like, if you're in OS and you want to play against Southeast Asian teams like Weibo, it's 100 plus ping.
Yeah.
Right? So your scrim quality is terrible back home. If you want to scrim some of the best teams in the world, you've got to do that at these major events. And Fnatic did that. That's what set them apart from every other OS team. There were actually other good OS teams back in the Fnatic era, but they didn't have the funding to get those teams to boot camp. Funnily enough, the same thing happened this time. Chiefs didn't have a boot camp before this, but EP did. Right, and that's the case with a lot of these organizations and a lot of the teams here. Thankfully, it looks like CAG and MIBR lows have warmed up a little bit after yesterday. We're back into the server.
Got a clash in the board as well for Daffodil. Meanwhile, CH is kind of poking, prodding, not doing too much just yet. They got very execute-heavy lineup right now. They can get in the building with their aura, close off the flank, just at the glass with the smokes, Solid Snake for map control. And you see MIBR lows right now thinking, okay, we don't exactly know where the pressure is being applied. We're going to reinforce some walls, cut off some of the angles, and here it comes. And it's an on the blitz, on connector, looking to make the first entry. Has to be aware of what having below him in case of an impact on C4, and in front of him, to his left and his right.
I sure hope that they drone out Perez here. Otherwise, he could deal some serious damage with the SMG-11. He wants to try and drop down the hatch. I think he was faking it, making it sound like he dropped down, but he actually has decided to stay. Quite a crossfire here on the top floor on this roam. 3 players holding on the line for ML. And Zaka will go down. No response as CAG went elsewhere. Now Anaton is about to go straight into the waiting arms of the Bliss. Doesn't get much worse than that. However, a quick shot from the Zafir does concuss the Clash, force him back for a brief moment. Now the Explode says CAG have essentially lost this round. It all comes down to Shurip, and he surely will not be able to redeem himself here.
It's a lot of nothing there from CAG. No real push, no real, I don't know, strategy really come into play. It was just going to be Anaton walking in, hoping to get a couple of kills, but they had no information because Shurip, who was playing the Solid Snake, was in a completely different location on the map. Couldn't utilize the gadget at all. He would get an exit frag onto Paris, but in a second, I guess. But let's be honest, guys, there's much more to be found from this round. The bomb side isn't even here. 3 more defenders.
Look,
Dark is there.
If he found that kill onto Dark, that's a 1v5 turned into a 1v2. That is
and you still lose. And you still lose.
I don't know.
Chiefs lost that yesterday, okay? Relays in a 1v5, made it a 1v2 also playing Solid Snake, and lost. Because the issue is, right, when you're in the 1v5, enemies trolling. They don't care. 1v4, okay, guys, whatever. 1v3, okay, guys, it's about time to lock in. 1v2, you are locked.
Yeah. I still can't believe Dark peaked that in the 3v1 after 2 of his teammates had died. That's... It might be not taking any prisoners, they're not holding back. And that's something that I think is really important, especially here in the play-ins. We've seen a lot of teams not play up to snuff because they are scared. And I think, funnily enough, talking about Chiefs, they are a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
You know, Chiefs didn't play very scared in the OS League. Of course they didn't. They're the second best team in that league. They even beat Enterprise in the upper bracket final to earn their spot here at the Esports World Cup. But once they actually made it here in Paris, they were really scared. And I think CAG were a little bit scared yesterday as well. They finally warmed up. But yeah, they're very much not out of the woods. Today is a massive task for both of these teams and anyone who is playing this morning. All 4 of the teams who are on the verge of elimination, they have to play just to earn that spot against Shopify Rebellion in the case of these 2 teams, or in the case of Tai Lu and Alula, it's a Fnatic that waits for them. And
what a reward.
I mean, to be
stronger opponent.
I mean, Shopify Rebellion look like they shouldn't be in play-ins. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's just... They are, like, potentially, a top 5 team at the event.
Why not top 4? Why top 5?
Look, I think DZ, FaZe...
Okay.
Who else is good? Falcons...
Okay.
Maybe top 4 then, okay. Maybe Shopify
you forgot
Rebellion
Wildcard.
joins them.
That's fine.
Yeah, okay.
I think Wildcard's top 4.
Top 5 once you count Wildcard.
Oh, that's an ugly one.
Oh, there we go, traded.
Yeah. It's one of those, guys, how did he... Oh, you got the kill, don't worry, or whatever. Oh, second wallbang. Chibius was wallbanging 2 separate players.
These might be our lowest players, just like cannot help themselves. They love peeking. This is like CAG from 3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's Smoke dying early, it's Valve with a C4 and Pocket dying early. It's not ideal. But, and they took down DD, who's playing Thermite. And they got Ace as a backup. It's not going to get you the most amount of value, that's for damn sure. Hey, Boogie Drone. Oh, it's gone. Well, if you was really quick there, maybe you can pick it back up, but don't want to risk getting shot from the breach, so -1. It is what it is. But MLBR low is forced into maybe a plan B. They had it all verticality, the Valcams, the pulls, the C4, so they've lost most of it. Lose another. Nox goes down. We're just kind of peeking right now. Too much.
This is where CAG have to lock the hell in, though. Like, there is no there is no reason to lose a 4v2. But we've seen a lot of 4v2s be lost so far.
It's fine.
It's the most cursed.
Oh, I said it.
Okay. Okay.
They still got the blitz. It's still fine. Okay.
I don't know.
Tertiary bomb side. They got Toffle. They got the Verd. And they can just like drop on down, maybe use that smoke grenade, get inside the bomb side.
I'm scared,
The big question is, do they leave an attacker upstairs looking at the Vert and risk the retake, or do they do 3 people below? Because that's the big worry for me, is do you play much together, or do you try and split the attack?
Well, the big thing here is that Dash is going to be below on the pulse, looking for a Nitro Cell or a shotgun in the late round, and also feeding information to Daffo.
Where's Bro going?
I don't know.
Just getting into position.
If CAG lose this, that's a big tilter. They really should not.
Surely not.
They're tunnel visioning way too much on this plant. They are tunnel visioning way too much right now. They need to go for kills. Daffo gets flashed. Here comes the kill from Aniton. Now Dash has to clutch up all by himself, but they know exactly where he is. Zaka looks to try and contest him, while Aniton forces down this plant. Out comes the Nitro Cell. This might indeed deny the plant. It gets shot out in midair, and Chibisu will go hunting down below. That is a perfect way to play that 3v2.
It's very, very smart. And again, faking the plan to get the information, gets off it, flashes the assignment, takes down the pig, and then they watch the C4 and he gets off the plant. In case, you miss it, playing it super safe, super smart. CAG soaked up 2 shield bans already. Could it be a third? Probably not worth it. But it might be a low did ban Mossy yesterday on Cafe, so anything is possible. Wouldn't hate a Solid Snake ban or a Capitao or a Glass.
I think they'll ban
or a
Blitz.
Ying.
I think they'll just do the Blitz. No, Thermite?
Okay.
Bro.
Again, it's that third ban. That's a spanner in the works, just like Cafe.
That's very strange.
I do think that Thermite is worth banning on 2 maps in particular. Nighthaven is one of them in my mind.
Okay, what's the other one?
Clubhouse. Where top floor, you can pop the CC wall, connect the wall, Jacuzzi wall single-handedly, circumvent the mute jammers for the wall denial with the Bandikaid ban, and you get smoke grenades, secondary shotgun for the hatches. Like, you get so much value.
You know what you can do on Clubhouse? There's this operator called Maverick, and he's actually pretty damn good.
I don't think we've seen Maverick this event. I don't think he exists.
I don't think people have forgotten that Maverick exists in the last 2 years, and he is just insanely good. Like, he's still good.
Bandikaid ban? Just play Maverick.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry about the Bandikaid ban. In fact, we were talking a little bit about the double shield ban at the start of this game. I personally am so sick of seeing the Kaid bandit bans. I think it's a massive missed opportunity. I think there are so many better bans that we could have seen from CAG here, and the Azami is certainly one of them.
I think there are certain teams where it makes sense. Like, I think back, there's a bit of a throwback to the PSG Talon days, right?
Yeah.
The first ever time that PSG Talon played M80 after Fabian left to join M80. M80 banned all the hard breachers. They banned like Thermite, Hibana, Ace on Nighthaven. And PG Talent, as a Korean team from APL, they did not breach because they have never been in that position before. I think there are teams where they will struggle against Bandit, and then there are teams that it will not matter. Like think about FaceTime, right? They're not gonna struggle against Banditry. They got 5 different ways of dealing with it. But I think you're right. I think there is some value to be gained there for sure. And some matchups. Here also, something you can talk about, of course, is with the Thermite ban, you're now going into more ranged hard destruction. Pair that with the Mayor window, you can throw impact grenades or C4 through it, which both deals with the Thermite, all the ranged hard breaches.
Typically when the Thermite ban comes out, though, you end up picking up an operator that brings tin can openers, which, you know, one of my favorites for that is actually the Ying, which hasn't been banned here. And CAG, funnily enough, haven't brought it as of yet. A little bit of a surprise to me. They do love their Ying.
I don't think they're going to be expecting to push a lot against MIBR lows. I think that's why they haven't played the Yings. They might be holding the angles,
less execute focused.
Getting another early pick. Yeah, exactly. The Ying is great when you're getting in there, but I don't think that's going to work because they bring the fight to CAG. Like, they're peeking the breach again.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's why you bring operators like the Nomad. That was a great usage of the Flores, by the way. Like, really impressive that he managed to get into that position, dodging the mute jammers. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Lion as well when teams are being really, really aggressive. But I think Lion, just because he doesn't bring as good secondary gadgets, doesn't bring. If he brought tin can openers, I think he would have been a better pick than the Nook here. But at the moment, it's Didi who's on the floor and going to get finished off there by Dark. But he was pushing solo, and MIBR Los have actually lost a lot of bodies on the bomb side. So I don't think CAG are going to be too worried about that loss. However, Dark is actually still down below. Now Sharif spotted him, does quite a lot of damage and finishes him off.
I don't think they know he's injured. That's the issue. So in their mind, they're still fearing that pulse downstairs, but at least there's no C4 in play no longer.
It's 3v3 now.
Yeah, it's possible to play this out. Last C4 just tossed out, so now very safe inside the building for CAG.
There's no entry breach on IT.
But now they would like to have that push. Now the Ying would have been nice. Instead of glass from Annie, looking to get aggressive. Smoke up the door, no ward and no real counterplay, no C4.
The pre-fire from the shotgun just gives away the position of Nux. I have a feeling that Anaton should be able to get in position, but no, he swings out. Great shot from Nux. I don't know if Anaton was exposed outside of the smoke or what, but it doesn't matter. Now CAG are in a very awkward spot. It's a 2v2 though. I'm not sure if they're aware that Dark is injured. Still offside in the close range fight. Nux will win with the shotgun. Dafo to support long range with a DMR. And Los are able to tie up the scoreline.
Nox just hitting the smoke bang onto Anaton. I mean, that wins you the round. That's the only way you win that gunfight is hitting that shot, and he did.
That's why the Ying is better than the glass.
That's why the Ying is better than the glass, I mean, it's a shame because I do think CAG, if they time that final push a little bit better, you know, the flashbang with the push right here, one guy vaulting the breach, one guy walking the door, right here, you get the kill. But it's a guy swinging the door, and the guy doesn't vault the rotate till his teammate dies. So he's in a 2v1 or 1v2 effectively.
Probably needed a flashbang to try and get that mute out of position as Anaton peeked it. But that's the funny thing about Glaz, right? Like, to be the best and worst operator at the same time. I really think that, like, if CAG had every operator up, you know, what operator I think would have been best for Annie there is actually the Blackbeard.
I can see that.
He can just peek it with the shield up, put the pressure on, and then as soon as the mute has to look the other way to contest the player at the breach, he goes for the aim down sights fight.
Yeah.
But of course, that's why MIBR Lows banned out two of Anaton's favorite operators and most powerful.
And I think if you look at CAG's performance yesterday, I mean, Annie didn't have the greatest time individually. And I think if you want to try and target his comfort operators to, like, really play into that, that could also be a way for MIBR Lows to get an upset there.
For sure. I mean, I was actually looking at the stats this morning.
Yeah.
Of course, CAG played 2 games yesterday. They played against Fnatic and lost, and they played against King 0 and won.
Yes.
The most notable thing by looking at the player stats comparatively between those 2 games, Anaton, in the game that they lost, he got 9 kills and 10 deaths, which is fine for his role. Like, that's not the end of the world. What was very notable was he got 4 kills and 9 deaths. I was getting him confused with Zaka, which is not great, but still, like, not the end of the world if he's playing shields. But we know he wasn't playing a lot of shields, and in fact, the real scary thing for Anaton was his opening kill rate.
Yeah.
1 kill and 5 deaths.
He died for so often.
You compare that to when he played against King 0, he's got 18 kills, 13 deaths, and got 3 opening kills, didn't die once as the first blood. That is exactly what Anaton needs to do.
There's so many angles where Anaton becomes the playmaker. It's often on the attack, on the shields, on the entry, find that bit of map control, find that opening pick. And it's why when
It might be a lows that aren't another wall bang. Feels like the fourth one for
Somebody
CIG.
check Kag's Moss files, bro. Like,
Is DD good, dude? He's got 3 kills and 3 wall bangs. Like, come on now. But okay, let's say DD doesn't find that wall bang. It has to be Annie now, making the entry, looking for that pick instead. And if he's not successful, there isn't really a second man right now that can take that role. Because everyone is playing a very important operator, right? Dokkaebi can't risk dying early, the Heartbreacher can't risk dying early, the Nomad has 3 air tips in pocket, also cannot risk it, and Ying is saving util for the plant later. So it feels like a lot of pressure, a lot of responsibilities on Annie as an individual. Thankfully though, they did find the wallbang kill, they have the 5v4, and MIBR Lows have surrendered the entirety of top floor. It's just about the primary floor right now, and of course, any potential players in the basement. That's the big question that's left.
vertability, though, is very weak here for CAG, so actually eliminating players on site would be quite a challenge. Ooh. That's funny, though, because MIBR Lows aren't as much sitting on the bomb site. They're looking to try and contest. Do not peek this, Amundsen. That would be very ill-advised. He decides to fall back, does dash, but Daffo actually lashes out, takes down Zaka. It's a retake from Daffo upstairs, supported by Perez as well, who will go down to Anitson. Daffo also overextends on his flank. Now it's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Kag by Varel.
Imagine if Lowe's just sit back and kind of wait for the push to come, right? But no, they want to play that game of disruption once again, despite having tools in their pocket. Nox still one toxic bait in pocket. Popped one, has another. They see the Blitz pushing on in, that's going to be the pressure point. Where any goes, that's where the real play is going down.
And this is where the focus for Kag has to be. The plan as Shuri rotates back to the breach and finds one. It's all up to Dash.
I don't know.
But of course, he's actually gone all the way upstairs. But I'm going to deny the plan. No, it's just at the wrong moment. 1v2, though, is winnable for Dash. He had a tumultuous day yesterday. 6 kills against Fnatic to 13 deaths. Now he must redeem himself. Time to answer the phone, but you got to be quick. Chibisu can keep on calling him once that cooldown subsides, and both him and Shuri are separated. The SMG-12 comes out from Chibisu, and he simply does not miss those fights. A great moment for CAG to find a third round on the attacking half and take the lead.
It's been some very back and forth defensive rounds here for MIBR Lows. They're fighting back more often than they need to, and also biting off more than they can chew in some of these moments here. The retake on paper is pretty good, but it's a Clash pushing forward with the shield.
Yeah.
With the gun being on the other side of the play, they cannot help each other. So it's just a drone saying, hey guys, I'm over here, I'm super loud, and he dies for nothing.
Yeah, the problem is MIBR Lows' strength is... It's a very strong strength. It's peaking. It's getting aggressive. It's retaking. It's getting up in their face. It's playing disruptive. It's a very good skill to have, especially against execute-heavy teams like CAG. However, it's also the kind of playstyle that can get read into, which means that the longer this game goes on, the more Kag are going to counter MIBR Lows. Which means that if MIBR Lows are going to win this, they've got to win it in 2.
You know, so it's also a matter of like, if they're going to do it right, I'm all for it if you do it together. If the play is there where you have the coordination, you have the backup plan, like, you really thought it through, but it feels like an individual player gets bored and goes like, I'm going to pick this guy.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens. And then they die like, I should have picked them.
Need to be synchronized.
Yeah. So I just want to see a bit more prowess as a team rather than the individuals. Oh, that's the second Nook here into play.
Yeah, I don't know if I rate it, by the way. We're not seeing any info ops being brought out here by MIBR
Shuri
Lows.
does like a good Nook round, though. Often on bank. Happened yesterday as well.
Yeah, I mean, Zaka was running it earlier as well, but I thought he was running it for the tin can openers. I mean, Shuri, he's just like a lurky guy. That's the way he likes to play. He gets in so many opening engagements. Yesterday, he was 2 and 3 in openings against Fnatic, and then he was 9 and 7 against King Zero.
Oh, okay.
He dies a lot, but he gets a lot of kills, and more often than not, he does have a positive opening KD. But that's his role. It's to play aggressively, it's to get in the face early, often to do a bit of lurking. And to be honest, like, at that point, I kind of say just play whatever operator you want, because you're not going to be using your util for the push anyway.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We've seen the 3 big booms here from Chibisu, using for a barricade, for a bit of distraction, a bit of chaos, stuns, doesn't connect.
Very strange.
Downstairs play on the barbara instead, going to the cargo hallway.
Oh, Chibisu though actually contests dash as Shuri comes up from behind. He's about to get met though from the drop of Perez. Out comes a shotty from Nox. Big kill on the Chibi. CAG had a nice idea, but it has completely been thwarted here by MIBR Lows. And as we say goodbye to the half, it's an even Steven setup for the Brazilians.
I like that mini play from CAG. Now, I saw the vision, right? They're gonna kind of circumvent the entire setup by going straight for the bomb set into the cargo window. And you do it by using Sophia's primary gadget, both the stuns, the concussions, and the opening of the windows and destroying the barbed wire. The issue is, neither of the two stuns hit any members. So there's a full sound cue from all the defenders, nobody's vulnerable, no one's feeling pressured, and they're still committed to the push itself. So a bit risky, and it's a nice attempt. We tie the half 3-3. But that could have been a 4-2 out of direction.
Now it's time to consult the strat book as we move into the second half. CAG have a chance to go defense. There's a lot of time here to talk with the team. I'm interested to see who's doing most of the talking. At the moment, it is Sparky here for CAG. And as we talked about before, obviously Zaka on the far left, he is fluent in English. His English is impeccable.
It's really good.
My knowledge is that Didi also has very good English. I haven't spoken to him personally. Is that
No, same actually.
is that true?
But
Didi
he's
has
talking
quite good
to
English.
DD often. Sparking.
Okay, pretty good, says Rob. So yeah, I mean, it's the classic thing where you have to translate all of the analysis because Sparky's first language is Italian. He's speaking English to Zaka, who then translates for the rest of the team. Definitely a disadvantage compared to Hugzor just talking in Portuguese to his entire roster.
Yeah. Well, it's always a very delicate thing to navigate when it comes to language barriers, but there's like, you know, common English, like what we speak in everyday life, and there's siege English.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like when you Singlish.
No, that's different. That's Singaporean English.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
They talk that sometimes on Weibo.
And it's something that once you play for like 6 months together, maybe a little bit longer, you start getting a feel for how you communicate about Siege.
Yeah.
You couldn't hold down a conversation maybe together necessarily, but you can talk about the game theory to a certain point.
Did you feel that back in the day? Because some of the Penta guys, like their English wasn't perfect, was it? Like
It wasn't great, but
Junis?
Junis' English was pretty good.
Okay.
But it was more like his pronunciation. He couldn't say like drawer or
Right.
dresser.
Yeah,
It was like
okay.
the R, I guess, or whatever.
Right.
So he'd say thingamajig. or the thing over there. He always said the thing is in the thing. And he's like, I know what that is. I know what that is.
The old Penta G2 comms was so funny because you guys had so many Scandinavians on that roster, and when you're talking fast, all the different like the Finnish and the like Danish accent, they get so
It gets
funny.
a lot. It gets a lot.
And the Swedish accent, like you're Fabian.
The thing is, like, if you have never played, and I guess it only really goes for European teams mostly, if you ever played on a 5 different nationality kind of team, with different accents and cultures, it's a wild ride. But it's fun. But it's messy.
I love that. Yeah, very different case for both of these teams, of course. Full Brazilian roster versus full Japanese roster. A little bit of a language barrier for CAG. Just with their coach, though.
They kind of multi-band here. Again, I think against like half the teams at the EWC, you may as well just ban Monty off the rip because they will play it if you don't.
Yeah.
And there's very few reliable counters to the Monty as opposed to all the other shields.
He's also just a much easier shield to play. Like, of all the shields,
sure.
in fact, of all the operators in the game, Monty obviously has a very high skill ceiling,
Yes,
but
but
the skill floor is pretty high. Like, it's hard to mess up just holding out your shield.
Isn't it technically that the floor is low? Because it's a very small step.
Sorry, yeah.
So it's a high ceiling and a low floor.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
I often think about this with like musical instruments as well. For example, like the piano has a very low floor because anyone can just walk up to a piano and click a key. Guitar's a bit higher because you need the calluses on your fingers.
You do need the calluses.
Violin and any of those classical string instruments, incredibly high floor. You can play for 5 years and still sound like a cat is getting stepped on. But the ceiling is extremely high as well.
Exhale, release.
It's like chess, you know?
Oh man.
Chess is funny because
how many
both.
queens do you need to beat Magnus Carlsen?
That is the question, isn't it? Now we should get Magnus for our content piece on the Siege desk because I think chess is next week.
Yeah, I would love to.
If we explain the bit to him, I'm sure he would happily play along.
How many R4Cs does Magnus Carlsen need to beat you at Siege?
All of them.
I would love to see Team Magnus versus Team Pengu, and like you have to play with 4 chess players on your team, and he plays with 4 pros on his team.
That could be something. I mean, EWC all about collaborations, all about getting those different games mixed together.
Let's do it.
You know.
Let's do
And
it.
we're a tactical game, that makes sense.
We had a content piece during SI where pro players are setting up defenses and attacks as counters, a bit of a chess match almost.
Yeah, I
That
like
was
that
pretty
idea.
fun. But now that's going to be the side swap. Nox, who's been sometimes a shield player, sometimes not, is right now on the Twitch. Getting a counter intel, looking for something, but not finding anything just yet. Of course, it's a mirror
Oh,
window.
no!
Oh, it misses the canister.
Mate.
Unlucky.
Didn't spend enough time in the shooting range.
Those
Missed the Twitch drones.
those Twitch drones, they work different than any other aim mechanic in this game, I swear. C4 goes out, doesn't find much. Skyros. Oh, he'll just swing.
Bro, that is very ambitious from you, Annie. That's not going to work out. He does lose his mirror window eventually, but
And he has no fear, I'm telling you.
I love that, though. That's exactly how CAG need to play. It's how they play in their own region. They understand the win conditions. They don't throw away advantages like CAG used to.
But they're falling apart right now, right? They've lost meeting control. They still got any connectors. It's, okay,
hello?
they have no idea.
Oh my God!
He finds everybody! You gotta check your corners.
Oh, it's beautiful from CAG. MIBR Los not realizing how exposed they are as they jump in. CAG, Lash, straight back out. Now it's Daffo in a 1v5.
Speak of disruption, speak of playmaking. I mean, it looked good. They were taking meeting control, connector, they had the IT breach, they were applying pressure on Catwalk, but then Saka and Anderton together, they find all 5 kills, and they will take back the entire map into their own control, and they get a comfortable, dominant first round on defense.
Yeah, and here's a replay. Anaton had managed to sneak on past, and that was the mini game. I believe it was actually the Wamai disrupting the air. But I think what was happening, because Nux, I think it was, on the Nomad. Dash on the Nomad.
Dash.
He was throwing out the air jabs and the flashbangs, because one of the unique things about Nomad on this map is you can essentially lock players into the bomb site so they can't retake electrical, right? But I think there was a mini game between the Nomad and the Wamai, because the Wamai can catch the air jabs, right? And impacts the air jabs or C4 the air jabs or do anything like that. And so that mini game made Dash think that there was no CAG player in electrical anymore. Anaton had actually snuck through while the air jab had been dismantled. Really clever little mini play there.
Thing about playing certain maps like Nighthaven is that in almost every region at every level, it plays out in very similar fashion. Even in rank play, it's a very similar map to pro play. And how you attack top 4 in particular. You need to try and find a victory in the teeny tiny details, like Annie and Saka just did there together. Or you gotta just be better at the late stage, right? The C4 plant denial, the flank timing, something like that. Knowing when to push back. Whereas on Clubhouse, I mean, you can win rounds just in operator phase selection, the counters, understanding where the plant should be going down, etc. Nighthaven is a little bit more finicky and much more small detail oriented.
So Pengu of Siege was chess. Which operator would be the queen? The best piece in the game, you know?
Interesting.
The one that everybody fears.
I mean, at one point you would say Ashe.
It was Ashe.
It was Ashe.
She was the queen.
Historically, probably would be Ashe.
It was Dokumi for a while.
It was Dokumi for a while. Maybe Hibana when she first came to play.
Oh, come on. That's way too nerdy. Pick a more interesting operator than that. It was Ella. I feel like Ella's
one
of the most overpowered
I think
operators
Ella might have been the
we've ever
king.
seen.
It was like, if Ella died, you lost the round, because Ella was crazy on the leash.
We don't really have a single operator that is like that much more powerful than everyone else right now. I think we just have so many really powerful operators.
It feels a bit like it, yeah? But I mean, I'd rather have... I think I'd rather have a multitude of strong characters than just that one person that defines everything.
Oh, yeah.
Also because when you have operator bans like we do now, if you ban it, then you have nothing that's strong.
Yeah. Oh.
EMR, have fun, guys. Swing it, yeah. As the issue out the Sami for fallback, you have to swing it.
Yeah.
I'll find a different avenue.
Maybe don't make the same mistake that Chibisu did there. See, a second player was tempted to go for that swing. I like this from MIBR Los. They're playing slow and steady. Zaka actually goes for a re-roam, gets spotted, takes a hell of a lot of damage. He's not likely to get back safely now, as the buck from up above can catch his rotation through the vert. Zaka's just hoping that he can find a kill before he retreats, before they find him first. But his teammates have been pushed on back. Anaton still roaming in cafeteria. Shurif not too far from him in lounge. Zaka actually able to sneak by. He does have to answer his phone. As you said, the damage comes through. He might actually be able to sneak on through, but no, never mind. Nux has been watching the angle. MIBRLO is playing this very slowly, very steadily, and they have done a phenomenal job of flushing CAG back to side.
Playing for kills, not playing for map control and playing for a plan. That'll happen naturally as you find these couple of roaming players. The Dokkaebi Deimos combination super lethal, double vert here, and the Ram in the box is double down. The C4 rip, not tossed them out just yet. CAG, I feel like they have to land 1 or 2 C4 kills to have a realistic shot at this. Desperate for it. And it was tossed in, I thought, but no, they keep ripping it back and forth. It hits the ceiling, doesn't find the kill. 20 seconds to go. It's time to push here. There's School of Fire covering most of the side.
MIBRLO have played this very well, but the clock is against them now. 12 seconds, they have to get into the action and find the plan or find the last 2 kills. And it will go down. It's DD and Shuri. Now, it's DD all alone in a 1v5, but all he has to do is deny this plan. He has no gas, no util, and no hope whatsoever. MIBRLO's bite back, and the scoreline is once again tied even.
Nice style. I like it very much. Again, just playing for pick after pick and everything else will come with it. That means you don't gotta be perfect. You don't gotta set all these small pieces here, guys. Is there a roamer? Yes. Let's find him. And they're also playing those more meta-esque operators. They're on DMRs, they're on the Deimos Dokkaebi, and they're making their own lives so much easier having strong operators. Unlike yesterday's game, where they were playing off-meta, playing Nomad, Gridlock, and Cafe, and not having any way of getting information. No way of finding the kills.
I also like the way that MIBRLO's had a lot of redundancy there. They had the Ram, but they also had the Buck, right? If you lose one of your vert operators, you can always flip onto the second one. Such an important and underrated thing, especially in ranked. I will say, I think redundancy in your lineup is more important in ranked than anything else.
Things are bound to go wrong in ranked very often.
Like, if you're solo queuing ranked and you see that your team has, a Thermite and a Ram, and maybe a Sledge as well, maybe just play the Hibana, play the Ace, like just add a second one.
Play the Striker.
Play this
Can opener, soft charge. You could both.
Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss.
Striker is one of my favorite operators. Also,
no,
I think Striker is the
team that's here to play Striker and recruit Sentry more than anybody else in the world.
And who is it?
You don't like have
this is ringing a bell. This is from Paris with SI.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Which means
is it FaZe?
Yes, FaZe.
Yeah.
FaZe play by far.
Is it Handy? Handy is like a striker man.
Yeah. I think he's one of the most played operators. And it's funny because if you talk about the most Maestro team, you would know this one, right?
Oh yeah, it's Kinotrope.
Yeah, I know that you know it because we passed them so much. They play more Maestro than anybody else by far.
Yeah.
So I love when teams have that little niche little characteristic saying, oh, we do this differently than everybody else. This is why I want to ban the Thermite, by the way. Circumvent the mute jammer. Wall is open.
I love
little
that.
grapple angle. Works in the upstairs walls, the downstairs wall for garage. And it makes the mute on those reinforced walls completely useless.
Yeah, bit of a wasteful pick from here. Hopefully in future CAG realize that it's not worth bringing them mute, at least not for that purpose. Maybe more so to counter the Solid Snake.
Yeah. C4 was tossed out, gets the kill as well to Annie, so he's downstairs, up into the mirror window, clips it, and therefore gets stuck and gets the kill. Beautiful. And this is why the Thermite is tricky to play up against the mirror, because there is now vulnerability. Same thing if you play the Maverick.
I've just checked the stats globally in the last 365 days. Handy has the one of the highest EPSs in the world, and he's played Striker 56 times. It's his #1 operator.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's more than I thought, actually. Yeah. There you have it. And the thing about the Sentry and Striker, the recruit operator, is that you can just mix and match any 2 secondary gadgets. The flashbang and the grenade, the EMP with the hard
breach and EMP.
Yeah.
That's my way
It
to
works
play.
for every attack, and it works probably for most defenses too.
Pro should win this fight. Anaton up in close range with the Vector. There's no match for the F2. It has the fire rate, but not the same damage. Sharip on the long angle, about to be met by Daffo on the Striker, outside of Rafters. Meanwhile, Zaka's actually lashed out and finished off the Solid Snake. And while Daffo will win his fight, his teammates have dropped. It's just him and Dark now in a 2 versus 4. But again, we've seen many times throughout this tournament, teams forfeiting 4v2 advantages. CAG cannot afford to do so here.
2 players who are low on health, and Saka and Annie, so it's very easy to fall to the F2 of Dark. The issue is intel, 30 seconds, they have no clue these defenders are playing from. Doors are barricaded, Gumar's on the ground, and time is ticking away. They're waiting right around the corners.
Oh, nice shot.
First one.
Sure, not the second
That's the
here.
second.
He goes down, the power of the F2. But Dark now quickly falls back. He knows he needs to get that defuse, but now he is left all alone. And upstairs above, watching that defuse, Chibisu and Annie are waiting. Out comes the smoke grenade. Dark actually could clutch this.
Smart.
He doesn't have a lot of time. He's trying to bait for the first kill before he goes for the plant. Does get one, and now will go and look for the plant. It's up to Anaton now. But this plant is going to have to be committed to. Round in the corner, it's Anaton to clutch the 1v1. CAG once again take the lead and immediately a tactical timeout.
Beautiful attempt though. Had a few more seconds to go for the plant, not hitting that 0 mark. That could have been a round clutch there in a 2v4 deficit on the attacking side. But not to be. CG playing it smart. One defender drops downstairs, seeks where the plant is going down. Second one peeks their verticality and stays alive. That way they're kind of playing the timer as they should. It's a very common tactic that when you're in a 2 versus 1 and timer is sub 10 seconds, one person kind of try and go with the fight, force him off the plant. The second guy will win on 0.
Yeah, that was smart play, but still a little bit scary nonetheless. There
It was certainly scary.
Anaton in the 1v1. But yeah, no one would have been as scared as Daffo trying to clutch that. But no time left on the board. Tactical timeout.
Mirror Thermite ban.
My screen said it is called by MIBR Los, but I saw Sparky call the tactical timeout to the admins.
Maybe they're both fighting for it, huh?
Maybe they both wanted a tactical.
Is it a back-to-back?
Oh, wow. Here we go. He's definitely Italian. He's talking with his hands.
Oh, yeah. Boom. Forward. And come on in. In the door. I think it's a handshake deal here, though, Mirror of Thermite, because it's such a heavy interaction, right? We saw it how Nox died before. You have a mirror in the breach, C4 goes out, he wants to go up in the wall. Now, that's gone for both teams. This also enables the mute jammer a bit more, because Ace is banned and Thermite is banned. Hibana doesn't work with interaction. You have to, you get jammed, obviously. So can opener is the last thing you have open now.
Can openers no longer get affected by mute jammers though, because you don't have to detonate them. Same with Ace.
Internal mechanisms.
Yeah. So that does mean, of course, that the mute jammer won't counter the tin can openers, but
we'll stop Hibana if they want to go for it.
Yeah, and you have to make a choice for the tin can opener. Do we want a crouchable breach or a vaultable breach? You cannot make a sprintable breach.
No.
Which means you can't play as aggressively around it. So it's a good move there from CIG, just changes a little bit about the hard breach.
And in this whole conversation, we still haven't mentioned Maverick, because we know no one's going to play it, right?
Which is funny, because, like, God, Mav is so good, man. Like, I'm telling you, he is so good. He also has a DMR, if you prefer DMR over Assault Rifle. Also, the M4, I think, is like top 3 Assault Rifle in the game.
True. That's just the Lulu.
No, M4, R4, not R4C, M4, AK-12, and F2. Like, what else?
That's your top 3?
What else is there for ARs?
I would put SMG. It's not an AR, but
SMG-11.
That's a good gun.
Yeah, it's okay. Pengu.penta.
It works like an AR. Go.
Yeah, sure, but it's.
Wait, Commando on Grim and IQ.
Oh, yeah, Commando's better.
Yeah,
Commando's better.
Thank you. I agree. I know it's gonna also actually
M4's faster than Commando, by the way.
Faster as in fire rate? Or?
Faster fire rate.
Okay.
Good same recoil. I would say like 0 recoil.
Trying to find a counter argument.
F2, sorry, 552 Commando is more damage.
Yeah.
But M4 is really good.
Okay.
And also, Maverick just slaps, bro. Like,
they just buffed him as well. The mini patch that came out yesterday.
He's got like, what, 30% more ammo now in his canisters?
It's a 30%. I think you're being overzealous here.
Okay. I mean, that's just some like vibe maths.
I think it went from 144 to 162 in ammo count, which is not 30%. It's not even close to 30%.
Yeah, just stop. Stop.
I'm sorry.
Just stop, bro.
I'm hurting now.
Yeah, you're not digging my vibe maths, and I don't appreciate it.
Sorry. You know what? 35%. Screw it.
They ain't nobody using all of their ammo in Maverick in 2026. Ain't nobody even playing the operator. So that's the buff doesn't matter. Nice night, boom.
Wait, he actually killed him. He was in the rappel.
And that is why you ban out that thermite. It forces MIBR Los into these narrow positions where you only have a small breach on the wall, and it enables C4s like that. Dark's also taking a hell of a lot of damage, but Shirip will go down. Ooh. Anaton is roaming down below with your favorite assault rifle, the SMG-11, in hands, and he does indeed get his kill. Finish him off with a shotgun, why don't ya? As Perez finds one of his own onto DD on the bomb site, getting weaker for CAG, but MIBR Los, meanwhile, are dropping like flies. Chibisu will shut down Dark, and Perez completely shut out of it. Nux now taking a hell of a lot of damage from the Smoke Babe, looks to take the fight with the Blackbeard. But he is surely not going to win in the 1v3 with full info on his position. He takes the fight, and Chibisu with that SMG-11 takes him down. It's a 2-round lead for the Japanese.
You know why I knew that CG were gonna win that round? They had both SMG-11s on defense. The Mute and the Smoke, the C4 and the Toxic Babes. No way to win that with Knox.
So what you're telling me is MIBR Los just need to run Amaru with the SMG-11 and then they're going to start winning some attacks.
I do believe in a gunfight position it would help their case. Gadget-wise, not so much.
You're capping.
What they can also do, right, is get a time machine and go back to when Sledge had the SMG-11 and just play Sledge.
Yeah, they could also go back in time and look for when the SMG-11 had an ACOG.
Okay, that's too far back.
I remember that. I was watching Pro League when that happened, like when you were playing. And were you a Sledge player back then? I can't remember. I'm going to say
I'm going to say Thatcher. Thatcher main back.
Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember people used to run Sledge with the SMG-11 as their primary, and they would use the use the SMG-11 and then switch to the L85 after.
Because it's such a good gun. And nowadays we got SMG-12, and we have Warden players like Stumpin, who makes the gun look like a 0 recoil. And
Chibis is the same.
Earlier, yeah.
Yeah, no, the SMG-12 is very good. I was a Dokubi main with the old Dokubi. I'm ashamed to admit it, yes, but you get to be a DMR clutch and an SMG-12 clutch and a global ability clutch. It's like, and you have stun grenades. Bro, it was a dream.
And when they nerf it, you just start crying because you're going to D-rank 3 different ranks now.
No, that unironically happened to me when they removed the 1.5.
A lot of people felt
I was a 1.5 crutch like crazy.
Everybody was. They gave the 1.5 to like different Thorn at one point, and Thorn's pick rate and win rate just skyrocketed.
I was a Yana Ash G36 1.5, and I was like, it was my best KD season.
Gotta reload. I'm curious nowadays what that would be. We're talking about like a Solid Snake or the Deimos or
it's the F2.
F2. Honestly,
F2 and SMG-12 are the two, and DMRs.
They gave the vert grip back. That's the only change they made to the F2. They gave it a grip.
You know, my least favorite thing about the F2 is that I still suck with it. It's really good, but I still
It does take some time to get used to it. Same thing if you play the Clash, which is Anderton's favorite operator right now. You're sure they'll find a dash elsewhere on the map on top floor, and this is the thing. When MIBR can find that opening engagement, they kind of work it step by step. They actually just fall apart. Shuri does need to get escorted back by the Clash Shield. Not to take the gunfight himself.
Yeah, this is really flipped on its head now. MIBR Lows really kept pace. This entire game, by the way, it has been 1-for-1. CAG won the first round, Los won the second. CAG third, Los fourth, all the way up until just last round. That's the first time either of these teams have won 2 rounds in a row. CAG got themselves that advantage, and now with it, they have match point.
Slow and steady. Mind you, Chalet will be up next, and they struggled there yesterday for CAG. But if you want to make it a bit closer, stall out your opponent, make them a bit more tired. If you can push the OT right now, look for the 5th round to start that. Perhaps just then the Brazilians can conquer them later on. They drop down the hatch in single. They have limited verticality because the Boogie Drones got impact grenaded, I guess, early in the round. But they've almost not broken any of the floor.
Yeah. Also, Nitro Cell still available for DD on the Wamai in the late round. By the way, not running the MP5K, but running the AUG.
Oh, interesting.
Very rare to see that happen. Out comes a smoke from Nux, but it does get caught by the Wamai's magnet. He does see Zakar, but guess who wins the fight? It certainly ain't gonna be Nux. Now it's a 2v4, make it a 1v4 for Perez up against the might of CAG on their map pick. He needs to do everything he can. He will need to pull his weight. 1v4, he finds the first, but quickly, Shurip is there to trade, and CAG make it 3 in a row. And with that, cap off, Nighthaven Labs, 1-0 up in the series.
Confident, they take their fights, they played well together, and it is a different look than how they started yesterday's tournament, or how they started yesterday in this tournament, rather. And I saw a tweet from Shuri by Annie saying they came into this tournament just feeling very stiff in the server. Like, just not playing very smooth together, not finding the solutions to the problems. It feels better so far.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely a big glow up for CAG compared to yesterday. But MIBR Los, of course, they put up a decent fight there on Labs. Next up is Chalet, and we saw CAG struggle on that map yesterday, so anything is possible.
Anything might be possible. Who knows? But I'm going to weigh in on probably the most important conversation of that entire matchup.
Okay.
SMG 11 with an iron sight. Thank you very much.
Iron sight.
Yeah, no, you got to remember the Nico from what would he have been playing on back then? Melon Cat, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, a
Nico-
super most niche reference, by the way.
Played Ironside.
Probably. I don't know. It sounds like the kind of thing you do. Like the only valid reason to play Iron Sight, aside from Aura, is for Blackbeard for the aim down sight speed buff.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, different counterpoint. If you play the Bandit, if you play Ironside,
okay.
then also don't get EMP'd.
Unironically, Bandit and also the ARX, so Nomad and Yana, has the same Iron Sight as the Bandit does. And I know that back in the day on Penta, Eunice used to run that Iron Sight.
did?
I switched it because of it. I used to run Bandit. Iron Sight is iconic.
What have I done? I literally just sat there shaking my head for like 2 minutes straight listening to that conversation. And I've only gone and made it worse.
Hey, it was you who brought it up.
It was 100% me, and I will take that and I will run away with it and never let you play with that ball ever again, because CAG had a phenomenal map this time around. Like you were saying, James, back and forth. It didn't look like anyone really had the momentum. That side swap, Nick, changed everything.
It did, and that's the big question for me, right? Is CAG, if they can find consistency on both the attacks and the defenses like they had in APL, they'll be the team that we know and love. Right now, internationally, it feels like on certain maps, they're solid on their attacks, weak on their defenses, and vice versa. I will say, though, from a team coordination perspective, there are a lot of mini plays happening from CAG with Anderton and Saga playing that offensive play together, a lot of C4 kills, finding victories in small moments, and that's exactly what they need to try and establish some consistency. Winning in the small areas, you'll win the big areas.
Do you know what it felt like, James? It actually felt like, ironically, when CAG went defense, they dictated the pace of the entire second half.
Yeah.
They found the opening picks. They were the ones aggressing. They were the ones forcing C4s out through little breaches. It's all of those kind of things that I think CAG of old, when we went to international events, they didn't have that same grit to them, whereas now it feels like that has translated really well into this matchup.
For sure. I think the real secret for CAG on the defense is having a little bit of that grit and aggression. Let's toss out some C4s, let's go for plays, but at the same time, if we're winning, let's not overcook the round. Let's just sit back, play our 4v2s the right way, because that's the thing that MIBR Los actually struggled with. They played very aggressively on their defense.
Too aggressive.
Too aggressively, right? And I think CAG have finally, found their mojo a little bit here. Question is, can they continue it on Chalet? Because I'm looking back at the result yesterday against King Zero. They only won a single attack out of 5 attempts. They only won, 3 defenses. So they went 3-3 on their defense split. Switched to attack, won the first round, and then got completely shafted after that.
That's kind of devastating considering where they were at. They were looking good. CAG, however, I think are really starting to take control of this series. But with Chalet up next, we have no idea what to expect. So we're going to go to a short break and we're going to try to collect our thoughts. We'll be back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Esports World Cup.
Well, CAG have beaten their first international team that is not an APAC team at an international event for a very, very long time. And we're actually
CNL ain't APAC.
Okay, I know.
It's not APL.
Well, but it is
I'd be geographically located in the Asia-Pacific region.
Same area.
It's in there somewhere. If you look at it through like a microscope, you might be able to find it. However, we don't need to do that for CAG's performance for the first time ever. Nick, I feel like I'm really confident in where they're at right now.
Yeah, it felt good to start things off, okay? But I'm not worried about 9 even laps. I'm not worried about Cafe, the third map. I'm worried about the second. I'm worried about Chalet. Okay, historically, in recent times, it's been a struggle for them.
It might be a different case once we move into today compared to yesterday. But yes, I mean, CAG yesterday against King Zero did not look very good. They only won a single round of attack out of 6 attempts, I think. It's just not good
Usually
enough.
there's 6 rounds to a half.
6 or 7.
No, there's 6 rounds to a half.
I can tell, but also they might have. Wait.
I think they only played five.
There were only 5 rounds in that half because it was the end of the game.
Oh, damn.
Thank you.
This guy
thinks he
knows things.
This guy thinks he knows what he's talking about just because he won a hammer once or twice. Like,
No, I'm just stupid.
Or twice. You know,
back to back.
Yeah, very true. Look, between you've got 2 hammers.
I know. Between the two of us, we've got 2 hammers, 2 Pro League finals,
3 Pro League
That's what I said.
Excuse me.
And 1 weekly tournament. I won a weekly tournament.
And don't forget
Show matches?
Yeah, big dog.
But fortunately
Got one as
enough,
well.
this is not a show match. This is the real deal. To remind everyone at home and maybe to bring us back down the ground, this is an elimination match. As you said earlier, no more parachutes, baby. It is time for MIBR Lows to show us what they're made of. Otherwise, they will be out of this tournament. We head to Chalet with CAG 1-0 up.
Yeah, and for the Brazilians on MIBR Lows, there is a lot on the line. They went to the Salt Lake City Major, and while they did have a few victories, it was so far from what they were hoping for themselves. And for the entirety of Brazil at the moment, they're in a little bit of a drought. Yes, FaZe Clan have won the 2 most recent 6 invitationals, but outside of that, it's been North America on the rise.
Yes.
Europe has won the Esports World Cup every year so far. Brazil are fighting for a little bit of pride. It's unusual to see Brazil struggling so much in Rainbow Six. For MIBR Lows to go out without making groups would be a massive disappointment to Hugzord and the boys. But, I mean, on the flip side of that, CAG by Varel, there are so many expectations on them. For such a long time, they have been relegated to failing in the group stage, and this could well be their tournament if they can bounce back after a lackluster performance yesterday. They showed us on Labs they're here to play. Can they hang on Chalet?
Yesterday you hit me with they're playing Brava and Bravo for this team for doing this. I was like, all right, this guy's locked in right now. He's got the words.
Every day that goes by, I'm slightly less jet lagged, and I've got slightly more puns in my arsenal.
Getting more whimsical.
Yes,
as we like to say.
Yep, that's right.
I feel like CAG wanted to do the same thing and be a bit whimsical, but they've been target bent away. Poor Annie, the glass, the Monty. This guy can't play the game. But the Blackbeard's open.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was relegated to just playing Blitz on the first map, but I love Aniton's Blackbeard, so I'm really keen to see what he can cook here. Of course, though, Dash is running the Clash. Say that 10 times fast. I'm actually surprised that CAG haven't chosen to ban the Clash on either of these maps so far. Hello, Perez. He sees the Blackbeard, Aniton lets that C4 go away. Ooh, actually lands right next to him, does a hell of a lot of damage, but hasn't got the kill as of yet. Meanwhile, CAG look to try and take control of the basement, but Dark is there and waiting to take a fight.
With Annie falling back from the window, it could be a dangerous territory downstairs, and I think it's going to be why Shuri's going to fall on back towards west main stairs instead. But just kind of stick around much slower. This is CAG playing that gap-finding kind of split theory that we talk about, where they don't really have a plan of, let's start master bedroom, do the roam clear, move on over, or start in library in this case. No, they're everywhere, just kind of seeing where there's going to be a gap in the defense, where they can find a kill, and then just play the numbers advantage. The issue is, so far, they haven't found anything. It's been DD taking damage, Annie taking damage, and I really respect Perez right now, just holding on to the main staircase so it's not possible. A little bit oversteps, walking all the way down that staircase and keeping up that strong position on the steps itself. And now, the gap finding is successful.
I don't know how Perez, he just mustn't have realized that Shuri was in that position.
He got scanned by the solids.
Yeah, you would have thought that he would have expected. Wow, that's a quick shot from Dark. It actually takes down the Candela.
That will change the call, takes a bit of damage there from Dokkaebi. But that's the thing that we saw also in 9 Heavy Labs, right? It might be our lows, they're too eager to take some of those fights. That's a mute SMG living close quarter, taking a long-range engagement, not knowing where the enemy is attacking from. You could have walked up the staircase, gone to bar, maybe made it back towards the master bedroom bomb site and just played that 5v5. Instead, you're playing down in numbers. Not the perfect circumstance, but it's still winnable. They got dash on the Clash, dash on the Clash, dash on the Clash 3 times, James. And that's going to be their win condition if you can stop this push.
DD, though, does look to try and fight Dash using the Candelas. Out goes one, a second one likely to follow. In comes Annie with the Blackbeard. Doesn't find its mark, but Chibisu will win his fight. Assisted by the Logic Bomb, but now he has to meet Dash with that Clash shield. Locked on down. Can Shurip win the fight? No, indeed, he cannot. Dash will peek him. But Chibisu with the quick backstab. He is so deadly with that SMG-12. It comes down to CAG with the last-minute eruption onto the bomb site. 3v2. And Dash looks the wrong way. Gets taken down by Chibisu. Finished off with the call. It's all up to Dafo in a 1v3. They know where he is, but Chibisu claims them 1 by 1. This fiery Japanese team are incessant. They may leave it to the last minute, but they do not miss a beat.
Well, like you said, Chibi on the SMG-12. This guy's running on the building. Piano window, bathroom window, jumps in, takes down the Clash, goes into office. There's going to be a bit of a blender there at the end with 3 people stacked on office door, hunting down that final defender from MIBR lows. And it really did come down to Dash here. Playing the shield positioning, locking down, stopping the push, but he overstepped just a centimeter too much. 1 step to his left and got shot down from Piano double door. Not able to use that shield for protection, and that leaves a huge gap for the taking. But CAG, again, they got much, much more confidence here in day number 2.
Yeah, very much so. They're looking good. They're looking ready to go. And honestly, if I'm MIBR Los, the amount of damage that Chibi dealt with that SMG-12 and with the Dokkaebi calls that round, I'd be considering banning out the Dokkaebi.
That could be.
Yeah, of course, happened a lot when the rework first released, but hasn't been so much a focus as of late. There's been a minor nerf to Dokkaebi recently, changing the way that the activation works out.
Well, actually, it's not necessarily a nerf.
Okay, bro, you want to explain it?
Okay,
to the class?
So what they did, okay? They have implemented a cooldown per person that you're calling. So before that change, you could spam call the same defender 4 times in a row, effectively. Now there is, I believe, a 14-second cooldown per target. But now you can just chain, right now you can call the Smoke, the Jaeger, the Kaid, boom, boom, boom. Whereas before, you just spam call just one guy. So it's a buff in the sense that you can now just chain it out to different people and call 4 during an execute. But it's a nerf because you can't spam hunt that one roamer. So it's like, she's better in some areas and worse in other areas.
Thanks for explaining, man. That sounds like a nerf to me.
Fresh would disagree with you. That's why he is a great...
Yeah. Sorry, he's not here.
Okay. Jack, I'm on your side, buddy, if you're listening to this, okay? I will not have this
Sorry,
slander.
Pengu, you left him out to dry with that one. Like, that was easy. That was low-hanging fruit for me.
I just picked somebody that would back me up in my opinion, that's all.
Well, one thing I did notice this round, talking about strats, the Jaeger actually has stacked 2 ADSs in Boiler, in Elbow, all the way down on the basement.
I like Boiler.
Yeah, very unusual. I mean, firstly, it's unusual to see teams actually play basement here on Chalet. You don't see this a lot, but this shield setup from Daffo, supported by the ADSs from Jaeger, this is the kind of strat that we just do not see much these days.
So the reason why I love the Boiler setup is that you're kind of forcing the enemy on the attack to go for dining control, like we see here from Shuri. Break open the hatch so that you're stuck in Boiler and force the attackers into taking pretty much full map control. When you're forced to take full map control, they're more open to getting flanked, to retaking that space, to have an early aggressive kind of play as a defender, and more things can go wrong. Because if you don't play Boiler, they can just go backside. They can just work the Boiler breach, they can work the long single wall, they can get the main external wall and the hatches, and now you have no way you can play a defense. So this is, I think, a good way of kind of giving yourself more ground to work with if you're a defender. High risk, high reward, sure, but it does make that bomb site a little bit more playable.
This bomb site is not typically very powerful for the defensive side. CAG have already won as many rounds on the attacking side as they have today, as they did yesterday against King Zero, and they're looking to double up. First blood has been drawn in the second one. Now is Shurib. Clears out that Boiler position swiftly. It's just Perez and Daffo. And Shurib knows where one of them is. Out goes a nade. He doesn't need to overextend here. Bide his time. Allow Anaton the opportunity to close the distance. In comes Chibi with the SMG-12. Now Daffo has his own, but Chibi simply better. 2 rounds in a row on the attacking side for CAG, and the spell has been broken.
Again, such good attacks and not finding out where that push should be coming from, but it might be all lows. There are some glaring issues in the server from the individual decision making. 2 people in particular. Nox was playing smoke or mute or whatever on the blue staircase, fighting Andy on the blitz with a shotgun. And we all know what's gonna happen. Andy's gonna walk up, use the flash, right click, and either you try and shoot him up with a shotgun or you run away and die. Either way, it's over. And then secondly, we saw Dash on the Kaid having that Boiler rotation, the shield, the ADSs, white swings completely unnecessarily, gives up Boiler, loses the crossfire, and just sells his team essentially, right? Because now that middle chain is broken, the defense can't help each other anymore, and everyone's left on their own in a corner.
Yeah.
Stuck in blue, stuck by the breach, not ideal.
A lot of things went wrong there for MIBR Los, and the first one that I noticed was actually the fact that the Tubarão was out of position when the exothermic charge came on.
Yeah, also true.
Kaid Tubarão, I mean, you're bringing those operators together to try and delay as much time on that external breach, and because they didn't use it well, they struggled in the latter part of that round. A tactical timeout has been called, I believe, by MIBR Los, so both teams are now having a little bit of a chit-chat about what to fix up. We've only seen 2 different bomb sites taken so far by the Brazilians, the top floor and the basement. None of the ground floor bomb sites, which these days tend to actually be the best bomb sites on Chalet.
Yeah. And it works like a sandwich. You can play above it, beneath it, around it, and play a lot more map control. And I think if you're Hawksalt right now, right, the coach standing behind the players on MIBR Los' side, you gotta say, guys, listen, we gotta make better decisions individually and together. And we can do that by helping one another communicate where we're gonna be fighting and how we're gonna be fighting. The reason why you don't want Nox to take that fight against Annie on the blitz on the staircase is very simple, because you're not gonna win it. Either you're gonna get blinded, or you have a shotgun against a shield and you can't really hit much of his body. So what Nox needs now is saying, guys, I'm gonna run at the blitz, he's gonna flash me and then push me. I'm gonna bait it, somebody ready to get the kill. That didn't happen. There's not like a teamwork play happening from the Brazilians. It's very much individual people taking the fight, trying to be the hero, and they don't need to. Because CAG right now are very clearly individually fired up. Chibisu in particular, phenomenal right now here in Chile.
Dude is actually the GOAT, man.
Right now, he's so good.
Chibi, I'll admit, I've been critical of him in the past because he's very good at getting exit frags. So sometimes his stats are a little bit inflated, but in a game like this, like, he's 5-0 because every single one of his kills has been impactful. Like, not a single kill has been an exit. And he's been really consistent recently as well. He's the highest rated statistical player for CAG. And he's often the entry. But the thing that I think is really interesting about CAG is every single player on this team has a very different identity and skill set for what they bring to the team.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this, right? On both maps, they're target banning Eniton in the operative ban selection. And they're giving him Blitz right now, they're giving him Blackbeard, and then they're taking 1v1 gunfights against him. It's like, guys, this is one of the best shield players in the world. If you're gonna target ban him and respect him in that way, respect him also in the fights.
Yeah.
And it feels like a player like Nox right now just doesn't maybe see it that way. Because he's very eager as smoke to fight Eniton on the Blitz, which doesn't need to be the case. Your gadget gets more value the longer you're alive for. As the smoke player, you should want to take as few fights as possible until necessary.
Uh-oh.
Speaking of Blitz.
Crossfire, though, does assist, and Aniton will go down. Here comes for a second. Perez! He minces them all up. It's just DD now. In a 1v4 after he finds his first. That is a beautiful way to counter that quick and swift push from CAG. MIBR Los play the teamwork game perfectly. DD, surely you can find this one, but no, not allowed to as of yet. Player slips between his fingers. He does finish off Dark. Surely you won't get much more than that, though.
What a struggle to start around there for CG, but it's just Perez and his headshot, his flakes. I mean, they're just landing super sharp in the server. The crossfire stop, and it's in much more respect being showcased this time, and you got Nox on the smoke alive later in the round, much better too. They're playing by the blue staircase. 3 separate defenders stacked by the blue stairs. They also have the diffuse nearby.
I don't know, man. If he finds one more, this is winnable. But there is a shield, I believe, on that staircase.
There is.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to clear. Wow, that gas lands perfectly as well. DD, funnily enough, has control of the bomb site. However, he doesn't have the defuse, so he can't go for a plant. Even if he does get it down, it'll be a tough post plant, even with the Capital. Maybe he can try and fake out, pretend that he's got the diffuser, force MIBR Los to try and take him down on the bomb site. I think they're aware of it now, and they have advanced on his position, getting closer and closer. Only 4 bullets left in the chamber, and Perez will swing him and take him on down. First round on the border Chalet for Los.
Give me the replay. We all know what we want to see that highlight of. The Perez flake through the wall to fireplace. Disgusting, by the way. But, I mean, someone's got to ruin the fun, right? Is that a attack timeout I see, or
Yeah, apparently there's a tactical timeout. Thing is, they took it...
I thought they had it earlier.
I don't know about you, but I was reading the
Look at
body.
this.
Yeah, let's watch this for a second. Boom!
And then...
Second one, and then bang! Bang! On
Straight on.
Bro, Sharif's gonna be tilted. He'll be like, what?
He's like, what did I die to?
How did I die just then? Perez got 4 kills that round. I believe one of them was just finishing off the downed Aniton.
Yeah, doesn't count.
Valuable nonetheless. So, we have a tactical timeout, but I believe, based on what I just saw the admins kind of talking to Hugsword, I think that it was the fact of how it works in game is when you are like MIBR Los, for example, go to your menu, you can request a timeout, right? And it will just start. But sometimes it doesn't start in time correctly.
You did it too late.
Exactly, because you did it too late, which is why we actually manually did a tactical timeout last round.
So they had it before, but then it triggered the round after.
Exactly.
And
It automatically triggered now after round 3, even though they actually technically used it after round 2. So that's, I think, what the admin was saying is, okay, disregard this one. This is not a tactical timeout, so you're not allowed to talk to your players. It'll happen anyway. We'll still have 60 seconds of break, but the players aren't allowed to talk strategy.
Seems good. Ella ban, Solid Snake ban. I actually quite like this one. I've been a bit critical of the third option ban here, especially from a certain team side. It might be our lows, but I dig this a lot, right? The Solid Snake, I think, or Tokabillo is going to be between that for me at least. It's going to be about that initial map control, bit of entry capabilities.
Yeah. No.
And then CAG banned Ella to further enable Aniton, who's playing those much more vulnerable shields because the monkeys banned away.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good move here.
I'm curious if we're ever going to see more raw aura. Sure, you've just hovered for a short second there, but it's like, I do believe it's an operator that we're not seeing utilized at its max capacity just yet.
Yeah.
I do think there are some cases where it can be quite strong.
We saw Chibi play it one round, the first round on Heaven Labs, but I don't really remember it having an impact.
I don't think they got to an execute stage.
Oh no, that was the round where the entire defensive team just like
happened
rushed
in meeting.
them. Yeah, and they got all the kills.
That's true.
But no, you are right. I mean, I think the thing with Ryora is most of the time her util kind of just like gets used in very specific bomb sites and maps, like cafe, bakery attacks. You see the Ryora, but not really elsewhere.
Yeah, Nighthaven Labs, you can do a half take where you take like vending stairs and you close off the flanks to kitchen and gaming. You can do a little bit of vert before you close them and stuff. But yeah, it's very
very like obvious what you want to do often,
Yeah,
and there is a very big counter, which is like Scope is gonna really punch his counter, but here they go. Jump on in, aggressive click from CAG.
Indeed it is here from Anderton. He goes in, but Dash quickly with the MP5 SD does find one kill. Out comes with the impact actually just knocks Anderton back for a brief moment. He needs to win this fight though. Comes up in close range. With the Scar in hand, he should be able to win this fight. Goes for the bonk, finishes off Dash, looks for a little bit more. As CAG erupted to the bomb site, it's time to retake for MIBR Lows. Plan wants to happen here from Zaka, but they don't know where Nux is. We can see he's actually still hiding in the bathroom. Anderton's now found him, wants to go for a little bit of a bait. Continuing to go back and forth, gets down, but Zaka will trade back. It's now a 1v1 with Anderton on the ground. Dark seems to have an inkling on where Zaka may be. Anderton picks for info. It's the perfect bait. Zaka will find the kill. CAG, a third round.
There's no way any crawls and says, you know what, don't go for the revive. I will distract him one more time. Because he was the one dancing with the Blackbeard shield as well. Phenomenal team play again from CAG. They didn't get the initial opening that they wanted. Chibisu dies early. Anderton is stuck between some impact grenades, a toxic blade. The barbed wire was beneath the window. He was like stuck in a really tough position, and he made it work. The patience there from Annie and just saying, I got two people's attention. I'm fine just being in bathroom and being stuck.
Anderton is such a troll. Like, bro, I'm so glad that we were spectating. I think it was Dark in in bathroom, just looking at Anderton, and Anderton is just spamming right click, but never holding it down. So it looks like his shield is starting to move out of the way, so he can aim down sights, but he's never actually exposing his head.
Yeah,
the biggest troll. And meanwhile, he's just spamming Q&E.
Yeah,
spamming them.
It looks ridiculous. But no, it's really good. And this again, we talk about good shield players, and this is an example of having a good shield player, but also having a good shield team.
Yeah.
Like, Saka understood exactly how to utilize Anderton as the bait. Whereas some teams and some players don't have that experience together, and it becomes a winnable position that you lose. Well, this was a winnable position that you won.
So it might be our lows. They are on the unfavored side, but as we mentioned yesterday, CAG actually looked better on their defense than on their attack on Chalet. So I'd be pretty scared here if ML aren't able to find 2 to 3 rounds in this half. Ideally, the full 3, which means they need to flip it on right now. We're going to bar games for this defense, Penguin, and what I noticed is actually a fully reinforced hatch inside of Library. Typically, you'll play a player inside Library with that hatch open.
They fall back. No, I was going to say the same thing. It's a very different approach here from...
What?
Bro. Just get door banged as well. This has been an issue for the Brazilians all day long. They've died like 6 times now through a door, window, or a barricade above a 90 lamps and here on Chalet. It is haunting them. Is Valkyrie dead early, which there is, I guess, a benefit to? You can now just sit on those cameras.
Yeah, except Dokkaebi sacked them.
Yeah, but that's only temporary with the rework, to be fair.
Sure.
But yes, the other issue is there is a Dokkaebi in play.
Yeah, and you've got Nike in place.
And with the hatches being opened, reinforced rather than Library, like we said earlier, it does give less playable positions for defense. Because like you said, you can play in Library and now fall back. You're going to be on an island, stuck in Library, like a box if you choose to go there. So the fighting is happening in Master Bedroom, in Bathroom Piano, right behind the player of Dash right now. And if these Romans die, that should just be the round for the great chance. Saka shuts down the first push.
He should not get out alive. Oh, wow.
What?
Finds Anderton. Quick kill from him, but Chibisu will trade it on back. Chibisu, though, immediately dispatched with. Now it's CAG on the back foot as MIBR Los may be in the perfect position to flip things. They fall back towards the bomb site. Shurip and DD. Oh, wow. DD is very low HP after that Thorn Trap hit him. Really a lot of pressure now on Shurip to land these shots with the SMG-12.
Yeah. One of those rounds where if you just wait a little bit more for Anderton to walk in with the Blackbeard, get the information, then start working those window repels, maybe the result will be different. Small mistiming though. They can do a bit of it, they got a little bit of time to work with, but now the hatch being reinforced and no hard destruction on the attacking side. This will heavily favor MIBR Lows. They can play those corner positions, play inside of games, play inside of stock, and just not expose themselves to the hatch or the verticality.
Reach charge is hot.
Again, DD is so low on HP though. Like, he can't even afford to walk into this laser, for example. If he walks into that laser, he's dead. He can't walk through the barbed wire either. He'll be dead. Shurip's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting here in this round. DD, though, reveals his position by shooting that barbed wire. I think Shurip is actually going to go for a drop. Nux will catch him. DD, there's absolutely no way he can win this. MIBR Los, finally. A second round on the board. Time to finish off the half. Only 2 ways this can go.
3-3 or 2-4? That is the question. I'm trying to think, like, expectations-wise, would it be unreasonable to be like, oh, MIBRLO should get 3 rounds? I don't think that's fair. I feel like it should be a 2-4 half favoring attack in a perfect world.
Yeah. Oh, I think so. Look, if it is a 3-3, then CAG, they just need to replicate what they did yesterday against King Zero and find 3 defenses.
Yeah.
And then they'll be, you know, in for overtime at least. But I think if this slips to a 3-3 here, that is a disappointment for CAG, because that means a momentum swap as well.
That too.
To go from a 3-1 advantage to a 3-3 is pretty hard pressed. You'd feel pretty cheated. And MIBRLO also may well be a lot better on the attacking side than King Zero were yesterday. So things to keep in mind. Let's think of it from the Brazilians' perspective right now, right? You've been given a lifeline. It's now time to double down, time to bring it back. 3-3. They're leaning more into the Valkyrie again, despite being countered with the IQ and Dokkaebi last round.
Yeah.
They're bringing the shields. Despite that Eleban, they've got the Denari and the Thorn together. And the unique one here, even with Azami in, they're preferring the castle.
Yeah. I do like it though. I mean, there's always a discussion of if the enemy brings DMRs, Asami's more or less ineffective. Whereas as the castle does require soft destruction, which there is a Flores in play for that. And of course, heavily playing around the information game of traps and the cameras, TB Gray shown to Perez, and that is going to take away a little bit of that roaming presence. Perez often is one of those loose players that will do whatever he wants. Not to be for this round. I do think for CAG though, you just play out the round as you intended. Step by step, nice and slow. Utilize the Grim Beast information. Try and look for a big boom kill, just feed it downstairs. Get Anakin as a Blackbeard inside the building and start working it. He's got the booms ready. He's waiting for the Grim Beast red ping. He's
surely
right downstairs.
Nux is toast any second now. As soon as Shurip has the info on where he is, he's currently watching his flank.
Team kill to Annie.
Anakin gets TK
on the window
by Didi. That is a very rare mistake for CAG. It's not often that they will team kill their shield. Here come the 3 big booms from Shuri. Actually went all the way down into the basement to catch Dash.
Interesting.
That's a huge kill though. Now CAG retain their advantage.
Imagine they had Annie though. 5 versus 3, got the shield. They can easily go for a plant in like 20 seconds from now, but we got the shield. It is time for a plan B. Gotta figure out where those defenders are and where they can enter the building, because Trophy Window looks super scary unless you know it's clear for a fact.
Well, they know one's in closet here. Zaka needs to try and use his Grim Beast to support. I'm not sure if CAG are aware that there is a player inside of bathroom as well. They would have just heard Dafo rattle out a few shots with the UMP. The smokes will slow down Zaka here. No need to rush. Shuri brings out his concussions from the Zoth. Wants to make an entry with DD.
Nobody's
he try and repel inside. You're right, there is no one in kitchen, which means DD can get inside for free. He does go for it. They pre-fire through the head holes. They look to make a breach on the bomb side. Dark to find a flank. He finds his first. DD will trade it back. 3v2 as the plant poised and ready to go here for CAG. Dafo wants to go for a flank. Both him and Nux are still up above this bomb site.
They only know for a fact that one guy was above, with the side being clear. They can deduct that it has to be a second player as well. Gotta worry about the staircases and of course the hatch being open. A plant technically possible, but both defenders have a secondary or primary shotgun, so verticality will be against CAG.
Diddy will start forcing that plant down. RCAG ready enough to watch for it. Dafo tries to go into the hatch, tries to deny the plant, but he is far too late. DD's got it confirmed. CAG into the post as they look to lock up this half 4-2. All they need to do is sit outside on these rappels to bide their time and wait for MIBRLOs to surely, desperately make their way back to the bomb site.
Almost unlosable position. A play on the pick on the rappel and 2 guys by the side playing together. Davo takes a bit of damage, so does Saka.
Perfect kill. Patience, pre-fires, and all it takes now is just a waiting game. Dafo needs to get back onto the bomb site. He's got 4 seconds to do so, and he won't even try. CAG say, come on, give us your best shot. Shuri will claim the final kill. It's a 4-round half. The CAG, they are well on their road to redemption.
You see what happened there? The second they won the round, DD looked down the table to Annie and said, I'm sorry for team killing you. Hands together, right? And I think that's really important, taking responsibility. It was a good outcome. They got the round. They're having a laugh about it, but they recognize, I'm so sorry, I messed up. That's on me. Let's focus on the next upcoming half. I think those very small things, obviously a big sign of maturity
and trusting each other as a team, but also just making sure that there's no bad vibes.
Yeah,
because if Anytoon's, I think he's looking, he's 2-6. He's having a great game. He's having a good impact, but on the scoreboard, he hasn't found the kills. Some players will feel a bit tilted by that. Then you get team killed on a round that should be a 5v3 free victory.
Yeah.
It's like, don't worry about it. That's my bad. You're doing great.
We talked about this with Fnatic. In the post-match interview, Citizen was really hyping up Smiths for his shield play, saying, guys, you're not ready for this guy. He's a new player who's at his first ever event. He's getting gassed up by a Pro League champion. Like, it means something, right?
Yeah,
to have your teammates supporting you, even when you're bottom fragging. And that is what...
Especially when you're bottom fragging.
Well, yeah, I mean, more so than ever, right? Like, it's easy to gas up the player that's top fragging on your team. It's harder to admit, look, you know, you played so well and you helped us win that, even though you didn't get any kills. Because Siege is not all about the kills, right? You can have a big impact to help your teammates.
We're seeing it here, like, 3 of these highlight rounds is Anya and the Shield is doing disgusting things in the server, but not being the one to get the kill. And sadly, there's no way to count the values there. Anya has 2 assists, but he's been in way more assisted fights than just 2.
That's right. I mean, the Siege is a much less of a quantitative game than people realize, and that's why the stats don't always tell the whole story. What does is how your team chemistry can lend itself to getting yourselves wins. And CAG are looking a lot better than they did yesterday when they fumbled against King Zero and when they fell short to Fnatic. And look, to be honest, I remember casting that Fnatic CAG game, and I'll be honest, like we casted both Fnatic and CAG during the regular season, you and I, Pengu, and I had very high hopes for CAG. I was also very impressed by Fnatic from what we saw from EML, but they were very inconsistent. CAG were the opposite.
Yeah,
they were very consistent. So coming into yesterday and seeing CAG drop the ball, it was an immense disappointment. And yet, I looked back this morning and I was like, hang on, that game was a 7-5. Yeah. Technically, Fnatic only just won. It doesn't feel that way in my head. It felt like a 7-3, 7-2. It felt like a stomp, right? And then to see CAG fumble against King Zero on the first map, again, all of these reasons why in my brain, it feels like CAG have underperformed. But this performance today against MIBR Lows is everything they've been looking for. Yeah. And it does give you a bit of confidence that this team has actually improved in the last couple of months since the Salt Lake City Major.
Also, the last match against King Zero says, I think 7-2, 7-2 victory.
They lost the first map, and then they just...
It's like, imagine he just hasn't had that first map of loss, right? 7-2, 7-2 is like dominant victory over King Zero. King Syria.
Yeah, and we saw the exact same story from them in some of their other games. I mean, against Scars, they lost the first map and then won the next two. Against D+, they lost the first map 6-8 and then won 7-0, 7-5.
Exactly.
Same thing happened again against D+ in the grand final of APAC North League. They lost 7-4 and then won the next two maps 7-2, 7-3. Yeah. It's a common thing, and if you speak to Sparky, the coach of CAG, he said before, like, I remember, I think he was telling me about the D+ game. It's like, look, when they started playing really well on Labs, we thought, okay, I didn't expect them to be this good, but that's fine, because, like, we've seen their playstyle, and we know we're going to win the next two. And then they did, 7-2, 7-3. Yeah, this is something that CAG have been contending with for quite some time, but once they are playing to their potential, they are unstoppable. And they're well on their way at the moment, only 3 rounds away from knocking MIBR Los out of the Esports World Cup.
Okay, for a second I thought we were doing something spicy. Perez had Fuse LMG locked in, but not to be. He's going to go to the guys.
I would have loved to see that now.
I was thinking, okay.
I also thought we were going to get a Sens for a hot minute.
Yeah, they were there for a moment there.
Sens and Rayora, two of my favorite operators that we just don't get to see enough of.
I think Sens' highest pay grade map must be Bank.
No,
CEO
mate.
Huh?
Not even Labs.
I think
sorry,
Sens is played...
Lair. Tertiary bombsite Lair.
Okay,
I get Labs and Lair confused because of the L's, but no, it's Lair. 100%. Tertiary bombsite Lair. It's like 100% pick rate on that map. On that bombsite, I should say.
Punished.
Yeah, well, nice kill there from Dash early on. I mean, Shuri is the kind of player for CAG that... Who else is jumping outside? You can see Dash
double down.
Completely cack his pants as soon as he sees that detected outside notification right after he gets one kill outside. I'd be sweating, bro.
I feel like this is a good old... Let's try and control the momentum, like Rob said in the first map, right? Where it felt like when CG were defending, they were still trying to take control and take charge of where and when the fights will happen. And if it doesn't work, it goes punished like a round or two, you switch up. Yeah. You play utility, you play fallback, etc. But also look at the operator bands to further this point. Asami and Wamai, a lot of things that you can hide behind and protect yourself with is gone. So you are forcing CG into traps, into gunfights, into a clash in this case, for example. A lot of tracks happening here with both the... Oh my god.
Wow, that was
and the Lion.
That was a great play, actually, from Zaka, all the way down from bottom fireplace. But DD's about to go and meet the Glaz. He didn't wait for his Glasses to recharge before he contested the glass through that smoke grenade. That's a bit of a mistake. A lot of damage done to 3 players from MIBR Lows, but they themselves have taken two bodies from the CAG camp.
Now,
Japanese need to fight back.
and Newsaga was in the basement a few seconds ago. They know exactly where he's on the clash. And now Chibi as well as out of Piano is exposed. And he finds Person on the glass to ease in the blow here from CAG. Number one important operator from the equation. There's no more glass, or sorry, no more Yin Candelas rather either. So limited tools here from the attackers.
They're ready to go for it though. Look at this from Dash. He's the first one in the building. He opened up the round, but he doesn't check Anaton in the corner. Out comes the shield. Chibi's gotten back into position to try and support. Out comes a C4, but it gets shot out of midair. Great play from MIBR Los into the 3v3, and this is not a free plan after all. In fact, it might not be free in the slightest. Zaka comes for a flank, but thankfully the Blackbeard is there, watching and waiting. Oh my god! One tap onto Chibisu. It all comes down. The CAG's captain, Anaton, with the clash, shield on back. He brings it out. Spots out Daffo, but he's about to meet him head on. Daffo goes deep with the Reaper. And MIBR Lows show they do have a little bit of fight left in them.
Such a hard round to play if you're Zach. He was in the basement, baiting out the Deimos tracker, the Lion, saying, hey guys, I'm over here, worry about the flank. And he had two options. Either you walk back up, either the blue or fireplace stairs and go for a fight, or you go all the way back to West Main, off through Solarium, and you join your teammates by the side itself. And he was just taking that risk. He was thinking, hey, if there's no flank drone, I will get a kill for free. If there's a flank drone, I probably die. And that's when the round turned from a 3v3 into a 3v2, then a one-tap shot later from Nox into a 3 versus 1. And that changes everything. CET called their attack timeout, the final one here on Chalet, because it was called earlier by the Brazilians. Sparky, final few words here to the boys.
Yeah, what does he have to say? I wonder. CAG are the ones that get to dictate how this map plays out because they're on the defense. So
it's gotta be the playstyle change.
First question is what bomb side are we going to? Second question is how do we play around it? Do we try and hump it down? Do we try and fight? I mean, the problem with going bar is you've got the Wamaya's army ban.
Got the mirror though, for now, and that might be gone on the third rotation.
So what do you do? Do you play a mirror window on mezzanine facing into library and then a player deep in the corner?
I think you do, because the issue is with the Wamaya Sami being removed, you can only hold on to library with a clash or mirror, like realistically.
And blue stairs as well is very weak without his army.
So you can play Jaeger, you can play the mirror, the clash. They are going to go bar, they do have the mirror, but no Jaeger, no deployable shield either.
The lack of mirror scares me here. I think that even
Jaeger scares me.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Oh, okay. You said mirror, no?
Yes,
okay,
they do
just
have a mirror.
sure.
I meant the lack of a Jaeger scares me. Yeah, because you can't really play safely on the blue stairs, and if you lose blue stairs, then the mirror position on the mezzanine is screwed. Screwed because you're going to get swung from display.
Yeah. So I was thinking, like, either you play maybe Clash, no Jaeger, or you play Jaeger and a shield and you're just kind of chilling.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely play Clash on the top of blue stairs.
However, they're not they're doing the flip hole. They put the mirror window inside. Oh, okay.
You can do two mirrors.
Wow, so
one looking in, one
looking
looking out.
in, one looking out. Okay, so they are double committing here up top floor. Now I really want that Jaeger because everything's invested in one area, and the idiots would get double value.
This is my ranked mirror strat, by the way, for this bomb.
Oh, is it? Yeah?
Yeah, the two mirrors. I usually put my mirror on the other side, though, not the...
But then you reinforce the hatch, because the hatch is going to make you fall down otherwise.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't actually play on the mirror, you play near the mirror.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to, like, sit directly on it.
You're not worried about the window in the hallway? The piano hallway?
Yes, I am worried about the window in the piano
because I'm worried about
That's what I would usually have in his army.
Okay.
But, yeah.
But that's meant the way.
Or a castle. Exactly. That's why I'm a bit scared about playing bar with Noah's army and Noah Mai.
Yeah. But as I said, I think it only gets harder with the third operator band, so it's kind of now or never, low-key.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we also see the second layer right now. We see the silhouettes. They're playing in office piano with the castle barricades.
No one is playing stairs.
Fall back. Yeah, this is CG having a stop position that's saying, hey, we're starting all the way in master. And then when they pop the castles, they instantly sprint it back. They don't want the fight. They just want to, like, stall for utility. Now they're playing around the blue stairs, in library, in bar. They've actually surrendered the entire map control. Basically, zero roaming now from CAG.
This is a good setup, but with a lot of weaknesses. So this is going to be a great test of MIBR Los's... I cannot say that name.
It's hard. Also, it's
Kag by Varel, MIBR Los, ML, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it's not CBV as well for Kag by Varel.
Okay, let's not get into that, because that's a whole...
Anyway.
Problem solving.
This is a great chance for MIBR Los to show us their problem-solving skills on the attacking side.
Yeah. Like you said, the reason why it's a good example of it, because, as I said, a lot of weaknesses, a lot of gaps that we had. This should be on paper and easier than usual execute.
But if you don't expose the few weaknesses in this bomb site, it's a very strong setup.
That's
right?
the thing.
This mirror window, for example, you can contest very aggressively.
Yeah. Library window repel single. Dash there right now. Looking for it. The nade goes out, gets the kill. Trade back onto Daffo.
And so they erupt. Nox tries to take control of the top floor, but the mezzanine players have fallen as well. CAG, they take one body with them, but they lose control of that top floor.
Yeah.
With 50 seconds still ready for ML to look for an execute.
Good use of Captain 5. They cut off the top blue positioning, then pushed in with the shield, and then, of course, with the naked, the kill gets even easier. Now CAG, win conditions, they're gone. They have to go for kills. They have to be desperate. There is one from Cheapy, back to even numbers, but a 3-3 is not over just yet. There's still that Blackbeard, there's still a frag grenade. What the thing that Russians are missing is a way into the site. It's a staircase, it's a hatch trap, both not in their favor.
Time is ticking away though for ML. 20 seconds left to go as the Blackbeard drops down the hatch. Caught in a crossfire, gets taken down. Where are you looking, Dash? It's all up to Dark as he tries to duel the first player, but Shuri gets the better of him. They had no right to win that round, but CAG are stealing the show. MIB are lost on their last legs.
They had the problem-solving skills, they got Library, they picked apart the setup, they got the opening, and yet they still lose the round in the tiny details. Losing a final blue staircase, a 50-50 gunfight, that's all it takes. C4 response to the grenade was a nice attempt there from CAG. It comes down to the gun skill instead.
This is a much better CAG today compared to what we saw yesterday. They are starting to believe, and it might get them a 2-0 win over the Brazilians here in the play-ins.
Very possible. Quite likely at this point, and it really does seem like since the tag time has been a stylistic change here, right? They played full fallback, full turtle. I'm sure Sparky was saying stuff like, these guys are great shots, they don't know how to problem solve. They can't pick you guys apart. We got good strategies, use them instead, don't give them any opening. So rather fall back early than overstay and die. I really expect you to continue with this kind of trend until it stops working. And then you adapt one more time. You're challenging MIBL's ability to adapt on the fly. Because mind you, there's no tag timeout for their coach of Hawksword. So the players are completely on their own.
The last time that we saw CAG beat a Brazilian team that wasn't D+, because we don't count D+.
Was it Reload?
It was at Reload.
Okay.
And they took down Team Liquid. Oh. And that was a hell of a long time ago. Over a year, over 400 days ago.
Didn't they beat Fury at SI also?
They beat Fury at the Six Invitational a few months prior to that. That was, over a year and a half ago now.
But that was an impressive feat as well.
That was a massive, impressive feat. It's been a very long time since they've shown that they've got what it takes to take down one of these Brazilian rosters that actually competes in the South American League, that is. No offense, D+.
Elevate D+, yeah. BD goes down early though, that's not gonna bode well for the Japanese, but I would say to lose anybody individually is very good at his DP. He can watch the cameras, he can call his shots, and he can guide his teammates with his voice instead.
Yeah, and it wasn't really an important operator here in terms of util in the mid-round either. Yeah, he has. He set the util. Big aggressive play though from Zaka. Oh. Finds a second! Big double kill here with the UMP. It's Dark and Daffo now to pick up the pieces. They get in the building.
You fall back until you stay. The hatch is open and available to Saka. And he's in master bedroom. He must have heard that laser going off.
He sees a laser on the wall as well.
Yeah. And now he's sticking around. Shuri in piano hallway. Saka by the master bed just proning on the ground, making no noise.
And he finds a third in the round. Jumps up with the UMP and actually decides to fall on back.
Played safe.
Very smart move. Now Dark, 9 bullets in the magazine.
Don't like that.
He takes down Shuri, 1v2. Potentially Daffo, revivable, never mind it's not. Zaka will go down and take Daffo. Dropping down below, answering his phone quickly. 1v2 for Dark to prevent CAG from claiming match point.
That's such a smart play though. Shuri overstays and dies and Sek goes, I'm gonna go confirm the kill instead to make it a 2v1 instead of that 2v2 potential. So they make a bad play into a good one. And Dark has to fish on the vertical. He has to find that kill, make it a 1v1. Then the gadget becomes his win condition. Has to shoot the cameras. Don't be called as temporary, no longer permanent.
You go for a Dokkaebi call here, and that'll give him the sound cue of where Zaka is. He can hear him. Zaka has to choose between taking the damage and being forced to move when the phone explodes, or answering the phone right now.
Times it.
But I don't think Dark knows. Chibisu is waiting in the corner. He does see the laser for a brief moment. CIG are playing this perfectly. Holding that crossfire, forcing Dark to make the first move. Chibi first contact. Zaka will swing as well. The two of them together take the round and project CAG onto series point.
Closer and closer they will go. Almost victorious, but not there just yet. But this is CAG playing disciplined in the 2v1, where sometimes in the past, they would falter. One guy swings too early, they don't have the synergy, somebody's nervous and makes the wrong play. But again, with DD, with this new look to the organization and the roster, they got much more discipline, much more consistency in the server. Operator bans coming out, and I'm not exactly sure what it's gonna be. Mirror originally was gonna be my thing, but Castle gets target banned the way it's being played every round since. Peeling back the layers, you can't hide behind anything but the Mirror and the Clash now. And the Clash is a movable character, the Mirror much more stuck. They both have different counters, verticality being one of them in particular. And then Ying as a response, those Candelas no more.
For MIBR Los, it will need to be 3 rounds in a row to survive another day in the tournament, and even then it's not a given. Because the winner of this match is going to play later today in a knockout match against Shopify Rebellion, finalists from the Salt Lake City Major.
Yeah, looking like the best team right now in play-ins.
Yeah, and not by a small margin, that's for sure. Look, CAG have really made a strong case for themselves of actually being a decent team, decent enough to make it into the group stage maybe, but it could just be a little bit unlucky for them, who their opposition is in this next match. Don't worry about that yet. All you need to focus up on is one more round here. 7-4, 7-3 over MIBR Los, that's a bit of a statement. The first time they've beaten a team that's not from APAC or CNL in over a year.
And changing their chalet around from yesterday, having a brutal loss to a convincing victory if they were to close it out here.
Losing to the bottom-seeded CNL team, by the way, on this map.
It's gonna give them a bit more map pool power for the games to come, because again, BO3s, they require you to dig deeper and deeper as you progress the tournament. In a BO1, you can kind of crouch a few maps and that's it, and ban all your weaknesses. That doesn't work in a BO3. You gotta let something open that your opponent will be better than you at, typically.
I think CAG are actually better at BO3s than they are at best of ones.
Oh, it's a rush.
Indeed it is. Oh, it's a quick rappel inside for Dark, but he is found. It's a desperate, throwing everything at the wall moment for MIBR Los. Anderson, though, does die, funnily enough, to Dash. Thanks for that Dokkaebi call, but a C4 from Chibisu puts an end to Nux. It's Perez and Dafo now to try and win the 2v4, but CAG have not been making mistakes. They have not been giving them any chances. Dafo just waiting for his moment. Chibi lies in wait with the shotgun at the ready. Will Dafo make the first move? Indeed he will. Chibi finds 13 kills. Perez up against the world, but it is the end of the road for MIBR Los. CAG, for the first time in over a year, have taken down an opposition from outside of APAC and CNL. And they stay alive for yet one more game here at the Esports World Cup.
A revival! Much better performance, much sharper on the server, the coordination, the synergy, the confidence, and also strategically having that switch up, starting off super aggressive on Chile, jumping out windows, trying to play the game of disruption, to then playing utility, fall back, play the castle, force the castle ban by the way, and then still find a third way of playing it and come out victorious. A great way to do it for CAG. It's a shame it took them a whole day to warm up into it, but they are finally here.
And I think with that result for CAG by Varel, it does recontextualize the tournament results so far. They're not done yet. Sadly, that's not the case for MIBR Los, and you can see it is a very frustrating moment, a sad moment for the Brazilians who flew all the way here just to play 2 days of Siege and then fly home again. But for CAG by Varel, they're well and truly back on the world stage, and they're looking to make an impact.
I'll tell you this much. They looked so impressive today.
So much better.
Those 2 matches, and I think it's really important to talk about this here. We said earlier in the first map that they were dictating the pace, they were controlling things.
You said that. That was all you.
Well,
and
Analysis Rob over here.
I heard Pengu agree with me, and I thought, hang on a second, we're
Hold
on
up.
to something. But I also think as well, they followed that into their second half on Chalet there. However, this time it didn't work, but what they did incredibly well was decision making. They peeled back slowly. They didn't just force back to side. They were happy to re-engage mid-round. They were happy to re-engage late round. And they seem to always find small little openings, Nick. And I think, look, as much as we want to give our commiserations to MIBR Los, because obviously this is not the performance they would have wanted.
No.
We do look on the other side of that flip coin and say that after, I want to say 2 years there, we're finally getting to see the traction slowly get back into their favor.
Yeah, another thing to say about CAG as well, right? Like we talk about, it's been since Reload that they've beaten a team on the international stage. Actually, Reload was with a different roster. Like DD wasn't playing for them yet. So technically this is like the first time here at Esports World Cup that we've actually seen them win matches on the international stage with this new roster. And as we've talked about, CAG are a completely different team to what they were at Reload now. Like, not just making that roster change, but bringing DD in from coach to player. Playstyle's completely changed. They've now got a foreign coach in Sparky. Whole different ball game for CAG. I think they're well on their way to doing what they've been trying to do for the last 8 years of playing and actually break through out of group stage into playoffs. But at the moment, I don't even know if they're going to be able to make groups because
such a shame.
This could be too little too late. Like, man, if they got a BO3 against Fnatic, I'd say maybe they had a chance now. But a BO3 against Shopify Rebellion, I don't know.
It's doable. Don't worry about it. I love my Japanese roster. But I will say, look, when you look at MIBR Los, we do have to talk about them because this is unfortunately the end of the road for them. I think, Nick, it's fair to say they weren't impressive enough. They weren't where they needed to be, and I'm sure that they know that themselves.
Yeah, and I will say they were better today than they were yesterday as well, just like CAG. But their improvement was not as significant as CAG, and therefore the results also worse.
Yeah.
But I still want to see that more character, personality, the operas that they play. And the thing is, if you're playing Brazil, there are a lot of really good players that can take your spot. That can try and be like, you know what, I could make this roster better. Let me get an MIBR Los. You gotta fear for your position. So the players having a very emotional reaction, they don't know if this is going to be the end of them. You never know.
Lacking a little bit of direction. And look, I want to give some credit to MIBR Los. Of course, they did win games when they were in the Salt Lake City Major. They made it here because they're playing in a very competitive region. I know that a lot of people are saying Brazil's not as strong as they used to be. They're still bloody good at the game.
Yeah, certainly are.
And these guys beat NIP to be here. NIP have had their fair share of roster problems, but they are also a really strong team. Los are a good team. They're just not good enough to make it out of the play-ins in their current state. Give them a little bit of time. Like, they went to the Salt Lake City Major. They're here at EWC. Maybe they'll make it to Osaka for the upcoming Major. Who knows?
And you said to me earlier, maybe I'm misphrasing this. This was a rematch, right?
Yeah, actually, from Salt Lake City. Yeah,
there you go.
And they beat CAG 7-3 in Salt Lake City.
Boy, okay, but best of one, and this is what we kind of say.
It was also on Border, which is a very different map to every other map in the map pool.
That is very true. And look, I do think that MIBR Los, they're going to go away. They're going to figure out what they need to do because obviously that just wasn't up to scrap for their expectations. However, someone that is meeting, maybe even exceeding their expectations is CAG, and our big friend Lax has them courtside.
Thank you, boys. I'm here with Sparky, Keg's coach. I want to talk about you guys' match today. You guys not only sent home the first CNL team, but you are now sending home the first SAL team. How are you feeling?
Good. It was a good game. We prepped for it and it worked, so we're satisfied.
For sure. Well, now your next opponent is SR. They are the big juggernaut of play-ins. You guys did play them in SLC, unfortunately, losing to them on the border. They were talking about on the desk. What is going to be the difference coming into this matchup versus SLC?
No difference. We just put the same focus on every single round we play.
All right, well, I don't want to keep you. I know you got to get ready for this match. Go through your bands, crush a key really quickly. Is there any last things you want to say jumping into this match?
Thank you to the fans for watching, and we'll make sure to give it our best. Thank you.
All right, well, you heard it from Sparky and the boys from KEG. They are going to give it their best. They have a big hurdle ahead of them, but I'm going to send you guys back to our desk.
Truly one of a kind.
Sparky's been ticking off all of the classic esports interview answer questions, hasn't he?
The one-word answer is always great, isn't it, Nick?
We talk about players being more uncomfortable on LAN, playing in this environment. What about giving interviews in the phone environment? You're not in your bedroom at home saying, I can talk smack, I can say confidence. Sparky's also a rookie at LAN events, also a rookie in Tier 1 competition. And he has been much more lippy online, I gotta say.
True. Yeah, there's only one thing going through Sparky's mind right now, and that's I'm playing Shopify Rebellion. now it's time. Shopify Rebellion, now it's time. And what am I going to do about Ambi? What am I going to do about Spoil? What am I going to do about Rex and Canadian? Like, it's not going to be
a hard
one
one.
for these guys.
It is. And if we actually start to, I guess, maybe have a little look into that match just between us and we talk about the actual context
Cheeky
of
sneak
that.
peek?
It's a little sneak peek behind the curtain because this matchup, Nick, I feel like, unfortunately, this is probably going to be the biggest skill gap that we get in these final games of Phase 2.
No, I think you might be right about that. And that's obviously because NSR, they are up there, if I jump a little bit, right?
I don't know if you can reach that high, man.
No? And
you need
then
me to help?
everyone else, okay, relax, buddy. Okay, 6'5" man over here. I'm just 6 foot flat. Everyone else is down here. So there's a huge skill gap for sure, and I feel like the story for CG side is the opposite, the comeback story, the hero moment.
Yeah.
They do it.
Yeah.
But the other side is like, SR, they need to show us just how good they are. Because they've been making easy work of the competition so far, and doing that also to CAG to go all the way to groups, that would be the final message that we are ready to go as far as we humanly can, and hopefully aim for a top 4, top 5 position.
For sure. And look, Shopify Rebellion haven't truly been tested as of yet. The two games they played so far were like pretty comfortable wins. And of course, they do play in what people are saying is the strongest region right now, which is North America. That's pains me to say
probably
it,
true, yeah.
But it is probably true at the moment. Remains to be seen if it's actually the case. Of course, we'll have to get into the playoffs to see that. But look, Shopify Rebellion are looking really good right now. And funnily enough, I look back into the history books. These two teams have played together, CAG and Shopify Rebellion, in Boston at the Six Invitational a year and a half ago. I think it would have been the same 5 squad on Shopify Rebellion, but just one player different on CAG. It was a 2-0, but 2 very close maps that Shopify Rebellion won. So I don't know. I don't know. Just a bit of history to it. I don't know if that really pertains much to these days, but it's just a little bit of fun history.
Yeah. Look, you know what? I think that history does have a place in this conversation because obviously it is really hard to determine, to dictate what will happen when an APAC North team goes up against a giant in NA. And that really is probably where we're looking at the moment. I think if we're to draw a line linear from this game to the next game, I think that CAG must keep their confidence.
Yes.
They must keep their pacing.
100%.
Yeah.
They must keep this ideology that they've got inside the server right now, Nick. Because when you go up against Shopify, they are going to be on top of you. They are going to know exactly how they want to play this game. And I want to see CAG dictate it on their terms.
That's a good point because I'll agree with you. If you don't control Shopify, they will control you. They're not a team that's gonna dilly-dally and let you do your thing. No, they're gonna shut you down. They're gonna be better in the gunfights. They're gonna have choice leadership as well. And they're gonna have such good prep work being, a proper tier 1 team that makes deep runs at tournaments. So yeah, we gotta see the exact start today for CAG, and then 10% more, and then maybe there's a chance.
Maybe. This is the longest shot in probably the play-ins at the moment.
But it is possible. I will say it is possible.
It is. If you catch a Shopify Rebellion on a bad day,
exactly,
and CAG play like they just did,
hey,
this is possible.
It's winnable. Can I spin a yarn for you for a second?
All
right. So we know that CAG is the best team in APAC North, right?
Okay.
That means they're better than D+, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And you know what happened at Six Invitational? Shopify Rebellion lost to D+. Does that mean that CAG is better than Shopify Rebellion? I'm huffing the copium right now, big time. Look,
parallel lines.
I think it really just does lean into what you were saying. Like, on their worst day, Shopify Rebellion are beatable, even for a team like CAG. I just don't think it's likely that we'll see Shopify Rebellion on their worst day today. They have been getting more and more consistent. They've spent so long with this roster. They've made it to a grand final. They have high expectations of themselves, but expectations carry with it pressure.
They also have the Jake Venditti content buff because he did content with Sport and Troy on the first day on media. So
how did the content buff work out for Chiefs?
Well, that's the issue, right? Because Jake lives alongside the O's boys every day, every week for APL. That's not the same. But he touched Troy's shoulder. He touched Sport's shoulder. They're going to be gunning today.
And you know what?
They are.
Do you want to know it's better than anything else that we get to see?
Hit me with it, Rob.
A key crush. And not just a key crush. For the first time ever at EWC, we're going to see a human crush.
Anderson's going to crush it with his own hands. I think he should just put it in between his bicep. I mean, I 100%. This is Anaton powered, right? Like, he's just going to go, he's going to grab the crusher and manually do it.
Oh, he's even doing the bye-bye. Now, Anaton, don't pull it too hard. Remember, gentle. There we go. And wait for that crunch.
Oh, my God. The camera's shaking.
Oh, my days. That scared the crap crap out of me.
Did we break the camera?
I think
We
the
can't
camera-
even use that camera anymore.
Definitely just struggled in that one. That is a good feeling for Anaton. I don't think I've seen him smile that much in a long time, James.
Look, he'll be smiling even more if he can crush Shopify Rebellion's key in a couple hours' time. But wow, yeah.
It got in there.
Yeah, that key is well and truly crushed. I really do think for next year for the Esports World Cup, like for the key crusher, we do need an Anaton-powered one. He could absolutely get the job done himself.
I would actually love to see him.
Right? Yeah.
But we actually have quite a few gym nuts in the Rainbow Six community, but I genuinely don't know, like, could anyone outlift Anaton? Like, because, look, Anaton is quite a short-statured man. I'll admit it. But he is.
He's got that Mike Tyson
big
build, you know? He'll be like, bah, 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 bah.
Yeah.
You know, him and Jake Xenox and Diddy.
Not exactly in the same weight class.
Gohan, Annie, Jake.
Yeah, very
I think
true.
if Krein made a return to the stage, to like maybe play for Fnatic
He started
again,
bodybuilding in Germany, so...
I think he would get Anaton a run for his
Actually,
money.
that could be interesting. Gohan and Anaton.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I think that would be the closest that we.
I think
maybe
so.
not. Gohan is also quite a bit taller than Anaton.
Gohan is twice as tall, but I think
And he is
Anaton is twice as wide.
He is absolutely staunch. Look,
Got legs like
obviously,
tree trunks.
He could crush him for 20. That
could,
thing is
he
just
could.
getting smushed into a ball. But that is a really good feeling for CAG. That's now 2 keys that they've crushed.
Huge.
And I think even just the takeaway of that, Nick, is something in it of itself. And this next step, I think this is just the free shot. I think they're going to go in with a clear mind, clear conscience, and enjoy this matchup.
I think they have to. I think you have to find that position where you say, guys, let's enjoy that we're here, playing big tournament, playing on stage. This is like everyone's dream as a player.
Yeah.
Win or lose, let's take it in and let's do our very best. Because if you go into thinking Shopify Rebellion, they're so much better than us. Oh my God, we had a slow start to the tournament. That's not a good feeling.
Yeah. Expectations are the enemy as well.
Yeah.
For the best of teams. And we've seen it before. I mean, it happened for Weibo in Salt Lake City, for example, when they lost to EP. It's happened to Canadian before many times over. I remember a very long time ago, he lost infamously to an APAC team, Fnatic, when his team, Evil Geniuses, had all of the expectations way back in Rio in 2018. It was a long time ago. But even the best teams can falter when the white lights are on them, when they're behind the courts, when they're getting into the thick of it, when you're going up against an underdog who has nothing to lose. And I think CAG, while they are still not quite where they want to be, I mean, they've got to play the hand that they've been dealt right now, which is playing against the best team from Play-ins.
Yeah, when they play loose, when they play very free in the server, that's in CT the most scary.
Yeah.
Like when Chibisu just runs in and takes gunfights and he's on the shield of the
Shuri
glass.
doesn't care. He's running around like crazy.
And DD's like, bow, 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 bow. Go take the fights, boys.
How's
Like,
it go?
Yeah.
bow, 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 bow.
Thank you, I'm so glad.
DD does that sometimes.
I always
you know?
like it when someone actually leans into that bit and isn't awkward about it. Thank you, Nick.
You should wait until we see a Zofia 3 big booms. This guy gets crazy.
Dude, earlier today it happened, but we weren't ready.
I know,
it
we
happened too
weren't.
quickly. Because you're like, oh, he's ready for it, and then
I need the Pengu 3 big booms.
Yeah. We did it online.
We'll
We gotta
do-
do it online.
Yeah. If it happens tomorrow, I'm going to be biding our time waiting for it.
You're outside of the TV screen now, so you can actually do it in
Exactly.
person. But look, at the moment, boom,
Boom.
boom, boom. Thank you very much. That's all we needed because it is time for us to go to a break. But on the other side, we've just teed it up perfectly. CAG go toe-to-toe with Shopify Rebellion, who are by far the favorites in play-ins. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will determine who goes through to the group stages.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
CAG are well and truly exceeding expectations here at EWC, but there's a spanner in the work now. They go up against by far the best team that we have in the play-ins. Shopify Rebellion now sit opposite them and gatekeep them from a group's spot. Welcoming back to the desk. Gentlemen, it is lovely to have you back with me. Guz and Xenox Reed.
Good to be back.
How are we feeling for this one? This has a lot of context in it, and it's not great for CAG.
Well, no, I think it's great for CAG. Here. I mean, honestly, that's all you can ask for. And they get a free shot at Shopify Rebellion, who obviously have been very good so far. I mean, Shopify Rebellion and Fnatic. We closed yesterday off, Rob, saying that those two, what a great day it was for them yesterday. But today, day 2 of play-ins is a whole different story, because if you lose today, yesterday's irrelevant. So Shopify Rebellion are setting up, they're getting ready. CAG were able to finish their game. They're all warmed up. They go backstage. They're all set up. So we speak about back home in APL about the warm-up versus fatigue.
Yep.
I think CAG are warmed up.
I do. I truly do believe that, but warmed up enough to potentially beat the best in NA?
I think the warm-up buff will only get them part way there. It's certainly not going to get the job done. They have very stiff opposition on the opposing side, but they played really well in their previous matchup, CAG by Varel, so they go in with really good form. But looking across at their opposition, Rob, Shopify Rebellion, yesterday, they were ruthless.
They were. I think that is probably some of the best starts to a tournament I've seen in a while. A team that needs to make a statement in a certain position. I mean, they didn't have the greatest stage 1. They were in a grand final in Salt Lake City, and they just continue to show here at EWC why we do talk about them being one of the best, regardless of their stage 1 performance, maybe in the world, not even just in NA, but in the world. And Xenox, looking at this roster, it is so well-rounded. We constantly talk to them about their roles and how they structure their team. And Rexon gave a perfect little comment yesterday about the fact that they just know what they need to do. They trust the team. They trust their individuals, and this is what you get from that.
Rexon was fantastic yesterday. Highest rated player at the event so far. Ambi second rated.
Yep.
I think that's going to be the recipe for success if you're Shopify Rebellion. We know what Canadian's going to bring. Probably your 4 kills, 10 deaths. But he's going to enable the likes of Rexon, Ambi, Spoit, and Surf as well. Actually had a pretty good day yesterday too. 7th rated, Spoit 8th rated. So when you've got 4 players inside the top 8 from yesterday and then a little bit from this morning too, Canadian doesn't need to go and drop 20 kills.
No.
His performance yesterday, well, KD-wise, shocking. But if you actually sat back and watched the way he was playing, he makes it so much easier for the rest of his team to go and find kills.
It's continuously the talking point, and I think if you draw a parallel right across the other side from him, DD Man is a very good example of someone who is probably younger and just, I guess, still with the times of the game. Like, we always talk about Canadian not performing well enough in that particular department, but it doesn't matter. His experience, what he brings to that team, I think you can really draw that a likeness to someone like DD, who honestly, Guz, up until 12 months ago, hadn't played the game in like 3 years.
Yeah, I think he's probably got the most interesting storyline across any team in APL, really. Came in when the team was pretty much under crisis, and he's actually proven himself to be one of the best players in the region for his specific role. And I think he's kind of the special sauce for CAG. If you pulled him out of the team, I don't think they look as good as they do in this current iteration. And whilst maybe internationally, recently, they haven't been able to perform. I mean, that was that stat yesterday where it had been such a prolonged period of time, over a year, until they had achieved success internationally. And so, look, a tough test for him and the team today, but he could be a difference maker.
Look, I think that he is, and we obviously saw the stark changes from with DD Man versus without DD Man, and it's very clear the structure he brings to the team, the confidence that he gives the players. And we actually spoke to Zaka about this halfway through the stage in kickoff, and he was saying, well, what that allows us to do is completely play with freedom. We no longer need to worry about all the micros. That's DD Man's job, and he does it phenomenally well. If we were to draw maybe another parallel here, Xenox, could you potentially look at someone like Ambi and someone like Chibisu?
Yeah, to a degree. I think that's actually a pretty fair matchup comparison. I think that Chibisu, what a probably 6 to 8 months he's really had, and clearly I think at one point was the #1 rated player within APAC North. He's just got the ability to go find kills on the entry or get set up from the likes of DD Man. I think Ambi as well, when you consider maybe stage 1 wasn't his very best, but we saw his very best yesterday. As I said, second-rated player, and he's going to be a big factor for Shopify Rebellion in a match against Cyclops, where if Ampy's going to be at his best, again, Rexon's at his best, Ampy's at his best, all these players for Shopify Rebellion are at their best, it's going to be difficult for CAG.
Look, it is... There's no other way to put it. It's going to be difficult, but I think CAG in their current form, this may be the best team, I think, and the best form we've seen out of them in the last 12 months, in the last 24 months, guys. I think that if there was ever a time for a roster like this out of APAC North that has so much history to do something insane, to break records, to completely rewrite the script, this is the team to do it.
Look, I don't know if this is a hot take, but I feel as if of the 4 teams that have made it through to Phase 2 here of play-ins, second day at EWC, they're probably the second-rated team behind Shopify Rebellion. Wow. You could maybe make an argument that Fnatic filled that slot. I think it's pretty close. I'm probably basing that largely on how they played earlier today, right? CAG earlier today were phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of unfortunate that they now have to take on by far the strongest
Is
team.
it easier to say that of the 4 teams that are remaining, and obviously as we know, we've got another game on the B stream still happening, but Tyloo, Oyula Club, whoever wins that isn't going to be as strong as CAG. No. So for Shopify Rebellion, as a number 1 seed coming out of groups, etc., they have to now play an opponent that is arguably going to be the toughest.
It goes both ways, right? Yeah. Like, it's tough for both teams. They've arguably got the strongest opposition either way you look at it.
Yeah, certainly. Well, if we're looking at something, we're looking at the vetoes.
Yeah, so I had a quick look at the vetoes before we got to see them on the screen. I love this for CAG, Rob. Really do. Clubhouse, as we know, it's the Dub House in APAC, and for CAG, it's a very, very strong map. 6-1 record, second preference. The only loss in the last 4 months came at the Salt Lake City Major against Team Falcons 4-7. I think we can agree that's quite respectable. Yep. What that also means is not only do they play it a lot and win it all the time back home, they have brought it out internationally. The same goes for Lair, by the way. Lost it to 5 Fears at the Salt Lake City Major, but otherwise flawless back home. So guys, I look at this veto as for CAG, you win this first map, Lair is there for the taking as well.
I would go as far as to say that even Border's pretty tantalizing, right? Shopify Rebellion have kept it hidden. Last played 47 days ago, Rob, and the numbers across their plays, 7 total, it's pretty mixed.
Yeah, look, I think right now, this is the greatest opportunity CAG will have. I think this is the perfect time for them to show us what they've done over the last 24 months. All of these refinements, all of this work that they've put in now leads to this. DD Man jumping in, Sparky jumping in. Now what can you do against a dominant, and I need to stress this, a ridiculous showing from Shopify Rebellion so far leads us to believe that Shopify Rebellion will push through groups onto main stage, but there is only one left in their way, and it's the big Cyclops.
Thank you, Rob. Let's get underway. Big match for play-ins. This is both qualification and elimination for Shopify Rebellion. Must win. Let's be real, Guz. Regardless of opponent, regardless of all the storylines, if you lose today, Shopify Rebellion not making it out of play-ins, it's a disaster. It'll be all over social media. For CAG, a win against Shopify Rebellion on land into then qualifying for group stage, it would be also all over social media as CAG would break the international curse. It's a big one. Strap yourselves in. We're going to Clubhouse.
Yeah, as I was alluding to before, in some ways unfortunate for these respective teams how they've been seeded and have a tough matchup. But for us, and for the fans watching, as neutral observers or even fans of the respective teams, I think we've got it a perfect matchup. It should be competitive, it should be fast-paced, and it should be a lot of fun. Club would go basement first, SR on defense. Double hard breach ban from them, so trying to limit some of the playmaking potential on Club, where hard breach is so fundamental to every single site. CAG have neutralized that a little bit by taking out the Kite and the Bandit, meaning that the remaining hard breach, being secondaries and the Thermite, can still be effective.
I love context. It helps a lot for viewers at home. So the last time that CAG by Veral played this map internationally, Salt Lake City Major against Falcons, as I referenced before, in that first half of that match, CAG actually got 3 attacking rounds. So something to kind of maybe look at as a benchmark in this first half, them being on the attack. The bans being Habana, Ace, along with the Kaid and the Bandit. Unfortunately for CAG in that particular match, they only got 1 defensive round, so something to consider. But as we get underway for Cyclops, they are already warmed up from their earlier match win against MIBR Los, won that 2-0. And straight away back into the server. And also straight into the building. Basement to begin. Shopify Rebellion not really showing too much on this top floor. Little towards bar, little towards stock, but they can play these fallback positions.
Yeah, Shopify electing to leave all shields up here for CAG, and that's, of course, most prominent for Anaton, who leans into the Blackbeard for this opening round, aiding in the second floor clear. Pretty intrigued to see just how eager Shopify Rebellion are to contest here through the first floor. Some warning shots from Ambi. He falls back. And as you can see on the defensive player cards, the entire defense now transitioning to basement.
And as Zaka gets to work toward kitchen, he needs to be mindful, of course, of these nitro cells that likely will be thrown his way. Well, I like the mirror available for Shopify Rebellion, especially towards Church Triple, block that main stairs push. That's another thing too, is they might have to think about how they want to use some of these nitro cells with the Blackbeard maybe wanting to push down main stairs. That's also a good way to counter. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. You can actually see the lineup here from Canadian behind Church Triple wall. It's actually got the middle side of the wall opened up. Hatch will get also opened up with the exothermic charge from DD Man. So far, the checklist being worked on from CAG. 60 seconds remaining in the opening round.
Yeah, steady going for both teams in this round. They'd both be pretty content with their current positions.
Oil rotate with the Blackbeard. Don't mind this. Especially, I guess, into the mirror if they felt like that bot main push is going to be a little bit too difficult. So they go Oil Pit plus Blue as the combination. Flash dump from Sharif. Does still have payload calls available. He's going to actually go maybe call that onto Rexon. Surf will stay Blue. Frag Grenade will force Anaton back and keep him locked down. First battle, Surf headshot. Lovely connection onto the star of CAG in Chibitsu. And only now, with 30 seconds left for CAG, they need to start to flood this site. They do get rid of Canadian. That might open up the ability to push bot main as a potential. It is somewhat open. Ambi had to then fall back, take that space. But the Blackbeard down for CAG means it's desperate times, and the drop into blue will be unsuccessful for Sharif as Shopify Rebellion. A strong defensive start on Clubhouse.
Yeah, the last 40 seconds there for CAG, they'll want to forget. Trying to push in late there. You look at the player cards there for the attack. Not a single piece of utility. And nothing to show for the utility that was dumped prior to that. Unable to dislodge blue. Surf looked pretty cozy. Rest of the defense able to hold firm on their anchor positions, and then it enabled a little bit of aggression. Chibisu fell. Surf able to contest Gen. No frag grenades remained. No displacement in terms of even flash grenades remained. And it meant that Shopify were just shooting fish in a barrel there in the opening round.
As we know in APAC, that side is the most difficult to take attacking-wise, so I'm not too surprised that CAG kind of fluffed their chances in the opening round. They needed to use that really as a, free punching bag. Credit, though, to the North American club. We go Gym Bedroom for the second round. Double Nitrocell being brought by Canadian and Rexon. They'll set up a lot of their trap utility around the site. Most likely an extension towards Cash, and top red could be on the cards as well. Reinforcement over towards CCTV.
5 seconds to go.
And Anaton from the Blackbeard to the Montang. Considering from Shopify Rebellion's perspective, banning away the Ace and the Hibana, it does leave Anaton's Monty and Ying available. So renowned on those particular operators. In fact, Anaton and Canadian in the Monty battle is going to be quite fascinating.
Switch in play for the mirror. Sharif unsuccessful with that opening shock drone. One mirror placed exterior jacuzzi to aid on potentially denying that wall, but no impacts of note for the defense. And then the second placed a little more deep in towards the objective, or close to, on the bathroom wall. Does free up a little more hard breach potential then on the CC side of the map. And Anaton with diffuser in hand, likely to play the front line here with the Monty. We'll need to be mindful of double nitro on the side of this defense from Shopify Rebellion, alongside the Razor Blooms from Ambi.
Yeah, I like this from Canadian and Shopify Rebellion. Just the early positioning, and while that doesn't net a kill, it's showing early on that Shopify Rebellion aren't just going to fall back, play default. There's a little bit of aggressiveness in some of their playstyle. That does come, though, with the ramifications when you lose a player. Chibisu opening kill, and a bit of trouble towards top red, but no trouble for Ambi. even with the Monty in his face pushing up, but eventually caught from Cash. Numbers prevail for the attack, and Anaton with the double pistol kill from the Monty means he's not just a passive shield threat, he's active. And there goes DD shutting down Rexon, and CAG showing what they can be capable of. And poor old Spoit by himself. Little bit of damage. Volt out of the window. Gets one, but not the second. No highlight reel play from Spoit as CAG tie it up, one apiece.
Well, we alluded to it before. What kind of impact can Anaton have on the shields in this opening half with them all being available? And he showed some really good composure and maturity there on the push over towards Red Stead. Didn't get sucked into finding an immediate trade onto Ambi right here. Would have been very easy to drop that shield, would have died. If that happens, a lot of the rest of the push through Cash would have been far more challenging, where we saw him get the double 8 on the pinch CC. So shout out to Anaton there. It wasn't just the 2 kills lighting up the kill feed, it was the maturity prior to that to allow that to take place.
So Cash and CCTV, we will rotate through the opening 3 sites. 1 for 1, both landing a blow. And both relatively comfortable round wins. 4 alive in the first round for Shopify Rebellion, 3 alive for CAG by Varel. The good news as well for CAG, Anaton getting to work early on that Monty, but the bad news would be if it is successful again here, does it just get banned away? Realistically, for Shopify Rebellion, when you go a Sabana, it's not like you're going to then ban a 3rd hard breach. You've kind of just left that 3rd slot as a flexible ban based on maybe something you don't want to have to deal with.
Typically, we'll see the Capital ban for Shopify Rebellion. In fact, it's their most frequent ban on Clubhouse.
It is played in this round, of course, to help deal with Rafters.
They have dabbled in the Monty Flex ban a couple of times, though, so maybe if they're sensing Anaton's a little too tricky to tame, they could go down that route, which we have seen before.
Well, we do see Surf as well on the Clash. Top red at the moment with his positioning. Exothermic opening up Con single wall. And with main breach opened up, Surf's just going to peek around.
Loading new magazine.
Really kind of keep an eye on Anaton's positioning, because wherever he goes is likely going to be the forward path for CAG. If he's positioning towards Garage, probably Rafters clear. If he's going Con side, could be that Con side hit into Cash. At the moment, he's bottom Garage.
Go on, ready.
Well, Rexon's now got some help. I like bringing the Clash over. They're sensing a lot of bodies now positioning towards Garage, and this is going to be where the main fight will be had in this round. Surf's going all the way to the stairs.
Yeah, this is preemptive. In anticipation for the Capital clear, Sharif still with 2 flame bolts.
There's 4 players contesting this, and as you said, with Sharif, he's going to have to be the one to cut them off, and indeed, the flame bolt and then Zaka follow-up headshot onto Rexon. If they can deal with Surf now as well, which they do, Anaton wins the shield battle. And with that, they win Rafters control.
That was nice. That was really nice from CAG. Not a whole lot that Rexon nor Surf could do in that position. Tricky to fault Shopify. Easy to praise CAG. 5 versus 3, 60 seconds. Their round to lose.
Hempy's going for a massive rotate towards Secret. Canadian towards Construction. Does still have a Nitrocell to help Spoit. Holding his own towards top red, but it means this server rack side is now vulnerable. Nitrocell from Canadian needs to hit and connect, and it does. That's a way to make an impact, but they lose Spoit top red. Big headshot from Sharif, and Chipitsu immediately then gets onto the kit. Here comes Ambi. It's not Secret. It's up Oil Pit, but it's too late. Even with the ping, the reinforced wall means he can't spray it down. Although they're not aware of his positioning. Never mind, Chipitsu back down bottom Garage, and it's going to be surely 2-1 in favor of CAG. Canadian gets 1, but 3 more required. In a very difficult post-plant position. 1 on the rappel. DD man, bullet to the head. CAG, they take the lead.
Yeah, pretty clinical there from the attack. Great clear. Rafters.
I don't know what DD man's laughing about.
That was a good commit.
Oh, Benz, do you get rid of the Monty?
Well, the Capital was problematic in that round. Do you put emphasis on Rafters, or do you want the Monty for the overall flexibility that that operator is going to offer? I mean, I'm inclined to say in the context of this match, Monty, but Clearly, Capita has been a far more comfortable ban for Shopify historically.
Oh my
and they actually go
goodness.
neither. So they do go for the triple down Thermite. Now, this is the first time.
Maverick.
This is the first time this year Shopify Rebellion have gone for the triple heart breach ban.
Well, I wonder if this is something that they've looked at. Timeout as well, by the way. So not only do they get the half time, well, not half ban swap, whatever it is, you get to talk then. So you're doubling down on that from Super's perspective, really wanting to talk things over in this first half. The Thermite ban, though, guys, tripling down on hard breach. It's not probably all that common, but what it does now do is say to CAG, you're not going to have the comfortability of opening up these reinforced walls. We're going to try and force you onto the likes of the Maverick.
I will
bring the secondary hard breaches. Have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that CAG are going to hate this additional time to talk things over, because it is pretty rare that you're going to play into the triple hard breach ban, right? And you can see Sparky there having a chat, presumably as a result of that. These next 3 rounds are going to be some very intriguing club.
So we get back on the way out of the timeout from Shopify Rebellion, feeling the pressure in the last few rounds. But it's a best of 3, it's a long series, it's a marathon, not a sprint. With all that said, it is still an incredibly important match for either of these two teams. As we head back down to basement, mirror the ban as well. I mean, I like the mirror ban, played both in the opening round and the second. So Church Arsenal, gym, bedroom, it has the flexibility, does the mirror. You can also play it cash and CCTV on that Kennel's wall. So I think the mirror ban is a pretty safe, comfortable bet for CAG. Plus wall denial, etc. The Thermite's going to be very interesting. Do CAG just think about secondary hard breaches, not overcomplicating it, not bringing the Maverick, and that's going to be the case in this 4th round. So no Thermite available. They do not opt to bring a single hard breach, but they do have 4 secondary hard breaches with DD on the Ying and Chibisu on the Grim.
Yeah, presumably bot floor will be the least impacted by the triple hard breach. It's going to be more when you think top and Jacuzzi CC and some of those primary walls. Kaid banned out. Naturally, it's going to be far more difficult for the defense to handle secondaries against hatches. Just the impacts in the hands of Spoit. The clash once again will be brought into the comp here from Shopify Rebellion. We're yet to see that be particularly effective, but naturally will be a strong counter against the Monty.
This is actually very good work, by the way. There's 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. You've got kitchen hatch opened up. You've got hallway floorboard damage because of the boogie auto breaches. I think if you're CAG, you're very happy with the start of this 4th round.
They won't expect Ambi. They'll be too preoccupied by Canadian.
Nitrocell from Ambi, beautifully thrown onto Sharif. Just what the doctor ordered for Shopify Rebellion, but maybe CAG want to try and hit home quickly off the back of that opening kill. Smokes Candela's little delay in the stutter step drop down from DD Man. No contest though from the defense. He sits the smoke and instead actually touches bot main.
He's gone the wrong way.
But it means he's got this control. Canadian can plug up this wall with the clash and he will get the information. But they've got bot main and they can get then Moto control. Over to stock, Chibisu layering the Kawan Hive launcher.
Kawan on hostile.
It's a really tricky position now, a player down. I thought DD was maybe going to send it Armory side, try and find an opening there, but clearly not the case. Final Candela deployed, final B
is in,
deployed.
Anakin straight in. Spoit sitting at the back of sight. Pops the Vulcan canister towards blue. Repositioning. Still a lot of time in the round. DD finds the kill onto Ambi. Nitrocell still in hand. Force. Oh, in the corner. Canadian shield down. Plank going down from Additive, but now forced off. They need the kill. Zaka not going to win out against Spoit. Once again, basement is going to be the home for Shopify Rebellion. Anaton's not getting alive in this one. Surf, big kill, all tied up 2-2. Well played from Shopify Rebellion.
Hey, I love that little pocket shot there. Canadian Ambi linked up nicely. Canadian with Clash Shield in hand, not only can he then relay information to Ambi, but they can stall out and make that Nitro cell far more comfortable to hit. Nice duo work there, and it just sets yourself up so nicely. When you're a player down attacking on a basement on any map,
you don't see that
so
in
difficult.
APAC.
No, you don't, yeah, you don't see that in
and
APAC.
so I don't think Sharif is expecting to die from a Nitro cell there over towards bar.
No.
Well, 2-2. It's a pretty good game so far. I do want to quickly go back, though, to that reference I made. Falcons, CAG, Salt Lake City. This map. CAG got 3 attacking rounds, 1 defensive round. So how important is it for them to make hay while it's still shining? They've got 2 rounds, 2 opportunities. I'm not saying they need to go up 4-2, but they do need to capitalize on a side that they do perform quite well on.
I'm very intrigued to see how the triple hard breach ban though will influence and impact top floor. And we'll see if that does make it more cumbersome for the attack. Naturally, secondary hard breaches are not as effective on exterior walls, going to lead to vaults, for instance. May mean that Shopify Rebellion will be incentivized to play a little more aggressive on the fringe, contest map entry. With the mirror extracted, it does then make it a little more challenging to straight up deny this hard breach, but just the follow-up entry off the back of that can certainly be compromised for the attack. Intriguingly, the Kali in play for the attack here, round 5.
There's one thing though, when you've got 3 different players bringing secondary hard breaches, you actually can get wall pressure around the map a little quicker.
Again, the wall pressure is not the problem, it's getting in.
No, that is
Vaults
true.
are particularly uncomfortable if played properly by the defense. So here as well, looking below, Sharif could be on here for a cash clear with a triple impact. Could be a formulation here to deal with Canadian on the clash.
And if he can, boy, that would open up this side of the map for CAG, then for Anderson to be able to flood through, not have to deal with the clash. Can't spend too long on it though. Sharif, oh, here we go.
Come on, ready.
Trying to time this to perfection. Well, we can see the outline. There's the pings, there's the damage, there's the play. Wonderfully set up from CAG to deal with Shopify Rebellion's leader, and the clash is down. And it leaves Ambi on an island towards top red with the Montag pushing his way. And a player from Secret. What's Ambi to do? Left by himself. But maybe could take the 1v1 battle towards the player sitting Secret. Has to be so careful with his positioning. Needs to value his life.
He does. The pressure mounting on his position. Sploit falls elsewhere. CAG are breaking down this defense.
DD is in gym. They've got site control. And they've got Ambi locked over the top red.
He's put it on a barrier.
Surf does get the kill onto Chivisu as Ambi just holding on for dear life and hoping that others can step up. Surf got one. Where's Raxon? He's towards main stairs, but he gets caught out by Zaka, the SMG from the Kali. Ambi able to escape, but luckily then gets the headshot. Thought Sharif maybe got away. Surf gets rid of DD man. 2 versus 2. Suddenly, the round has flipped. Shopify Rebellion, a fighting tooth and nail. And credit to Ambi for just staying alive and valuing his life. And because of that, they may now just win this round. Surf has anchored it down the site. They've got the BPC, and it's Surf's map at the moment. A huge quad kill from Surf. Steals the round for Shopify Rebellion.
That is a tilter for CAG and a massive confidence builder for Shopify Rebellion. Ambi wasn't dealt with. CAG were like, okay, well, we've got DD in sight. Let's just give this up, rotate over. Didn't account for Surf. On site, perfect anchor work. Prior to that, the gameplay and the clear, especially onto Canadian, spot on from CAG. But Ambi retained life, Surf did his job on site, and foiled the rotate from CAG by Varel. Shopify Rebellion now back in the lead 3-2.
I mean, what a round. 2 huge moments really being Surf and Ambi. Surf and Ambi won that round for Shopify Rebellion. Surf's play on site, Ambi's ability to stay alive, keeping control of top red, eventually then slipping out, finding a kill towards server. Credit to those 2 in particular.
Bomb located by attackers.
And a much needed round win, honestly, for Shopify Rebellion. Don't forget, they've already called their tactical timeout. They've already had to have a little talk over. That could have been a 3-1 lead, a 3-2 lead for CAG. Now it's the other way. Final round of this opening half.
Adding some protection from grenades.
Remember, by the way, for those maybe just tuning in, this is the map pick of CAG by Varel. And a very, very good record as well to boot on this map. Only losing it once over the last 4 months. That being back at SLC against Team Falcons. Flawless back home in APAC North.
So once again, the attack flush with secondary hard breach as required. So that is going to then limit potential other utility brought by the attack, namely projectiles, and that's going to naturally bolster Rexon, for instance, who is on that Wamai. He less sent his way over on that Rafters position, which, keep in mind, last time was a really solid clear from CAG. Although that was particularly backed by the Capital, which will make it through to the final round of this first half. And in combination with the Grim and the Monty, we'll see how the defense looks to shape up this time around. Shopify Rebellion dropped the Clash. So a different approach here, and Rexon left on a little bit of an island to see how much time and utility he can stall out.
Instead of the Thermite for CAG, they have the Ying, so that's also pretty good for the on-site push later on, or even potentially 1 or 2 towards Rafters. Heard one in the background. 2 now have been expended by DD. I think Shopify Rebellion will know, though, and especially with the early positioning from CAG, this is going to be another Rafters hit. Rexon needs to be so cautious. So far, just the Grim Beast. There's the bolts. Vaults him back over. Love this Nitro Cell. Oh, lovely play from Rexon. Heads up. Yeah, he loses his life, but he gets rid of the Monty. That's a big win for SR.
Oh, you take that trade every day of the week. How much will that now compromise the final push from CAG? Rafters control is theirs, but at what cost? 60 seconds on the clock. And looking across at the defensive denial potential here, it is just Canadian with Nitro, but played that really well last time from that con-rotate position, and currently posturing for a similar play here on the re-attempt.
The positive, though, for CAG, didn't have to expend all their utility just to get Rafters, so you've still got an air jab, you've still got a decent belt on the Capital, and also 1 Candela remaining. And here it is. In hand, DD throws it out. 30 seconds. This may have to be their push into CCTV. Chibisu, default plant, Canadian, lovely Nitro Cell. Easy read. Sharif to collect and go for the plant. But where's the cover? It's DD, man, at the breach. Does get the down onto Canadian. At the window, Surf makes a big swing. Gets the kill onto Sharif before the plant could go down. And now a 2 versus 2. Surf again. The man is riding the high waves. Zaka stopped by the barbed wire to make his way up top red stairs. Time expires. Sorry, son, but this one is going the way of Shopify Rebellion because Surf is on an absolute heater.
Wow. That's 2 massive rounds from Surf. Given the platform by another great Nitro from Canadian, I love that con-rotate position, but there had to be follow-up. There had to be someone to go for that hero play on the vault outside. He executed that absolutely perfectly. CAG are formulating good plans at the moment, but on a couple of occasions, Shopify Rebellion have done a really good job in foiling those plans and have rightfully earned a 4-2 lead at the halftime break.
Absolutely rightfully, but for CAG, you're thinking the overall macro play hasn't been necessarily bad, guys, but these highlight plays or clutch or individual plays, that's been the difference. You think about Ambient Surf back on Gym Bedroom, Surf again. Now, we didn't quite get to see it, but he basically hops out con, goes CC window, swings on Sharif, plant then can't go down. That then creates a 2v2 where the attacking team has to be the aggressor. If that plant had have been successful, same numbers up, it's a very different end to the round.
Yeah, more than likely. Look, some good moments from CAG over the course of the half, but a tale as old as time when it comes from teams from APL. Good is not going to be good enough at this level.
And need to be good for long enough as well.
Exactly, which is probably their biggest concern.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they go defense now. So we are at the halftime break, 40 seconds till we get back underway. Switch sides, 8-2. The KD ratio for Surf. There's the play at the end there. So even though DD Man found 2 kills, that's great. He did his job. He's able to block off that cash side cross. What he can't stop, though, is CC window. And that's where Surf was able to find the gap. And a huge play from him.
And Rexon as well, prior to that, I don't know if that was noted in the post round, but clearly had impact earlier on, right? He hit that huge Nitro Cell, traded immediately, but you take that every day of the week, losing the Monty, that may have been a layer of protection that could have changed the complexion
Well,
of the
if you
round.
think about if the Monty's facing Kennels, shield on the back, Surf can't get the kill.
Yeah.
So halftime break coming to an end. By the way, DD Man fragging out. He's got 8 kills. You talk about your IGL ex-coach, and he is not shy on the main stage. And while that in itself is a positive, guys, technically you would rather Chibisu and Sharif being the ones leading the front line 2 and 3 kills respectively as we head into the bans. Canadian will not get the afforded pleasure to play the Montague, such as Anaton got in the opening half, nor the Blackbeard. And the Bandit and the Kaid will be banned away.
Well, Hard Breach is not going to be Shopify Rebellion's concern over the next 6 rounds. That's for sure. It means the dynamic will be a little different to the first half.
They won't have shield play. Blitz, I guess you can obviously bring on Clubhouse. I don't mind this if you're CAG. Get rid of the shields. Canadian actually does go the Blitz to begin with, but it is far more volatile. It's more of a, I guess, the Blitz is high risk, high reward compared to the Monty.
Yeah, we don't typically see the Blackbeard banned out against Shopify Rebellion. The Monty, as expected, is most frequently banned against them, the largest portion of that data coming from domestic competition, but yeah, double down from CAG, and we'll have to wait and see what the ramifications of that may be as we go to basement for round 7. And Sharif,
I'm not a big fan of the scope boss.
Not a big fan.
No, I'm not.
I don't mind it for the strip side play. If you do it effectively, I think it can be quite good, but it's important that you value life. You need to stay alive for as long as possible.
You do, but it's also very easy to drone out and then have an idea as to where that scope boss is playing.
Drone ready.
Does somewhat leave you a little bit susceptible. If you go for a rush into sight and the scope boss is over towards strip and unable to get back quickly in time. Surf, by the way, very aggressive through dirt to begin with.
Yeah, we'll be kept at bay by the Goyo canister from Zaka.
Oh, like this though, from Canadian, the roof into CCTV. Ever so quickly. Flash, guard break, pistol. Oh, well played from Canadian. That's one way to get an entry kill. Shuts down Jipitsu, who's having a bit of a struggle on Clubhouse. Spoit getting rid of Zaka means for Shopify Rebellion a wonderful start in this second half.
Yeah, Sharif now will activate over towards Kitchen as DD aggresses inside of Dirt. Going for a pinch now, it seems these two may go. Minute 45.
Oh, Spoit doesn't know he's already tucked in left side of Locker. This could be a big play for Sharif. But Sharif himself doesn't quite know. Makes the cross and can get back to sight.
Still not a very comfortable position now for the defense. Player down, DD low. Blitz still up for Shopify Rebellion. Will Sharif maybe go for the play here to shell above?
Nope.
Unlikely. Ambi could invest the nade for the clear, but elects not to. And may well now do that. As he remembers, he still has one. And so that potential play now has been squashed for CAG.
And that's largely also the problem with Scope Pulse now, is all you really bring to the table are the two impact grenades in your belt. You don't really bring utility. Although, to be fair, right now, neither does DD, or even really Anaton. DD low. Pushing from Canadian, successful, but no, losing out to Sharif. Good clear onto DD from Ambi. Sharif not able to get rid of Spoit, and suddenly gets a little bit messy. But Ambi again, from this hallway position, has found two critical kills. An oversight though, Anaton was able to slip through the backside, but couldn't get the elimination onto Ambi. Desperately opens up the wall, but it's Rexon in Arsenal. So looking into Church, only to take the 1 versus 1 against Ambi. Anaton struggling to connect these shots. The Nitro Cell 2, unsuccessful. A peek through triple, maybe, will be successful. But crouching perfectly, Ambi stays out of vision, stays out of the firing range. And Anaton, low on health, is very much struggling to close this 7th round out. Shopify Rebellion are on the verge of finding 5. A 3-round advantage on CAG's map pick. They're just starting to really run away with it.
Yeah, they're flexing their muscles. And I think it's going to start developing into a mental test for CAG. You're giving me the hand signal for a timeout, but I think we'll have to wait a little while longer for CAG to call theirs. Yeah, replay package of that.
Interesting, down 5-2. That's the time. I think that's the point right then and there. You've dropped 4 rounds in a row. Now look, and Sharif did at least have an impact on the Scopos kills-wise, 2 on site. But Ambi's late push down main stairs was very successful. Well, it's been an all-round effort as well for the Rebellion. No one lagging behind. Canadian with 5, Spoit 4-5. So close to going even. Rexon +1, Ambi +3, Surf +5. As much as maybe some of the rounds themselves at times have looked close or looked a bit of a struggle, and certainly a power struggle between the two teams within the rounds, it's Shopify Rebellion that have always had the extra strength to close the round out. 3-round advantage as we go Jim Bedroom. Still no tactical timeout from CAG.
Swift entry below here from Ambi on the Deimos. Can be a lurk threat on the horizontal, and in combination with the Solid Snake of Spoit. Shopify Rebellion leaning very heavily into the info gather meta. We'll see what they ultimately postured for. The Clash top red, that's going to be a tricky head-on push for Ambi.
Keep us strikes true. Barrier deployed.
Deathmark tracker out. Tracker on hostile.
Looks like it's a very defensive formation from CAG. Anaton's the only one towards Cash on the Clash. And so therefore, it suggests to me they're not wanting to overinvest on the extension, rather putting bodies towards the site. I don't necessarily mind that if you're CAG. It's been a big run. Oh, Ambi trying to push up, and he's caught by Anaton.
That was a very risky push to go solo up red. Needed support, but Ambi unfortunately does get exposed. So CAG, advantageous position. Elected not to invest heavily on the extension, and so far they have been rewarded.
So they can play 5-stack site. This is a round that needs to be won and to be converted. 7 rounds played into this 8th, and so far only a single round where the opening kill has not been converted. Unfortunately for CAG, it was them in the 5th round. This time need to convert. It's a must. Mirror window still needs to be dealt with over towards the Jacuzzi breach. Rexon has got control towards Cash. Spoit just outside construction on the balcony. Didi will sit pull with the Nitrocell ready for a gym entry. CAG is set up.
Oh, that was an opportunity for Spoit. Just misses the mark. It doesn't feel like there'll be too many more opportunities in this round for the attack. Good setup from CAG. They just need to hold firm.
Canadian wanting to flush out bathroom. It's not working.
Oh, no.
Sharif found a team kill onto Zaka, but fortunately he got rid of Rexon. Didi's Nitrocell from Pool also was able to connect onto Spoit just outside gym window. Well, this is much better from CAG. Defensively strong on gym bedroom. Stopping a run of 4 consecutive rounds from Shopify Rebellion. CAG finally back in the winner's side and keep this match still hopeful.
Yeah, the hope is very much still there. As we look back at that previous round, the team kill certainly didn't aid CAG, but too good elsewhere. Didn't really matter. Clash still standing, made it tough, and the anchor work overall was pretty effective there. CAG not wanting to over-aggress on the horizontal. Ambi gifted them a kill over towards top red, and that only further drove home the advantage and the kind of way they wanted to play that round.
Well, how's this for the stats, guys? 8 rounds played. We are split even on the opening kills, 4-4. Plants are split even, 1-1. The only separating major statistic, the multi-kills, Surf with that wonderful 4K back in the 5th round. That's it. So for a 5-3 game...
That's probably why it's 5-3, not 4-4.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's been a pretty close match so far.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Cash and CCTV in the APAC region can prove to be difficult to defend. So a big test now for CAG. Also, Benz after this round. What are we thinking? Do you just get rid of the blitz and force Canadian off shields altogether? Unless he wants to go the fuse. Rexon on the Zens.
It'd be a big call to go for the all-in, but...
Oh, they went with the all-in on the hard breaches.
Yeah.
Did Shopify Rebellion.
sense set up here for Shopify Rebellion.
Sharif is very aggressive on this rafters hold over towards the stairs. Will make his way back now. Not the greatest utility to deal with him. They might go direct and straight through Secret. Canadian, though, there is the barbed wire, but they are able to get Zaka caught backpedaling back up red stairs. Surf then is able to shut down Sharif over at the balcony. Wonderful play from Shopify Rebellion to catch CAG napping. Completely circumnavigating this clash as well. And with that, they're able to also now have this rafters control. You've got breach control. You can go back up red. They've got a lot of the map with 90 seconds still left to play with.
Yeah, big window of opportunity now for the attack to reset.
Love the reset.
Yeah, recompose. A lot of utils still to play with. Spoit, final Otero deployed. Double ROU up for Rexon as well. This is a very tricky position for CAG, who have been outbrained in the first half of this round.
Don't even have nitrosols either to throw over the server rack. Only real delay, or even plant denial, would be DD. And TD was over to Jim, but a lovely vault-out headshot onto Spoit. That, though, might be the go button for Shopify Rebellion. Losing the man, but they've got the position. Rexon into the middle of LCCTV. Chipisu, wonderful clear onto Canadian, but Rexon's found two from this CC position. DD a little too late to get back to help out. Final gas babe will plume. 1 versus 3 required for the former coach, now turned pro again. Can't connect onto the headshot, neither on the second opportunity with the plant now successfully down. It's too much for DD man. Surf with the final dagger. 3 map point opportunities to the Rebellion.
Yeah, beautiful set play there from Shopify Rebellion. Maybe one that CAG have just seen for the first time and caught out on. Stack Secret, pressure lounge through red, while there was simultaneous pressure on that Kennel's wall. They were crippled then for the remaining half of the round, and whilst there were some glimpses of heroics with the DD jump out and the clutch attempt for late, it was certainly not enough to get CAG across the line in that 9th round. And so 3 map points now for Shopify Rebellion as we enter the CAG timeout, a 60-second window for them to try and formulate a plan to push this one to OT.
And again, a reminder, as Sparky calls the timeout for CAG, I don't believe the entirety of the team speaks English. There are a couple. Zach is certainly very good with his English and can relay the information from Sparky very, very well. Others can maybe pick up a little bit as it's being put down. But yeah, it does also mean for Seth and Shopify Rebellion, they too now have 3 rounds to close this out, and he can formulate an attacking plan or two. Double-digit kills for Surf, double-digit as well for DD, 12 and 6. But 3 rounds now required for CAG by Varel as the timeout expires.
Yeah, nervous moments now for CAG, but I think for Shopify Rebellion, and this is the phase of the match where they will be looking to lock in, and it was a strength for them yesterday, and we haven't seen probably too much today so far to subvert that expectation. Down to basement, so a good opportunity for CAG to maybe fight back some ground. Should be a favorable objective for them. See how this one unravels. Of course, the triple commit from CAG. It's going to cripple any shield play from Canadian or the rest of Shopify Rebellion. Yet to be seen if that's going to be influential enough, though, to
5 seconds left.
push this one to overtime. Based on the positioning and the util investment here from CAG offsite, expecting some action to take place a distance from the objective. Question remains, CAG looking to play for the early peel, or are they looking to commit and play offsite for a large portion of this round?
Yeah, I mean, it's the risk versus reward, I think, for CAG. Best off maybe trying to find that early pick. Oh, hang on. Ambi, good information onto Sharif towards construction. Has the yellow ping. Forces Sharif to backpedal over towards bedroom.
where he does have a bit of help from Chibitsu, so a double stack for these two. They can go back down main stairs, covered by Zaka, so it is a pathway back to safety. Zaka actually, funnily enough, finds a kill onto Surf from said safety position, but what that means is he's gone back down main stairs. That might mean Sharif and Chibitsu could be a little bit stuck here. And Chibitsu then caught from Canadian. Sharif still remains on this top floor, and while it is 4 versus 4, at the moment, his position is known. He looks very apprehensive to make his way down main stairs.
Well, he's being hunted down by Shopify Rebellion.
At the window, Rexon.
Oh, radar.
Oh, the timing. Oh my goodness, the timing! From almost getting wallbang through the window, Sharif kills Ambi. And knows there's one outside Gym window. Does he think about the vault out the window?
No, Rex is watching it.
Well, he's definitely thinking about it. Instead, he'll go for the drop. He's dead. Yeah, he very much just got corralled. Canadian ready and waiting. Gets the freebie.
Given his position and hunted down by the Solid Snake, Sharif has done a pretty damn good job there to get away with that and find value.
But it does leave us equal. All tied up for manpower inside of the server on this first map point. Advantage for Shopify Rebellion. 3 gas babes for Didi. Nitrocell for Anaton. 2 Tugger payload calls remaining from Canadian. Certainly a good belt of utility for Rexon on the Zofia. One thing they do like, though, is vert pressure. These floorboards have not been opened up. Breaching round available, and breaching charge available too. They will be low on time in this round for Shopify Rebellion. It will be ascend into the site with less than 30 seconds, as the final secondary hard breach to open up kitchen will be successful.
Big pressure moment now for these two teams. Shopify looking to lock out the map, at CAG clinging on, but in a good position here defensively. Nitro in pocket, and a smoke still up for DD Man.
Didn't get the space to drone out dirt. Will be they aware of Zaka's position, straight down the hallway. Aggressive from Anaton, eats the Jugger payload call, still 2 up, 8 seconds left. Double push down main stairs from Spoit and Rexon. They acquire the kit, in through Moto, into Church, ready and waiting was DD. Spoit does get the kit down, Anaton from behind. That's one way to finish this round off, and the knife as well. 6-4. That's 1 down for CAG, 2 to go.
Yeah, and a small glimpse, I think, for maybe the first time in this play-in stage of Shopify Rebellion making some errors on that roam clear. Probably sensing that they could have been a little bit more clinical. Sharif was on radar there, yet Ambi got caught out. And whilst eventually there was the cutoff, unfortunately half the round had gone, 3 versus 3. It allowed CAG defensively to reposture, had good util. Naturally, a very difficult objective to attack into, but Shopify Rebellion, I'm sure, will sense they could have played it a little better. Either way, though, 2 prime opportunities now on the next 2 sites.
It's intriguing to see Jibitsu and Sharif both 5 and 8. Statistically, they are your fraggers for CAG. Still room, still time for them to rise to the occasion. In fairness, this entire lobby has been pretty equal in terms of what we've seen from all of the individuals. Surf and Didi have been the 2 standouts for their respective teams. Gym Bedroom for the 11th round. We see the Maestro now from Didi.
Yeah, not the most frequented defensive operator at the moment. In this kind of meta where the defense normally positionally needs to be proactive, always gun up and ready for
We did
the
see
split
some
push.
in the APL finals. We did see some big moments from the Maestro.
Yeah. No, I trust DD. It's just not typical in the Big 26. If there's anyone that can make it work, though, it may well be him. And look, fortunately, Shopify Rebellion don't, for instance, respond with a Brava or a Twitch. And so that will naturally fortify that Maestro Evil Eye utility and just make it a little more difficult for the attack to contend with.
This is interesting from Anaton, the way that he's sitting in church. Obviously, he can play off of his Valkyrie cameras, along with the Maestro cameras, so he'll be the dedicated cam watcher at the moment if he's just going to be sitting towards church.
Keeper deployed.
Zambi slips his way up top red stairs.
On camera.
Yeah, on camera. The Rebellion should know that they're in a position here where it's not a cash extension. There's not a lot of con pressure. What's the play?
Does Anderton go from basement up through secret and go for the nitro here?
We could go secret side.
It's a risky play, but
Well, he hasn't been droned out. He has definitely not been droned.
I really like this playmaking potential.
While he hasn't been droned, I think Shopify Rebellion should be clued on to the fact that CAG are up to something. But the lack of pressure towards Cash as Anaton sits secret.
Oh, Ambi will think it's clear.
Ambi does indeed think it's clear. All clear on the radar. That's the message received. Here comes Anaton, spots him. The timing is impeccable. But not only does he spot him, he doesn't follow, he pushes up red stairs. They'll think there's no one pushing behind. As Jibitsu got the opening kill, that's a freebie for Anaton. Made to work for it in the end. But in the end, free. Knows there's one outside as DD finds the kill onto Surf. It's only Spoit left. Position known at the balcony. CAG are going to get us to all 12 rounds of regulation. No kit, no time, no chance for Spoit. It's 6-5. CAG 1 round away from overtime.
Yeah, I really love that from Anderton and CAG. It's the kind of strategy where instead of playing super defensively and trying not to lose the game, they wanted to bring it back into their hand. They're playing to win, right? You're bringing the info of the Maestro and the Valve. You're sending Anderton down below for the late flank or the Nitro, and he plays it perfectly. The preamble to that, sure, you could argue a little bit lucky that he didn't go up the stairs and then get caught by Ambi. But if anything, that was just really good presence of mind and composure from him to not go up onto that first floor. He remained hidden and then didn't spray front door, was patient again, hit the flank. Rest of the team did their job sight, and overall well played by CAG. Now 1 away from OT.
Opening kills, 11 rounds played, only a single failure to convert. It's been prominent, it's been important. It's not the be and all though, and we head to what could be a troublesome site. Cache CCTV, it is typically the tertiary site within the APAC region.
10 seconds to go.
And they did fail to defend it successfully earlier in the 9th round. CAG must now defend it to force overtime. A reminder, it's their map pick, and this match in itself is an elimination game from the Esports World Cup.
That's exactly right. No second chances. Brutal format. It's already 8 teams down to 4. And another 2 will depart at the end of today's proceedings.
And then another 14 then joins tomorrow.
Yeah, then the party begins. This is the preamble.
Ambi with a little bit of a lurk over towards Oil Pit. Last time out it was, if you recall, guys, that rush, the blitz, secret up red stairs. That's where Shopify Rebellion found 2 quick early kills on this side. Made it pretty comfortable for them.
Yeah, they can't leverage that, of course, now with the triple shield ban, but they'll still bring the ROUs. They'll flex a little bit with flank watch from the gridlock below. Zaka's getting crunched lounge, but just able to escape red. Critical that he stays alive and can now post up on the staircase.
Oh, is that going to roll? Oh my goodness.
There's nothing worse than when a frag grenade doesn't dislodge a castle barricade.
This is going to be a time factor. Of course, this castle barricade will be dealt with, but it will take a bit more time. Although, Hanaton actually in lounge. This is aggressive from him on the clash. What's the plan here? This is strange from Hanaton. This is very strange. Frag grenade. This could be disastrous. Hanaton is playing with fire. He's able to just stay alive. And while he is being a nuisance, forces out some gridlock stingers, he is still alive. 60 seconds remaining.
And he's going to stall out any potential for a push through secret red stairs. Chibisu gets the opener for CAG.
As Spoit falls, there's that opening kill. It's been so important. But Ambi and Canadian strike back together. Sharif, an angle found at the doorway to beat out to Ambi. Didi is down. For what it's worth, it's a 2 versus 2 at the end of regulation.
Oh, what can Rexon find over towards Garage? Peppering over towards that lounge position. 40 seconds on the clock. Canadian needs to help with this pinch.
What can Canadian do? Does still have kit, has the information. No, now must know he is towards outside. Sharif, oh, what a headshot! As Canadian went for the swing, he falls and Rexon finds himself with it all to do. And so little time as he acquires the kit, he gets the kill, but quite literally on one single health point.
A double smoke.
DD got revived. You say it's impossible. Some would say 99.99% chance that we will go to overtime. Rexon says, make it 100.
Oh, wow. CAG. I don't know how Sharif has gotten away with that
I don't know
play.
how Anaton's gotten away with that lounge play. Skating on thin ice.
But again, like I said, after the previous round, I love the way that CAG are playing. They are playing to win. They are aggressing. They're being proactive. They're not playing scared. They're not doing the classic CAG at an international LAN, giving up when all hope seems lost. They have fought their way back to overtime. And for the first time here at the Esports World Cup, Shopify Rebellion are under some pressure.
Yeah. Don't forget, you think about Lair, an 8-1 record for CAG is the deciding map.
Ooh. Could you imagine?
So we go overtime and CAG get double defense. Straight to basement. This right here, right now, is the most pressurized moment for Shopify Rebellion. An update, by the way, on the B stream. Spoiler, 3-second countdown. 3, 2, 1. Michael?
Map 3, 7-7 between Tai Lu and Alula Club.
Winner of that will play Fnatic. Right now, Fnatic has no idea who they're playing.
50-50.
While our focus returns to begin overtime. Oh, what a day of siege here at the Esports World Cup.
Oh, aren't you glad it's a 2-week tournament this time?
Oh, loving it. We'd almost be halfway through last year.
This location is free of hostiles.
So as CAG remain on defense, it's 3 straight rounds heading back to Church Arsenal. Shopify Rebellion did win this site on attack back in the 7th round, so it's not impossible for them. Like you said before, CAG not playing scared. They've more than happily played these aggressive positions. Nitrocell! Wow, but I like the idea, the execution a little off.
It's all been about intent over the last handful of rounds from CAG. It's been really, really good to see.
If you're going to go down fighting. And I think that's what CAG fans would want. Right now, they're not going down, though. They're fighting. And while that Nitrocell didn't connect, you would imagine for Shopify Rebellion, there's that inadvertent pressure being applied that you don't know how they're going to play, where they're going to be playing. And so you look at the way Surf is just sitting garage right now.
It's been some of the less predictable siege they've been able to face so
on
far.
ping, on camera.
Yep.
What they can do with that, though. Anaton knows this is being watched. Does he go for a pre-fire swing? He does. Surf must know he's on camera now with that sharp angle pre-fire swing.
Well, he's either on camera or he's got walls. So he's definitely on camera.
He's looking around and pop.
Oh, good presence of mind there from Surf.
Well, Surf, by the way, 10-7. I think he started 10-4.
He's had some big clutches over the course of this map, and Shopify Rebellion may call upon him once more here in overtime. Slow build up then as they look to go through the checklist.
It's got to the point where Canadian is second fragging. They need the likes of Rexon and Ambi to have a big round at some point here in overtime.
Ooh. Anaton thinks about the Nitro. DD also having one in pocket for the late round denial here for CAG by Varel. More checklist work from Shopify Rebellion. Final vert now. 8 shots remain for Surf on that skeleton key.
Well, they're going to have a couple of flashes. Kwan Hive Launcher still has 2 charges available. We're going to go the double vert down as well from top to below, just for safety, probably because of the Nitrocells. DD's got 1 Church, Anaton's got 1 Arsenal. 40 seconds. Shopify Rebellion guys are going to leave not a lot of time on the clock in this round.
Yeah, it needs to be clean from here. 30 seconds on the clock. Can Ambi and Rexon make this pinch work blue side?
Information gained on the radar for Ambi, but you should preemptively know that blue's going to be stacked. Double, indeed. Jipitsu ate the Joker payload call, now spotted by the Grim Bees. 20 seconds remains. Lovely pick from Zaka as Canadian caught at the hatch, but they lose Jipitsu as Rexon then falls there after. So low on time, they need to be clean and clinical for both teams. Surf, big kill. Spoit as well. It's down to a 1 versus 1. Into 8 seconds left. Spoit does not have kit. Sharif can play the time. If he wants, he can hide, but he'll stand up and take the fight. But the smoke obscures the vision, and time will expire. Cyclops have got map point against Shopify Rebellion.
Where has this come from? CAG fight back. 4 rounds in a row and a massive clutch there. Match point or map point for CAG. And Shopify Rebellion now well and truly under the pump.
Well, maybe under the pump. They go defense. They had a very strong defensive half, but it now feels like it's been a long time between drinks where they've had a lot of success. CAG have now won 4 of the last 5 rounds, and there's no opportunity for Super to call a timeout, rally the troops, and even if you win this round, Guz, defense then again is there for CAG, likely then gym bedroom, difficult site. Still, it's now must win. 2 straight for Shopify Rebellion is required. Otherwise, opening map goes the way of CAG by Varel.
Activating jammer.
I'm sure all the APL fans.
It was 6-3,
home.
by the way. 6-3.
All the APL fans back home staying up late for this match will be starting to get, in some ways, a little bit nervous, but also very hopeful that there may be a result in this one favorable for CAG. Some good, positive stage and positive intent over the last handful of rounds has been rewarded. So we now return to the original band set from the first half. It's triple hard breach from Shopify Rebellion, a rarity. CAG with a more traditional set, but it leaves Aniton available to play shield. And once again, the Monty will be implemented in the comp here for the basement hit. That then prompts the clash. Shopify Rebellion playing it frequently back in the first half, and it will see a reappearance here for basement. Now, cast out my back, last time we saw the double play Canadian and Ambi with the Nitro up main. Hopefully CAG have noted that and remembered in case they go for it once more. Ambi as well, notably in gym.
But he does have a web of mute jammers. They may not be aware of his exact position, and this could be a huge defining moment on Clubhouse.
Aniton's going for the full clear, but does he ensure that it's a full clear?
Oh, Deval dealt with that. Aniton certainly is being very cautious with his positioning. Ambi could be in some big trouble. Indeed, trouble has been found. As Zaka finds the opening kill, Ambi's been dealt with.
Ooh.
For Shopify Rebellion, it's 4 men back on site as Canadian lurks towards main stairs. He's getting peppered. Can he stay alive? Nitrocell first. This could be huge. He captures only 1, but 1 is better than none. And it's Canadian looking to make his way safely back down. No, caught through the floorboard. Sharif headshot sits down their leader. CAG maintained that extra player advantage heading into the final minute. And they keep Aniton on the Monty.
Yeah.
It's set up now for the APAC team.
Yeah, that ends up being a massive net positive for CAG. They'll be thrilled with that result. They've been well rewarded with a good clear here in the first 2 minutes of the round. But now it's a matter of conversion. Rexon deploying his smokes. Surf, no nitro remains. Spoit, negative at the moment. He'll be looking to have impact with the TCSG. High pressure for both teams as we enter the final 50 seconds.
And a lot of information or gathering available for CAG. The Grim Bees from Chupitsu, the radar usage as well for Sharif. They do still have a smoke with Aniton. And most importantly, they do still have Aniton alive on that Monty. Full health. Sharif through dirt. The push now coming. Aniton looking for the plant. There are no nitrocells available to stop this Monty. And it's Spoit that cannot stop Sharif. DD2 collects the kill onto Rexon. It's all down to Surf. He got a 4K earlier. He gets 2 now and forces an intriguing position. The guard break onto Aniton, the best shield player in the APAC region. Surf will not get through this wall. APAC will get the map against Shopify Rebellion and put the sword to their throat.
Oh my, what a result for CAG on club. An 6 scoreline, stacking that streak when all hope was lost. That is a CAG that we don't typically see at international events.
That is a CAG that continues to take fights on their own terms. They did it in their opening match, and they are once again doing it here against the best that NA has to offer. This is exactly what we are looking for from a CAG performance, and something that we are incredibly impressed by. But we're going to talk about Shopify Rebellion for a second here, gentlemen. 6-3 up. They looked comfortable. They looked confident. And guys, it just slowly and surely chipped away at the armor. They were losing fights. They were losing ground. They were losing small mechanical fights. It just shifted completely.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there were some errors on the side of Shopify Rebellion. I think it would be very unfair to say that there wasn't. But ultimately, I think it was really the positive intent, the aggression and the playmaking that we saw. Yeah, I think we saw a little bit more timid nature from Shopify Rebellion, where maybe against some of the lesser opponents, particularly yesterday, when there was glimpses of that aggression, they squatted it. And immediately the opposition kind of went into their shell. Yep. CAG did the exact opposite, which is really nice to see from them, and well rewarded by stacking rounds there at the end. And most critically, when they got to overtime, it was just more of the same.
You mentioned 6-3. Well, so in the last 7 rounds that played, Rob, it was CAG that got 6 opening kills. So they switched the tempo up. They started winning the entry battles, and they also started performing a lot better in the end round scenarios too. I mean, they completely found momentum and just ran with it all the way through. But I would say, even though they were 6-3 down, it's not like we didn't see it coming. They were performing very, very well.
Yep.
I called it earlier. It was a bit of a power struggle in a lot of the rounds.
Yeah.
But even when it got to like 5-2, I'm thinking, yeah, the rounds have been close. But man, CAG have just been a little unfortunate in certain moments.
Yep.
In the end, once they finally got those moments to go their way, that's when the train just left the station.
And it did, and it never came back. It did not. That train was on a one-way track, baby. It was not doing a U-turn. And I'll tell you this right now, for those of you that missed that MIBR match a little earlier against CAG, we praised CAG's ability on their defensive side of dictating gunfights, of dictating aggression, and they've done it again here on Clubhouse. They've looked so confident. Exactly what you were talking about there, Jake. Yeah, 6-3, if they'd won 7-3, we would have gone, whoa, what happened there? Because it's not what was deserving at that point.
I mean, I think for me, what really stood out in that match was the last 2 rounds of regulation. You had the Aniton, you had the Valk and the Maestro combo with Aniton going for the flank secret. That was a massive moment there where, catching Amy on the timing, etc. And then you had the final round where you had Aniton on the clash over towards Lounge, playing the most egregious position you've probably ever seen on Clubhouse and getting away with it. And Shopify Rebellion were just like, oh my god, we can't deal with this. It was super, super fun to watch, and CAG well rewarded.
Look, shout out to Surf. I thought he was actually really, really good in this game. And I know the back half, it got tough for him, and the kills started to drop off, but that's a team thing, because no one on the side of Shopify Rebellion could get anything to work. You look at the score, so the last 6 rounds played, 5-1 in favor of CAG. That's an absolute breakthrough.
It is.
And so you're not expecting Surf to go and drop 4 kills every single round there, but in a lot of the rounds, we said back in that 5th round when Surf did get the 4 kills, he won them that round. That was a big round swing, and then a couple of other moments being that CCTV swing to stop Sharif from getting the play. So he won them single-handedly 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So where's the rest of the team?
Well, maybe a little missing. Maybe there's certainly a cog in this wheel that doesn't seem to be churning right now. And I will say, again, I actually don't want to take it away from Shopify, because I do think that if you look at the way that they played, the way that they attacked those rounds, there was nothing fundamentally wrong about what they were doing. However, CAG's ability to know when to get aggressive, I think the perfect example is that jump out of construction with the C4 on top of the roof. Like, that is perfect timing. There's no longer looking at that window. He's got plenty of time to do that. And I want to, let's take a moment here to highlight DD Man. What a performance from someone who, right before this match started, we likened to Canadian and said, well, we don't expect much from him. We expect him to make the shot calls. And look what he's done.
But if you had said before the game, Canadian gets 9 kills, I'm very thinking, well, how much Shopify Rebellion won by? Yeah. But yet then if you tell me, well, DD Man's got 13 kills and top frags for CAG, I probably said, well, they probably lost 7-0. But ultimately, they had others that followed. And I think, what needs to be known is DD was a player first.
Of course.
And a very top-level player. Retires, coaches, then comes back. So it's not as if he's just an actual analyst who didn't really play. He's got that experience. And as he's spent more time now on CAG being a player again, he's actually gotten better and better.
His stocks just keep going up, right?
We thought it was going to be a short-term temporary solution but it's long term. He's here to stay. The question now, though, is, and we being from APAC know, you can get excited because CIG won a map, and then we're probably going to be here in 2 hours wondering how did they lose the series.
I think you know why we're celebrating so much right now. It's because we know exactly where this could potentially end. CAG are up 1-0 in Phase 2 of play-ins. Don't get it twisted. One more map away from making groups and knocking Shopify Rebellion out in the first 2 days of EWC. We'll be going to a quick break, and on the other side, this is one you can't afford to miss.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
On one side of the stage, APAC, we're cheering for them, and on the other, unfortunately for the CNL team, Tyloo, they have been knocked out once again by Alula Club.
What a run.
Honest to God, now, if you haven't been watching what was going on over there, first map, look, we'll just throw that out the window. Alula Club win that, right? Then they go back-to-back overtimes again, and Alula Club pull it out. That's 4 overtimes straight.
And on that second map, Alula Club were up 5-1. So Tyloo brought it back, win the second map, and then go 7-7 on the third map. Heartbreak, but also for Alula Club, they were playing at midnight last night.
Yep.
In a third map, 7-7. Go to bed, wake up, another 3-mapper, another on the third map, 7-7. You have to give them credit from the MENA region for what they've been able to do. I mean, we've seen Valentino before, but the others, some have called the rank stack or tier 3 or whatever you want to call it, they now get to play Fnatic to get into group stage.
That is crazy. The fact that we're at that point. And if you're Fnatic, I'm not going to lie.
I'm a little... They got nothing to lose.
I'd be a little bit worried at this point.
And look what's just happened behind us.
Exactly. And I think that's a really key, important thing to talk about, is because sometimes at events, things start to go a little awry. things start to build a bit of momentum. And right now it feels like, guys, there is a story of the underdogs. There is a story of upsets. And I wouldn't have thought it in this matchup in particular. If we make that and we just isolate it to our match at the moment, I would never have said in a million years Shopify Rebellion even lose a map to CAG.
I think when we found out the format for this particular event, especially the play-ins portion of it, it was always in the back of the mind that this particular day, number 2, for the play-in matches, that with no second chance now at this particular portion, we could see something interesting, something special. And in terms of what that may look like and match up and teams, who knows, take your best bet of the 8 teams that are here.
Try.
But we're now in that position where it could actually happen, where Shopify Rebellion don't put a foot wrong yesterday, come into today, CAG play really, really well, which we've now seen across, 1.5 series so far, and then they're under threat. So I'm really intrigued now to see what their response is.
Well, let's reset a little bit now. Map 2. The beauty of a best of 3 for a team like Shopify Rebellion is you get to go back, talk things over, reset mentally, hop into then your map pick to follow, which is going to be Border. Fourth preference, certainly a better preference pick, I think, than CAG. It's kind of what we were saying in the pre-match discussion, Rob, is that if CAG win Clubhouse, it's Lair that's likely for them, not so much Border. So I am expecting Shopify Rebellion to bounce back here on Border, maybe look to get a little bit more aggressive. They understand how CAG are not scared today, so meet them head on, fight fire with fire.
I think my big concerning factor at the moment is, look, Border, you could probably just go with Shopify Rebellion here. It is their map pick. They look phenomenal on it. But here's the caveat. The way that CAG have been playing...
The caviar or the caveat?
Well...
Bit of both.
Why not? Why not have a bit of caviar while you're here as well? I guess for CAG, though, the way they're playing, guys, this does scare me. This map, Border, leans into exactly what we've seen in the past 3 maps. If CAG stay aggressive, if they can be calculated in that aggression, let me just make sure I say that very clearly. They're not just running out and doing stupid moves and plays. They are really looking at this quite analytically and making the right decision in these aggressive plays.
I think a lot of it, especially on Border and the style of matchup that we saw, at least on Clubhouse between these two so far, it's firepower, right? Yesterday from Shopify Rebellion, Wrexham stood out as having a lot of firepower, and Surf played second fiddle. Surf was great for a portion there on Clubhouse. We need to see a bit more well-roundedness from them. Ambi, especially on entry, I think needs to have a bit of impact. Spoit will be disappointed with that opening map, right? Of course, roles and positions and all that will change naturally heading into this second map and may aid them in that regard, but there needs to be a well-rounded performance from Shopify Rebellion, and their gunfights, if they don't tidy up, they'll get caught out and exposed here.
Well, the big thing for me was just the fact that clearly CAG Clubhouse defense, that's what prevailed. And we get that in APAC quite a lot.
Yeah.
So, but do they have the attacking prowess on a map like Border against a very experienced Shopify Rebellion? That's where I hold my reserve going into this map. Lair's different. They're so comfortable on that map. They got like an 8-1 record or something ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
But Border could be a struggle if Sharip and Chibitsu play to a similar level as the way they played on Clubhouse, because they got bailed out. And on Border, you need your fraggers.
But isn't that scary that they got bailed out?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Isn't it scary that the 2 best players on the team got bailed out in a matchup like that where DD Man steps up? What does that mean for Border? And I think maybe your point is probably the most important there, guys, which is the key takeaway is Shopify Rebellion are going to look good on this map. You are going to have to be careful. And where you were leaning with that, Xenox, I think really importantly for CAG is their attacking side. Because what we've seen in the last 3 maps of them today, their attacking sides have done okay. I'm not going to say that they've been crap. They've not done as well as I would have expected in some of their matches. However, on the defensive side, that's where they've really taken charge. That's where they've looked the best. Now moving into Border, which I would consider an attacking-sided map, they're really going to need to show their grit. They can't afford to let this game kind of roll out of control. Do we know what side they're starting? I don't think we do. We haven't heard yet.
At least based on the pre-match lobby, it is looking as if Shopify Rebellion will be starting out on attack.
Okay.
And so that's going to be a bit of a challenge, I think, for them mentally, right? Naturally, attack in Siege, you need to be the ones that are making plays. You set the tempo. CAG have also shown so far, again, how much of Clubhouse will transpose over the Border, it's yet to remain to be seen. But I'm expecting CAG, if they want to continue to be active and aggressive, to be contesting the perimeter of the map and making entry as challenging as they possibly can. And so it means for Shopify Rebellion, they need to quickly be able to formulate a plan to counteract that. And if their gunfights and their firepower maybe aren't up to the scratch needed, you need to find a secondary path to finding that map control. And I think for me, that's going to be the most challenging component for them for this first half, is how are we going to get in the map? If we're having issues elsewhere, how do we try and mediate that?
Domestically for CAG, they've actually beaten D+ on border twice in the last 3 months. One of those was 3 weeks ago back in the finals. And 7-2, 7-2. And D+ is their best competition in APAC North, no doubt about it. So they've clearly got promise still here on border. I will give Shopify Rebellion the edge. It's their map pick. They've got an overall better, I think, pool of experience based on the quality of opponents they play on this map.
I would agree.
But don't completely discount CAG. And the fact is, they've already got a map in the bank. So they've already got now a free punch here on border. That's scary. Shopify Rebellion are now facing elimination. Rob, they must win this map.
And the thing for me is, at the moment, the way CAG are playing, there's no fear. You look in their eyes when they lose a round, they're kind of having a bit of fun with it. They're enjoying it. They're laughing about things that went wrong rather than beating themselves up. And this, notoriously, after year, has been APAC's biggest problem. And it is a problem in NA. We've seen it before. We've seen what happens when things start to get out of control. But Shopify Rebellion, we move to border. They look comfortable on this map. My reservations are held for the second half for CAG, but it doesn't matter, because right now, this is an elimination match. This is a promotion match, if you will, into groups. And on that note, boys, I think I'll let you do the professional talking.
Thank you, Rob. So we head to border, second map of this play-in phase 2 final, semi-final, whatever you want to really call it. At the end of the day, this is to get into group stage, the big stuff. Loser is out of the tournament. At the moment, CAG by Varel, that's right. There is no error at the top of your screen. They've won the opening map. Can they now knock out Shopify Rebellion, who need to now win 2 straight, or they will be flying home very, very early?
Yeah, I'm very excited for this map, but of course, being from APAC, I'm equally
You've
nervous.
seen the ending.
We've had hope how many times in the past? Year after year, event after event, and time after trip at the final hurdle. Can CAG pull off the upset of this play-in phase? So many people, including myself, and I'm sure you as well, confidently had Shopify Rebellion not just to even make it through to groups, but to be the #1 team from this 8 in terms of how they look on paper.
And from the play-in teams, yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's being tested right now.
And if CAG can make it through, they will join Weibo and Enterprise. And don't forget, that'll be the 3 teams fighting for their region for 2 slots at the Osaka Major.
Big implications.
Well, let's get underway. The Monty was banned away from Canadian, so he hopped straight onto the Black Bit. Solid Snake also the ban along with the Zami and Clash as Sharit with the Nitrocell. They've got 4 of them, Guz. They've got themselves a lot of C4s. And there's one of them thrown to Canadian, gets him down to half health already. That's a good start if you're CAG. Here comes Surf, caught though inside of Towers. Oh, Sharit was ready. Turned around very, very sharply to find that opening kill onto the Dockerby. Canadian really wanting to push forward. Top of these stairs. Sharit, though, not minded by these flame bolts. Rexon now losing quite a bit of utility in trying to deal with Sharit. Can he get some help? No. Ambi finds the angle. Help, though, did eventually arrive. DD Man made his way over towards Office to find that kill onto Canadian. They maintain the advantage, and a lot of time and utility expended to deal with Sharit.
And that's courtesy of Sharit really valuing his life, not taking unnecessary risk, and being able to move around the layer of utility that was sent his way. So credit to Sharit, but credit to CAG in affording themselves an advantage here. 70 seconds now remain for Shopify Rebellion to formulate a response. Ambi will forfeit his position down over towards Passport and likely link up with Rexon over towards top east. Spoit as well, still alive, and he'll be looking to have a bigger impact here on map 2.
Still triple Nitrocell available. I believe CAG in a very strong position here late round. Couple that with the extra player advantage. But let's be real, it's these 3 for Shopify Rebellion that need a big game. Ambi, Spoit, Rexon. Nitrocell from DD. Will not connect. Ambi, entry into Office has been established. DD can get information with the heartbeat sensor. There's a bit of information indeed. He's found at least 2 of the 3. Zoto counters to throw down from Chipitsu. They've got Armory locked down, they've got Fountain locked down, and he still has a Nitrocell up close. Selmas have also been shot out. There goes Rexon's head. I don't see a way through now for Shopify Rebellion. Too much to do with so little time. Can clear out at least the prone player. Zaka then on the swing. It's CAG that open up Border with the opening round.
Yeah, really good defensive siege here on Border from start to finish. Great play over the boards, waiting to kick off proceedings, courtesy of Sharif. Great early nitro as well onto Canadian, who was low and then taken down. Here was that shot from Sharif, mind you. So a clean shot, and then wasted a significant portion of the time. Take that away from the attack. And it resulted in a filter effect over towards Office. And it's a positive start for this Japanese outfit.
Yeah, positive start, but it is Armory Archives. If you want to put a little pin on it and just say little asterisk, that's the side they really should be winning. I think the real test will now begin over the next 2 rounds to see what they can do on the scoreboard, defense, Border. I did look at the statistics for both of these two teams just to get a little bit more information for those watching along at home. They're both pretty much equal in terms of attacker win rate, around that 50% mark. Defensively, though, Shopify Rebellion 55%, CAG by Varel at 66%.
5 seconds left.
But you add in more context, of course, those are localized within their regions, international events, and, well, those numbers are probably then better for Shopify Rebellion with the added factor of higher strength opponents. Nambi with 2 early kills. I'm going to be honest, a bit of pressure on him to be the one to find a lot of kills on a map like Border, especially in this attacking half. It's a good sign for him and for the Rebellion if he can get hot.
So it's Anaton and Sharif to lurk on the first floor then here in round number 2. Those up above in Chibisu, Zaka and DD covering their respective corners of the map. And so a pretty open defense currently from CAG. Looking to lock down each corner of Border, which is certainly a pretty typical approach. Shopify Rebellion likely in response will try and isolate these defenders. It is difficult to support one another on the defense here with this style of setup.
Well, Zaka caught early towards security.
He won't get support, Zaka, so he needs to play for himself. Chibisu actually does elect to rotate over towards security room, though, so that's interesting. It'll leave a weakness elsewhere, though, for CAG. And DD Man's even getting in on the action, so a big stack and a rotation from CAG, electing not to leave Zaka isolated.
There is no map control right now for Shopify Rebellion, which is a little bit concerning. Surf slips into Archives. First one really into the building. Canadian towards waiting, so finally Shopify Rebellion starting to take a little ground. And be caught at the front door. There is one. Bot Metal spots the head. Didn't take the initial shot. It's Canadian that found the opening kill. Surf able to double down as well. East Des. This is much better from the North American team. Surf has found 2. CAG have lost too many too quickly. And Anaton as well. Top Metal will fall, and Sharif by himself. And this may be our first flawless of the entire series. Never mind, I've cursed it. But it will be a round win for Shopify Rebellion. Oh, hang on. Another one-tap headshot. Sharif, if he can find one quickly, there's no way in which he could surely win this. Well, this could be huge. Quick rush back up to the top floor for Sploit, because suddenly things got very real. Okay, Canadian just kept them cool, calm, and collected at the end. Woo.
Very, very...
Well, they win the round, and it started and looked as if it was going to be flawless, and yet it ends up being a little nervy.
Just a little.
Ooh. Nice try from Sharif, but Shopify Rebellion deservedly get their first round here on Border.
Yeah, they do. Took a little while for them to formulate the map clear initially, but able to flood that kill feed, take space, and with the kind of setup that CAG did employ, it was naturally going to be a little trickier for them to find
He found
trades.
those 3 kills so quickly as well.
Yeah, they just couldn't really respond then.
So Event Workshop coming up next for the 3rd round. if we can load in.
Who's got the toaster?
I was going to say that, who's got the toaster, but we're on land. Hopefully no one's got the toaster. All right, now we're in. And a tech pause has been called though by Zaka, maybe in due part for the slight delay there on the loading screen.
Now we'll look to get that resolved with a likely rehost.
Oh, and it just lets us breathe for a second. It is quite hot over here in Paris, guys. It's very warm inside the studio when you've got a series like this as well. Very easy to overblow the gasket. The gasket. In this case, maybe even overblow the PC. I don't know what's happened, but we did. So for reference, of course, no one at home got to see it, but the classic loading stall out. And then when we did finally get in, tech pause was called, so we calmed things down. 1-1 here on border. A good sign, though, I think, for Shopify Rebellion. When you think about what was an extensive run from 6-3 down for CAG to close out the opening map of Clubhouse, to then win the first round of border, I think it was very important for Shopify Rebellion to win that round in that fashion too. Very dominant, plant down. And then a tech pause here while they don't get to discuss anything. Maybe just that extra time to just breathe, sit back, relax, and reset.
So early on in the match as well. And potentially a long way to still go in this best of 3 series if Shopify Rebellion can lock back in. And so far looking decent here on border. Being able to suppress some of that positive siege that we saw really develop towards the tail end of map number 1. If you are just joining us, it was 8-6 in favor of CAG. They closed that out with a 5-round streak, won 6 of the last 7, so it was pretty impressive. I don't think it necessarily came out of nowhere. The scoreline up until that point was probably not reflective of the competitiveness of the match.
That was kind of the discussion that we had as well. Post-map coming into border was, it was a 6-3 comeback, but the rounds prior to that were so competitive, so close. So it's not really that surprising. Just getting everyone back into the lobby now. Mainly waiting on CAG, and all 5 straight back in at once.
Yep. Quick rehost is a good rehost.
And whenever you only see one admin or referee on the stage, that's usually a good sign, rather than we had, I think, 5.
Yeah, what's the record? I think it was 8.
We had 8 yesterday. I think the concern for me, in the overarching storyline of the series, will be for especially CAG, if they not only lose this map, but if they lose it badly, how easy would it be for them mentally to think, oh, it's happening again?
Yeah, I don't really know how to truly analyze the mental component of this matchup, because I think from my perspective, I probably didn't anticipate map 1 to develop in the way that it did, with CAG in particular playing so positively towards the tail end of map 1. So what that may entail for the second year of border as we do actually load back into the lobby in the background, I think we'll just have to wait and see. It's a round by round case.
We're in uncharted territories, really, I guess, with them winning the first map.
Yeah.
All right, let's load back in. Bet Workshop, 3rd round. And in terms of, I guess, the player storylines that we started to develop coming into border, you put the kind of the focus on Ambi, put the focus on the likes of Sharip and Chibitsu 2 rounds in, and those guys have started well on this map, as expected. Even Rexon with 3 assists, he's been active, involved.
So Workshop to go then for round 3. And then an open hold above here facilitated by the mirror of CAG. And that will aid in the security hold, which has the flow-on effect of making the entry a challenge. And that was a discussion point heading into this map, just how eager CAG are going to be to defend the perimeter of the map. Generally expected here on border, but there is certainly levels to it, just how aggressively and how eagerly teams will prevent the attack from entering the building. Shopify Rebellion, though, naturally is not a team that will be against slow build-ups.
Oh, my goodness.
The opposing approach here, though, in round 3 with quick take over towards East Stairs, and Rexon almost rewarded with a pick over towards 90.
Yeah, and it's probably the one entry point on this site where it should be comfortable for Shopify Rebellion. Well, you're not really going to extend all the way East Stairs for Vent Workshop. You'll play above directly, maybe really just kind of defend it the way you would Armory and Archives, but without any potential extension towards East. Rexon going for a little lurk here down the main hallway and should catch a free kill onto Anaton. Aggression pays off for Rexon as he finds his first kill of the map. A wonderful opening kill for Shopify Rebellion.
Still, though, a lot of pressure to clear on top floor, and that's part of it. Zaka in the grave. DD still, though, over towards Fountain.
Point armory position taken. MP to follow suit. Top floors is there. DD though towards Fountain. He was the last stand. He falls as well easily to the vendetta of MP. Looking all too easy again for Shopify Rebellion. Second round now into the third has looked pretty comfortable up until though Sharif arrives. As he did in the second round, he may do so again here in the third. And he's got Chipitsu for company this time. Impact from below. But he's also got a death mark on his head. As Canadian goes to the plant inside of server, Chipitsu was too preoccupied. Sharif caught by Canadian. A 2-1 lead to begin here on Border for the North American club.
I really loved the approach that they were able to take in that round. Snappy take, East Stairs, and whilst it didn't immediately net a kill for Rex, and it just laid a lot of pressure on that top floor extension from CAG. A couple of questions posed heading into this map, what gun school is going to look like for Shopify Rebellion and their ability to clear head-on positions and take these fights on. And I think that round has shown that they are very much going to be able to take that battle head-on with success. 2-1 lead, additional bans, both focused on information. It's the Valkyrie and the Deimos now unavailable.
Early timeout as well from Sparky for CAG by Varel. So 2-1. It was a similar point actually back on Clubhouse when Super called his timeout for Shopify Rebellion. Sparky does the same here on Border. Expecting this to be attacker-sided on the map overall. So CAG with one defensive run isn't awful. They do need to win though. Armory Archives again at minimum. Imagine that's going to be coming up very, very shortly.
I will say I love Sparky.
I was going to say, is he covering his mouth to stop any lip reading? It's like in the
on the football side.
Yeah, the football with the play sheet. And
yeah.
Let's get back underway. Get a reminder of the bands Valkyrie and Deimos. Back to Armory and Archives. Huge round coming up for CAG. This is the round you got to win. Just kind of keep the pace. Because the last two rounds now, Shopify Rebellion have looked very comfortable with their entries. Able to get pretty early advantages and then capitalize. Opening round Armory Archives. Honestly, CAG won that comfortably. But then Shopify Rebellion win the other sites comfortably. So as we go back to this site once again, if you're CAG and you lose this, then you're 3-1 down, it's very quickly the snowball effect that can take place.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Blitz, Glaz, attacker repick. Throw in the Thatcher, and this could be an Archives hit.
Yeah, this will likely be direct. Look at the spawn positions. He's spawned for Shopify Rebellion. Thatcher for those Nitro Cell denials.
CAG, the early positioning as well, by the way, is all the way around security, around office, around the hallway. Nothing really towards Archives.
They've got Anaton.
They've got Anaton, though, in lockers. If Shopify Rebellion go really, really quickly right now, the site is somewhat vulnerable, but they haven't.
Yeah, and they've drawn out a rotation from the defense. They could go for a follow-up plan now off the back of that. Do we see the commit?
Well, if they can get rid of Anaton as a killer, because he's going to be the biggest one to stop them with the classes activated. Candela's throwing smokes as well. Barbed Wire's still up. This is going to be the power play now from Shopify Rebellion. Anaton's going to be the best man to deal with this. DD as well to help out with the gas babes. Canadian go for the plant. Here's the Nitrocell. Has that been stopped? Indeed it has. Canadian will get this plant down, and this is going to be so difficult now for CAG to retake with Spoit still up on the glass. Ambi finds the opening kill. Sharif, no presence. And Anaton on 1 HP. This should be a stolen round for Shopify Rebellion, and at the window, Chipisu falls, so does Anaton. It's a snatch and grab on Armory and Archives. Happens every so often, but in such a big series, Shopify Rebellion, they have pulled it off. There's so little time remaining. As Canadian falls, Rex and Surf just of course need to make sure that DD Man can't stick it. Rex in with 3 at the end, at 3-1 lead. Here come the Rebellion.
Ah, what a play from Rex. Huge impact in that round. Not just kills, but played the role of the Thatcher to perfection. Prevented the Nitrocell from denying plant, and by forcing a post on that side with the positions they held and the players still up, Shopify Rebellion, as some may say, had a 99.99% chance of being able to confirm that round. They do, extending that lead 3-1.
Very risky play, that Archives rush. If a Nitrocell happens to connect onto Canadian, more often than not, you've lost the round now as the attacking team. More often than not. Not impossible with the Glad still up and other pieces available, but you're losing a big part of why you play that rush round. But the Thatcher and everyone covering and Spoit covering, everyone was well set up, and there wasn't enough outside of that single Nitrocell in stopping that plant. To me, it didn't look like CAG were ready for it. I don't think they expected it. Now, naturally on this site, if you do lose Armory and Archives, you probably want to go back and repeat.
5 seconds to go.
Well, you say that, but we are certainly in a more modern meta where repeats have largely fallen out of fashion, but given the map and the style,
you're going to go back here.
It makes sense, yeah. Not completely unfounded. And as expected, it's a complete shuffle from Shopify Rebellion for their composition heading into the round. Naturally not going to take the risk of a double down with that direct approach. At least that's probably not the anticipation.
They're very similar to their opening round setup, although the difference is they go drone heavy. So they bring the Twitch, they bring the clutches from Brava, and the Sens as well. So that's the main setup. They still bring the A's, they still bring the Nomad, but they're dropping, the Blackbeard isn't brought. They don't really bring the Dockerby this time. Didn't really get much out of it back in the opening round. Haven't seen it since. And probably expecting, and this is where it's like kind of that game of chess, well, they're going to play trap now because they don't want to get rushed again. So we'll bring the drones. Love this from Rexon. Not the first time we've seen Rexon with a quick entry kill. Very pivotal play from him in this half for his team. Up to 6 kills now for Rexon. Flashes in. Zaka pushing the window. Catches Spoit in the head. And then turns around to shut down Ambi. A big reversal in a power play moment from CAG. Surf needed that one onto DD. Followed up onto Anaton. We're tied 2 versus 2. In a crucial 5th round of Armory and Archives. Halfway through. Sharif and Zaka versus Canadian and Surf.
Well, Surf will chill inside. He's waiting for Canadian to bring that diffuser into the objective. It's allowed Zaka and Sharif respectively now to reposition.
Surf captures Sharif. Zaka losing out. Another huge round from Surf. As he showed back on Clubhouse, he can make big waves. 4-1 lead, 4 straight for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, that is impact. What a play from Surf.
And an entry from Rexon again.
Yeah, he's not shied away. He's been facilitated, of course, to make these entries. We saw Canadian hold the line, the util dump top east, but he found that route, found the shot. A little disappointing here from Shopify Rebellion to not find the trade onto Zaka.
4 at this moment.
Yeah. But then Surf inside of Armory.
Clutch again.
Yeah.
Another 4K round 1 for Shopify Rebellion, courtesy of Surf, as he did back on Clubhouse.
That was nuts.
He's had a very, very good day today so far for his team. 16 and 11 across the 2 maps. I was going to say, do you go one more time? But the answer to that is very much no. We will go Bathroom Towers for the final round of this first half. And you've got to give credit to Shopify Rebellion. You lost the first map. You're facing elimination. You're going into border attack where you need to be aggressive. You can't posture. You can't hesitate. And we haven't seen that from them. We've seen quick entries. We've seen them dominate the opening kills 4-1 in their favor. They have not shied away from the pressure of facing elimination.
Claymore mine prime.
Well, we've seen plenty of fight from CAG over the course of this series so far. If they stand a chance here on border, we need to see it once more. Util stack early through offers from Shopify Rebellion. They're not shying away from taking this quick map control.
God. Oh my
goes all
goodness!
the way!
Surf has just rode down the hatch. DD Man cannot believe it, and Canadian goes for the plant. They want to end this quick. They want Lair. Can Sharif find a way to stop this? Yes, he can! Oh, the smoke dissipated at the last second. You say Spoit, well, what was he watching? Anaton falls to Ambi, but the kit lay on the ground. Surf, though, sits inside a bathroom. Sharif still inside of Towers, and they do still have top floor control with Zaka and Jibitsu.
Yeah, it's an awkward round for Shopify Rebellion despite having a player advantage. This vert is meaningful for CAG. It's awkward for both teams, though. We're only at the midpoint of the round.
Well, Sharif can watch Kit and watch, of course, the window, and then Jibitsu and Zaka, well, mainly now Jibitsu, will watch top floor. Still, the player advantage for Shopify Rebellion. They just need to probably reset a little bit. Time is on their side. Well and truly over a minute remaining, and a defense that seems like it's scrambling. Serve, though, pressuring this hatch, wanting to just occupy them. Spoit, by the way, made his way in the window and died immediately. Sharif was still inside of Talus, never moved. But what a big battle won by Rexon. Sharif, another one. 3 in the sight from Sharif. Reconfirms where this kit is at the window, and Jibitsu will drop. But it does give top floor control now to Shopify Rebellion, but largely does not matter because kit is controlled by the defense. A critical 45 seconds remains.
Sharif is in a high-risk position. He will not be able to escape that tuck. Jibitsu,
here comes
needs
Ambi.
help, but he can't get it.
Here comes Ambi. Wonderful headshot with the DMR. Sharif's got 3. He now needs the ace. As Rexon and Ambi march towards him, a low health Sharif must clutch. Bigger than any player we've seen in this series. Time may be somewhat on his side, but he has not moved. And they still search, maybe not anticipating him to sit the kit. Red time now approaches. Here come Rexon and Ambi. Sharif will need to spray and keep spraying. He will not have to let go. Oh, what a pre-fire swing from Rexon with 3 seconds on the clock. A 5-1 half for Shopify Rebellion puts them closer to that third map.
Sharif probably should have anticipated that.
Even 3 seconds left, he just start firing.
Even if he sprays, though, to be fair.
I think he still dies.
Yeah. I think his name was on the gravestone, but regardless.
I think they needed a second. Did CAG, I think they needed 2 defensive, 5-1 down. It's a long way back here. Even
what about this from Surf,
though?
though?
I mean, that was lovely from Surf. Well, he's been a difference maker today.
Yeah, Spoit watching the hat shops. I got a little bit unfortunate there. It was a chaotic round midpoint. Both teams scrambled. Surf was still on site. Sharif committed to the tuck, but then unfortunately meant he was in a tradable position, and Shopify Rebellion were able to problem solve and identify where he was. 5-1 lead Shopify Rebellion, and as much as I would love to say that CAG could bring this back, I think it's a stretch.
By the way, a halftime scheduled timeout. Another minute on that one. Coaches will get to talk. Of course, role swaps. CAG will go on to the attack. Long way back. 5 straight for Shopify Rebellion after CAG won the opening round and did so convincingly. So looking at some of the numbers in terms of the opening kills in that half, big favor in favor of Shopify Rebellion. They got 5 out of the 6 rounds. Rex has got 2 of them. Ambi, Canadian, both 1 each. Surf gets 1, so a good spread performance. In terms of the multi-kills, Surf with a 4K, Rexon with a 4K, so big clutch individual moments. Canadian was able to get Plant down twice successfully, so pretty much everyone on Shopify Rebellion having an impact in the half. On the flip side for CAG, 8 from Sharif, 6 from Zaka, but 1 and 2 from the likes of Anaton, Didi, and Chibitsu leaves them, well, short on firepower as the scheduled halftime break is coming to an end. Second half coming up right now.
Well, let's see then how the second half will develop and whether or not CAG have enough tricks up their sleeve to formulate a comeback. Let's see how the bands as well shape up and how that will determine how the second half then plays out. So Solid Snake and Wamai, two very powerful operators in the current meta. Wamai specifically buffed, and so going to take away some of that catch potential and could mean that direct approaches could be a little more favorable for CAG, hence that ban. And they followed up with his armies and more emphasis on utility. Ying as well will be taken away, maybe then in response to the Wamai, just some projectile taken out of play. But I don't think anything here is standing out as being too crazy. Armory and Archives to be the opening objective of choice for SR.
Well, who goes into the third map, provided we get there with more pressure? Or is it relatively equal? I think it might be
I don't
equal.
think you'd be able to quantify it and really give it to one team or the other.
Well, job's not done as we begin the second half. Shopify Rebellion go on defense. Not guaranteed to have an easy time here. Need to stay locked in, stay grounded, stay composed to seek that third map, which is required. Reminder, the loser of this series is eliminated from the Esports World Cup. The winner will move on to the group stage. And on the B stream, Fnatic versus Al Yula Club is, I believe, ongoing now.
Well, this lineup from CAG suggesting something interesting may be formulated. The ROUs for coverage, Amaru for quick entry in the hands of Anaton. Is this a alternate take on the Archives directs for CAG? Capital deploying util early.
Well, Surf's going to go for the swing of the window, but he loses out to Sharif, and the frag grenade finds Emby. Well, that's an easy double kill to open up this 7th round.
And they've already got control armor side.
And then Zaka with a shotgun onto Spoit, while this has been absolutely rapid. Didi going for the plant, shield screen up from the ROU. Don't think there's going to be a lot Rexon can do. He doesn't even the Nitro Cell. Plant's gone down. This round is done. What a statement from CAG. On Armory and Archives, they have just swarmed in and taken it with ease to just give a sign of life that maybe on the attack they could do something very special. Rexon himself would have to do something very special to win this round for Shopify Rebellion. Doesn't seem as if he's in much of a hurry, realizing how difficult the task is ahead of him. What a round though from CAG.
Yeah, that first kill coming at the 2:29 mark, fastest of the series so far. Even more impressive that it was from the side of the attack as opposed to a defensive spawn kill, right? They clearly had a plan, able to action it. Wasn't the more traditional Archives direct that we saw from Shopify, but their own little flair working out there with the Armory side focus.
A wonderful execute, and in terms of the team coordination, it seemed like everyone was on the same page. And everyone was also on the same page in terms of pacing. I think that's the most important thing. Sometimes with these fast-paced rush attacks, one or two lag behind in their role, and not everyone's in the right position. But for CAG, it seemed as if everyone was very much in sync. And we're not going to get the repeat bomb site from Shopify Rebellion straight to Vent Workshop. They will play relatively similar in terms of the top floor control as the bomb site moves downstairs. And a change up on the attacker side for Repix. CAG will bring the Dokkaebi, the Sophia, the Ace, and the Twitch. They will drop the Montang, but keep Anaton on the Blackbeard, interestingly enough. Anaton just 1-5 this game, but double digits for Sharif. Still only the 2 kills for Chipitsu. And he was the #1 rated player in APAC North.
Yeah. You awake the giant, who knows what might happen.
But at the same time, it's been an awfully quiet series as well for Spoit. Just 9 kills, 16 deaths across the 2 maps. early statement as well. Quick 7th round now into the 8th. You make this 5-3. It's not too dissimilar as to the scoreline of Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Remember, it was a 6-3 comeback from CAG on Clubhouse.
I think entering the half, I certainly had that doubt that we may not see the same level of proactive play replicated. But that round, I was like, oh, hang on a second.
Well, a slow pace follow-up in the 8th round. A minute expires on the clock already. Slow creep outside of break. There's barbed wire, though. Does deny the ability to go for a quick push in. Flashbang. Ambi's going to eat the Junker payload call from Chibisu, looking for a reposition to catch a kill here at the break doorway. Love that onto DD. Don't think he was expecting the angle to have now suddenly been taken, and Anatim will fall. Lovely read from Shopify Rebellion. This will set them up with a 6-2 advantage. Unless Chibisu, Sharif, and Zaka can bring back a 3 versus 5. Desperately need the next kill. Zaka will slip into offers through the smoke. Position should not be known. Although he does just start blasting. Now position is very much known to Canadian inside a fountain. Out of gas babes. But it means he can keep this shotgun up at the close angle position. Zaka needs to swing this. Now at least knows that the smoke holds the close angle. Embi will fall towards Customs, courtesy of Sharif. Zaka, a little stutter step at the drop of the hatch and eventually now makes his way down into bathroom. Surely couldn't find a kill from below. Doesn't opt to shoot initially, but hello, here's Rexon lurking inside of towers, not expecting that position to be held. And with Chibisu falling elsewhere, it's all set up now for Shopify Rebellion to have 4 map points. And Sharif will push up metal stairs to his death. Lair is calling.
And they've looked rock solid here on Border so far. Some smiles being shared by the boys as they're pretty pleased with how Border has developed so far. And while CAG certainly haven't thrown the towel in over the course of this map, I think they're just short of ideas and being able to problem solve their way out of this position. No tactical timeouts, of course, remain for CAG by Varel. They're on their own now for the remainder of this map, and frankly, I don't think there's too much longer to go here on Border.
Well, they did win 5 straight to win Clubhouse. They need 4 straight to force overtime. And on the attack side, it's
well, we
more
had the discussion earlier.
Even on Border.
We had the discussion on Club, right, that the scoreline maybe wasn't reflective of how close the match was. This one, I think, is.
Yeah, I think this scoreline very much reflects the dominance that we've seen from Shopify Rebellion on Border. By the way, 100% conversion rate on opening kills so far through the 8 rounds. Yep. Little indication to follow coming into this first of 4 map point opportunities. On a map like Border, it's no surprise those entry kills are going to be so important.
5 seconds left. Attacker's objective is to defuse.
So back over to Armory and Archives. Technically, if Shopify Rebellion want guns, they could just sit on this site for 4 rounds straight. It is, of course, the best defensive site on the map. Not saying they will, but they do have the option now.
And they bring the clash into play.
Well, this man on our screen, he's the big one. If it looks as if we're going Lair. Chibisu needs to stand up. 10-17. You can't have the region's #1 player bottom fragging in an elimination game. Lair is where he needs to make amends. Slips into waiting. Wants out the top of the shield of the clash from Canadian.
Getting us more intel.
Yeah, looking to try and spearhead top east, but that's tough. Shield into clash is not the kind of formula that will favor the attack of CAG. Oh, and it's surf again. And if that 100% conversion rate continues, Shopify Rebellion have locked in this map.
Yep. The trade, though, slightly delayed. Follows through from Sharif onto Rexon. Sharif then has another chance onto Surf. I think that frag grenade... Did that get stuck on the floorboard or did it fall back down?
I think it bounced back down.
Yeah.
Well, they've at least got a little bit of presence now over towards top east. It has forced Canadian back further over towards 90 for now. You can play information on the shield that won't have the immediate counter impact.
You can see Sharif was trying to play off the Joker Pele call from Chibisu, but unable to. Surf was able to answer the call safely. Oh, chance maybe for Sharif on a Canadian. Just the way that he was posturing. Top metal did leave him a little bit vulnerable. MB finds a big kill onto the Chibisu as well. 2 and 8. He has struggled on border. And Spoit in a really good position towards security. It's starting to fall apart now for CAG. Spoit a double. Well, if he starts to activate, perfectly timed, because we will be going to all 3 maps. The sword leaves merely but a scratch on the throat of Shopify Rebellion. All 3 maps are required in this massive, massive series. Facing elimination now are both teams. CAG, Shopify Rebellion. One of them's going home in the next hour.
Yeah, they sure are, Jake. What a performance there on border, though, from Shopify Rebellion, and preventing any kind of serious or meaningful comeback attempt from CAG by Varel. The stage is set for the third to be a banger.
Yep, certainly is, Jake. And I think that given the context of Shopify Rebellion, this is what we expected from this series. We expected them to take over. We expected them to take control. CAG, whilst there was a small blip on the radar in map 1, they tidied it up. Border looked phenomenal. There were no questions about it. I think, if anything, I was probably a little bit disappointed from CAG's first half. I expected, after what we've seen today and what they've showcased throughout this tournament, I expected a little bit more from them. But I think that goes down to Shopify Rebellion's, I want to say aggression, but more performance.
Yeah, I mean, we did preface, though, of course, pre-series, and then also post-map 1, we expected Border to go the way of Shopify Rebellion.
Always.
Don't know if I expected it to be that dominant, and now a little concerned going into Lair. But Lair is still statistically a much better map for CAG by Varel, but the concerns are really the mental wounds from being beaten up on border in that fashion, guys, then now going into what is now essentially a best of 1 to fight for survival going to group stage, and that's where we know APAC struggle historically. These hurdles, they slip up, and here's another one presented. The reality is, though, and this is what sets this up perfectly, Rob, someone's going home. Someone's going to be heartbroken. It's yet another failure for CAG on LAN and for APAC, or it's an absolute monster team from North America. It's a big map coming up.
It certainly is. Speaking of that, it is time for us to go to a break. On the other side, Xenox has teed that one up perfectly. Someone is eliminated. Someone is through to groups. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
It's not all about size.
third and final map is needed for this series and for our first team to move from play-ins to groups where they will meet another 14 teams. It's time to get underway with this final one. I'm excited. CAG, whilst they started strong, definitely didn't do too well on border there. That was to be expected, but we keep talking about it. It started in the very first video we saw, Lair. What does that mean here, Jake? What does that mean for teeing this game up?
Yeah, so an 8-1 record for CAG. When you kind of look at the numbers here, the last time they lost it, Salt Lake City Major against 5 Fears, but then nothing since then. They're on a massive streak. They haven't lost it for 3 months. And they've played it, as I said, 9 times. So, I mean, they've got a really good record on Lair. It's a high preference map pick. For Shopify Rebellion, 4-4, not that great. It's not exactly in their wheelhouse, so they're going to be tested here. But what they do have is the momentum from Border. They won that comprehensively. They didn't just scrape over the line. They dominated CAG. And the added benefit, they know CAG mentally don't do well in these kind of maps.
It's tough. It's going to be an interesting battle. I think more so internally for CAG, where they were having fun on map 1, and even when they were 6-3 down, they were still having a bit of a laugh. You could see there was a little bit of a sadness behind their eyes, Michael, and I think for fair reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily straight sadness. Maybe
no, okay, that was a bit far.
But it might have been a little bit of despair.
Yeah,
because I feel as if Shopify Rebellion just simply had better depth on that second map.
Yeah.
CAG ran out of ideas. You know, sometimes in a best of 3 map pool is going to be truly tested. APL teams traditionally aren't going to have the deepest of pools. And so going onto a map such as Border, as we saw it develop, sure, they had that really snappy attack to kick off the second half. And I was kind of like, maybe there is a little bit more to the story here. And then it's kind of back to the same old story, right? So hopefully here on Lair, strong record, weaker opposition. You have to account for that. But I think in terms of comfortability, it's going to be a lot better than that second map.
It certainly will. This is a massive game for both of these teams. While CAG started with the sword, the dagger has been stabbed in their back, rightfully so, by the kings of North America. Or maybe the prince, maybe not the king at the moment. They still have a lot of work to do to reclaim that title, but this is where it starts. The EWC journey starts and finishes for one of these teams. Who will it be? We're about to find out.
Thank you, Rob. It sets the stage perfectly. Third and final map. Win, and you are into the group stage, where you get a chance to reset a little bit, guys. You're back to best of ones. You've got a couple of days to play some games, see how you stack up against the teams that make their way in. The loser, their key will be crushed in front of their very eyes here today. The stories are pretty simple for Shopify Rebellion. A grand final at the Salt Lake City Major surely can't now succumb in play-ins at the Esports World Cup. And for CAG by Varel, always at this international event is where they drop the ball. The hurdle is once again in front of them. As we head into this final map, who have you got?
Who have I got? Oh, gotta be Shopify Rebellion. That way either my predictions are right, my official predictions also correct. And even if I'm wrong, then CAG win it. I'm happy either way. But I think that's what makes the storyline for this match so compelling. The more I think about it, both of these teams have so much to lose if it goes against them. Shopify Rebellion, as you mentioned, they want to get back to another grand final. And for CAG, they're looking to ward off the entire mantra around this team and the aura around them. That is that international events are not their forte. This is an opportunity for two teams to subvert that. In terms of the band's double shield from Shopify Rebellion. So Anaton has been targeted in this first half. CAG respond with a traditional set of wall denial with the Kaid Bandit.
Yeah, important, I think, especially on Lair. Think about top floor as well. Very, very difficult site to attack into. This makes it a bit easier to open up the breach. Do still have the mirror that will need to be dealt with. So the canisters from Ambi can delay. Interestingly, no Azami being brought to the round from Shopify Rebellion. Entry into Ops for Zaka. Secondary hard breach to open up an angle towards that mask wall, where Anaton can then throw through the secondary breach to hopefully open up said wall. Spoit will play it aggressively with a mirror window placed, anticipating this Ops push. Every round so critical, so vital.
It's not just every round, it's every moment. I feel as if there's going to be key moments over the course of this final map that will determine the outcome.
Well, Surf got one on Clubhouse and got another on Border. It's been Surf's series for Shopify Rebellion. Has he got another 4K clutch in him on Lair? Straight down below Medical with the skeleton key of the buck. And so far, the checklist is just being worked on slowly by CAG. Get ops control, try and open up mask, eventually then mezzanine, and look for a mask plant. That's going to be the aim of the game. Double nitrocell available, plus an added 3 gas babes still up for Canadian. Throws out 1, as I mentioned it. Still a mirror window in pocket for Spoit.
Yeah, slow wind up in this round for CAG. Shopify Rebellion, though, looking settled. Double smoke for Canadian. And triple nitro still remains, or at least double, for this defensive lineup. Information gathered. CAG have a read on the hold R6 side.
Set up a sequential breach.
The final hard breach will now be deployed.
A little bit of damage on this point, by the way, towards Office. He'll fall back. It's going to be Surf that goes down first to Anaton. Sharif then finds the kill through the floorboard. Oh, what a headshot from TD. That is such a tight angle, and he goes straight into Mask. Retsim will fall. This top 4 defense has been thwarted so comfortably. Canadian, funnily enough, with the gas bay, found the kill onto DD going for the plant. He denies said plant. Surely, Canadian couldn't do something so exquisite. Zaka gets on. Canadian now has to swing. Knows there's one at the doorway. Sharif covers perfectly. Oh, it's CAG on the attack of Lair that takes the opening round.
Yeah, slow wind up, but then able to pounce. They accounted for the variables in that round from the defense, the lurk below, the positions horizontally, which was facilitated partially with information that was gathered earlier. Some sharp shots were required, and CAG delivering there in round 1. And if that's what we can expect here from CAG over the course of the next few, then
they won the opening round on Border, and then we know what happened after that, by the way. 5 straight to Shopify Rebellion, so don't get too excited if you're an APAC fan.
I'm getting excited for the next side of choice, though, from Shopify Rebellion. It's over to Dorms for round 2. In my opinion, one of the more dynamic sites that we see in the game right now. It's really intriguing, the tug of war that we typically see on this site. Shopify Rebellion will contend with holding above control, because planning against the vert is a challenge, but then you risk compromising positions elsewhere. And then CAG on the opposing side, well, Dave will pose the question, are we going to go direct, use the Capital to cover against that vert? Or do we maybe try and split the attack and try to dislodge this defense that is situated above? I think they're going to go for the latter, given some of the attacker repicks that did come through. The Capital out of play. They'll bring the Blitz, though, in for the clear alongside Solid Snake.
The bunks and briefing for the second round. Shopify Rebellion not opting to repeat top floor.
This location. Watch yourself.
Sharif, who started very slow on Clubhouse, has started to get going. He's 25 and 18 now.
Not seeing anything here.
For reference, finished with 11 kills on Clubhouse, but started so quietly. All talk about the rush. Anaton into the nitrocell, though, from MP, but he did die to Zaka. At least got one with him, and it was the Blitz. Swing from the window. Shibitsu, wonderful kill onto Canadian, and has another in his sights. Surf continues to peek at the doorway to his demise. One more to follow. Rexit and Spoit close by to each other, but the round is almost forfeit already as Chibisu holds at this doorway. Spoit on the other side. And Chibisu lets him know he's still there. Sharif found Rexin. It's only Spoit that remains. He is corralled, surrounded, and shut down. CAG with a 2-0 dominant start on Lair.
Yeah, this is a great start. These opening attacks from CAG have been very difficult to fault. Shopify Rebellion are put on notice.
Oh my goodness, Super's seen enough. He's called a timeout after 2 rounds. If that doesn't tell you how dominant of a start this is from CAG, I don't know how else to spell it. That is an incredibly early tack timeout from Shopify Rebellion.
And I think the question that needs to be answered is, if Chibisu is back, how do we deal with him? Quiet back on Border. And we posed the challenge that he needed to rise to here on map 3. Still early days, but he's risen to the challenge. Good couple of rounds from him. Sharif as well, up to 4. And Shopify Rebellion have been caught on their heels early here on Lair.
Tactical timeout will expire. I was just looking.
You got the glasses on, man.
I was looking towards Sparky. I just wanted to see again. He's got the mouth covered.
Got to keep that secret,
he gets a
mate.
free early talk as well with CAG. So Sparky will hold the one and only tactical timeout remaining for this map. That is super early, but you know what? I think it's the right call.
I see what you did there. Super early.
And it is the right call. Those
agree.
first few rounds are so dominant from CAG that you have to just remind the boys what's at stake, calm them down, and settle. Round 3 coming up. And boy, it feels very pivotal early.
Yeah. I didn't quite envision map 3 getting off to such a positive start for CAG. Shopify tested. And an intriguing extension from them up above on the vert to try and prevent CAG from establishing that checklist early on. That's facilitated by the mirror in particular. And positionally, some of these defenders currently offside on the first floor. I presume CAG are eager to get some vert control, notably with the sledge in play. We also have that solid snake once again to facilitate map clear.
My location is clear, huh? Looks like their security's up.
Interestingly, Basement on Lair offers the ability to really contest around that first floor. But I like Sharif here with the solid snake, the way he's playing right now, 4 kills. I think it could really lead into him finding an early pick or 2. That would just put Shopify Rebellion immediately on the back foot. So I'm sensing Shopify Rebellion will actually be more conservative based on their lineup and their position. I don't think they're really going to fight first floor to maintain it. It'll be more of that poke, prod, fall back, play positions like Blue Stairs.
Well, this is quick.
Quick indeed. Anaton towards Blue Stairs. Griswold Mine thrown out from Rexon. He has been pinged as well. Here comes Sharif. Nitrocell from Canadian. If that can connect onto Anaton, it'll be huge. It does connect, but only damage. Doesn't find the kill. Keeps Anaton alive on the blitz. 90 seconds left in this third round. So crucial. Out of the tactical timeout. Here comes Anaton, though. They've got Spoit inside of Armory. Flash, easy. Here, kill clear. Spoit caught napping.
I love that. The Nitrocell was keeping him at bay, but the Thatcher from CAG proving ultra effective. Ambi over towards range. He's cut off.
Ambi takes a peek and realizes he needs to get out of here. Good damage onto Anaton. Really good clear from Ambi. Can he get out of here alive? No. They've got the cutoff. And they bring it back to a 3 versus 3, and still plenty of time remaining for CAG, but they do lose the blitz.
Enemy device close.
Couple of bolts remain for DD. And there is a lack of plant denial here for Shopify Rebellion. They'll need to be cautious in the final stages of this third round.
And also somewhat a lack of utility after this belt from DD. Final seconds of this third round. Mirror dealt with. Vault over. In towards Lab. Pistol out. Doesn't connect. Lovely shot from Rexa. Needed that one desperately. Sharif and DD. Low on time. Will need to find the kills. Shopify Rebellion seem like they're going to finally get around on the board here for Lair. As Sharif drops, it was a 1-for-1 trade. Leaves DD needing to find 2 kills in 4 seconds. Spots 1. That'll be a kill. No, not even. Canadian wins the battle. Shopify Rebellion finally get around on Lair.
Yeah, the roam and the extension maybe not as effective as they otherwise would have liked. I think the problem solving with the Thatcher from CAG was clean. Late round though, better from Shopify despite struggling in terms of the amount of utility they had remaining. It was kind of equalized with CAG having their own struggles there at the tail end of the round. GBC got exposed, got caught out with pistol. Rexon hit a sharp shot, gave his team the advantage, and then able to lock down the site from there. So a 1-2 scoreline, additional bans. The blitz tripled down from Shopify and Azami from CAG.
Yeah, the Azami, by the way, was only first played in that round lab, but it is also very strong top floor too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a very solid ban from CAG, but yeah, again, for Shopify Rebellion, just get rid of the shields. Don't have to deal with Anderton on that. Does mean, of course, Anderton can flex over to operators like the Ying. In fact, he's on the Glands at the moment. We will go back top floor. Asta and R6 will be next up in the 4th round. But that was must-win territory for Shopify Rebellion, and they just won. Not super clinical, not super clean. I think if you're CAG, you walk away from that round not feeling too unhappy about the result. They know they could have been a little bit cleaner. Losing Anderton on the blitz wasn't ideal with what they were shaping up for in that round. We reset, we go round 4, top floor again. This still, though, in my opinion, needs to be a must-win for Shopify Rebellion, this site in particular.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Rayora in play for Zaka.
Yeah, Rayora Glaz is interesting.
Very interested to see how this little comp is going to play out.
Reloading.
Presumably a set play that they have prepared.
Well, will it be open up mask, Rayora gate on the doorway? I mean, you can also go for a backside hit as well. But right now, things shape up towards Ops will be the play early on for CAG. By the way, 3 straight opening kills for CAG here on Lair. Just to keep note of. Oh, here we go from below. Sharif with the Zofia looking for the impact trick. No, but he also didn't have information. Just went for it. At least does open up the floorboard. Canadian knows there is some storage side pressure.
Already used all 3 smokes. Now forced to contest close.
Oh my God, Rexon is just starting from below. Canadian needs to be ready, and he is. Lovely headshot onto DD to shut down the Solid Snake. But Sharik knows there's another one directly above him inside of storage. He'll hold the angle at the doorway. 6 kills early on for Sharif. 5 as well, by the way, for Chibisu here on Lair. I said on border, he needs to stand up, and boy, he has. Canadian needs to be so careful.
Yeah, could be susceptible to Vert if his positioning is off.
By the way, only 1 smoke grenade remaining for CAG if they want to play off this Glaz with the smoke. Especially now with Rexon dealt with. There is no Warden counterplay. So when that smoke gets thrown out, you have to play off it if you're CAG.
Shopify have been drawn into R6 side, so I like this rotation from Zaka. Has a bit of space to play off now over towards Ops.
He's got all of it. But there is Surf still over towards Mask, and he's had some big plays in this series. Bit of damage onto Zaka. Wards him off, sends him back towards Ops. Sharif opening up the breach from the other side. Oh, Surf needs to be careful, but the DMR can play this angle. 40 seconds remain. Again, no gas babes, but there is still a Nitrocell, most importantly with Spoit. If they do go for a mask plant, Spoit can still stop that. Oh, damage onto Sharif. A bit of counterplay from the defense. Canadian as well. Gets active on said defense. Spoit shuts down Chibisu. Shopify Rebellion flip the script. They get aggressive. They make it 2 straight rounds as we are tied on this 3rd map. Much better from Shopify Rebellion. They didn't just sit and wait for CAG to make their move. Got on the front foot and got rewarded.
Yeah, they've responded nicely to that very early tactical timeout from Super post round 2. Now we equalize 2 apiece, posing questions to CAG. Canadian was active at the beginning of the round. 3 smoke babes, expended early, was under a bit of pressure, but he stood tall, found an initial trade. And then critically, late round, clued into the potential rotation. Another good round from Surf in particular. His ankle work, again, excelling here at the Esports World Cup.
Canadian top fragging.
Don't see that every day of the week.
I don't see that every day of the week.
Which is normally a concern, but if anything, in this kind of context, it's not been a problem.
Still 4 straight opening kills for CAG, but unable to convert in rounds 3-4. Bunk's briefing returns. Was won by CAG last time.
CAG giving up on the original plan though, so they'll repick back into the direct hit, so expect greenside pressure, Capital for the vert, and of course the ROUs from DD to help mask that plan. It means though, Surf on the Warden and Spoit on the Solace are the 2 key stakeholders in the round for the defense.
It also means for CAG, it's kind of a one and done play. Typically, if you do go for that green side into a rush plan, if it's unsuccessful, we don't usually see the attack.
It's hard to have him. Yeah, the backup plan is very limited for this approach. And it's also the kind of play now that is very meta globally. Shopify Rebellion very early into this round will kind of know what's coming at them based on positions and drone work, etc., etc. It's not going to catch them off guard. So CAG's execution needs to be near perfect.
Deploying drone.
I think you need to be near perfect for the remainder of this map. Both teams, to be honest, there's not a lot of room for error.
Tracks released.
I think if you're Shopify Rebellion, it's just a matter of just holding on. Put the scoreboard pressure onto CAG and they will mentally crumble. So the first ROU out from DD. Will he follow up with a plan attempt? He will.
Out like a light.
Well, the horizontal Thatcher up above, but it doesn't quite work. Spoit has info.
Well, they deny the plant, but they don't get the kill. DD able to escape. First attempt unsuccessful for CAG, but they don't lose the sends. There is still an ROU available for DD. Not often you get a complete second go at this, guys.
It's rare. This is really rare. Can CAG capitalize on the reattempt?
Sharif has to be mindful. Floorboard bar being walked. Takes a bullet to the shoulder. They don't have to rush this. There's still 60 seconds. ROUs again have been sent out. This time, Anderton full health. He's picked up the diffuser. He's at the bomb chassis. Is he spotted? Spoit has to hit the shot. He can't get it through the floorboard. Play will be successful for CAG. Spoit couldn't hit the shots. The angle not favoring him. And now the retake attempt needs to be swift. They've got 30 seconds in a 5v5 post-plant retake. Towards green stairs. Big battle. Won by Spoit. Makes up for the earlier miss. But they need to be quick with their movement. As Jibisu looking to block off this push down the stairs. Looking to win the battle. Spoit clutches up. Canadian onto the kit tonight though by Sharif. 12 seconds. Time is expiring so quickly before the very eyes of SR. And again denied. Rexon falls. There is no time. CAG will take the 5th round. And with that the lead.
Whoa. I cannot believe we saw the reattempt work. That might be the first I've ever seen. As we said before, if your first attempt on that attacking set doesn't pan out, the reattempt is so challenging. But for Shopify Rebellion and Spoit specifically didn't quite get the ping out on the plan. Then the follow-up spray didn't quite land with the beams in the way. And whilst the fight back in the post was still strong, it wasn't enough. Great play outside breach in particular from CAG. A stressful round for both teams, but CAG now in the lead.
They have the chance to extend said lead as well. Final round of this half. We return to basement. I think arguably the best site that maybe Shopify Rebellion looked on back in round number 3.
10 seconds remaining.
Funnily enough, that was the first time that Shopify Rebellion got the opening kill, but
5 seconds left before
at a giant asterisk as that opening kill was post-plant in a 5v5. Not often you see that on Bunk's briefing. So lab we go. And a pretty different lineup for Shopify Rebellion defensively. Last time they brought the Allah, they had the Azami, of course now banned away. They had the Mirror, they don't opt to bring that, nor the Mai. They go with the Solus again, but this time Ambi will take that away from Spoit. Spoit will go onto the Thorn. We see Thorn for the first time in this half. Fenrir as well brought out. Add in the Melusi and the Goya, and it's traps everywhere. So Anaton onto the Twitch needs to get to work.
Oh, he's been working hard. He's on the grind. And still has a shock drone in pocket as well, which will certainly be consequential in this particular round.
9-2 for Sharif. Huge performance from him in the series. 32-20. 4-2 entry with a 131 EPS. The next highest is Surf with a 108. That is a gigantic gulf. Sharif has been by far and away the MVP of this series. Will he maintain that though? Heading into the second half. As Anaton thinking about the push up yellow stairs, opts against it. Storage battle. I put the curse on Sharif. He loses out. Ambi stays alive. Eats the dog of Payla. Oh my goodness! That's the biggest whiff I've ever seen. Zaka needed to collect that kill onto Ambi.
If you wanted my attention,
Speechless.
all you had to do
How does Ambi survive that? Well, what ramifications will that have in this series?
Found my next target.
They got the revive as well onto Sharif. It would have been a 5 versus 4 for CAG. A giant fumble. But Chipisu, what a headshot onto Canadian. And all tied up heading into the final minute of this half. Anaton, swing, headshot, no, but it's a good enough kill onto Rexon, and that's all that matters.
How have they gotten themselves back into this round? It's advantage CAG, Ambi low on HP, and potentially limited denial for Shopify Rebellion, although keep in mind with the Goyo's preset site, that could pose a challenge. And Spoit is hiding in Armory.
Still have calls available. In fact, one going out now onto Spoit, as you said, towards Armory. Not really anyone, though, to play off that. He'll eat the call. Well, he's going to answer the call. 20 seconds left. Chibisu can call again. Sharif with the radar gets a bit of information. And remember, Ambi's very low on health. Sharif caught, though, by Surf. 3 versus 3. Heading into red time. Up close. Surf's got a couple more coming his way, but he's ready to ride the high wave again. 3 from Surf on site. Nothing Anaton can do. We are all tied on Lair. 3 apiece. After 6 rounds of action.
Surf just is that guy when you need somebody
Surf
to anchor the site. He is him. One of many big moments for him so far at the Esports World Cup.
On all 3 maps, Surf has had a gigantic moment.
Yeah.
Does it again.
Oh, what a half.
What a half.
2-minute break, and I think it's needed not just for the boys on in the server, but for us as well up here on the desk.
And again, remember, of course, coaches now get to talk during this halftime break. So Sparky, hand on mouth again. Super will get another opportunity to talk after what was a tactical timeout at 2-0 in favor of CAG. To be fair, from that timeout of Super, Shopify Rebellion then won 3 of the next 4 rounds.
Yeah, they surged.
So they were able to respond. Of course, CAG do still hold their tactical timeout for the second half.
Swapping mag.
But just big moments. In every single one of these rounds, nothing has been easy for anyone inside of the server. But again, Surf with multiple bodies coming towards you, it's very easy to just get overwhelmed in these positions, but he has shown time and time again, he's cool, he's calm, and he's collected. But what a stressful moment now for these two teams. 40 seconds left we've got on this halftime break. At 3-3, someone's Esports World Cup dream will be coming to an end very quickly.
It will. Final messages now to be relayed. Quick discussion as to any sore points in the first half, but just reiterating the plans then for the next handful of rounds, which will determine each team's fate at this event.
So Lair, by the way, in the APAC North region for Stage 1 was defend decided at 52%. And the reason why I don't really want to look at Globe, I'd rather look at what the region is. That's what matters the most. That's where CAG should be more comfortable on defense going into this second half. Now for North America League, which as we've seen has sometimes some very different numbers compared to other regions, Lair is even more defender-sided at 58%. Doesn't bode well for Shopify Rebellion. They're on the wrong side here coming into this second half. That's the way to frame it.
Yep.
But 52, 58%, there's still big margins the other way. They can still win this on the attack. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if it ends up 3-3 and we go overtime. Why not?
May as well. We've gotten this far. As the bands roll through, will it be double shield?
No.
No, not quite. So the Monty Grim combo from the side of defense. And then
Zami Mirror are honestly some very, very strong bands. What it does enable is your Kaid. Kaid is a very strong operator here.
Yep.
You can also double down with Bandit if you want, but I don't think you need to. I think Kaid alone just gives a little mini game to be dealt with for Shopify Rebellion.
It enables the info gather, right? And we saw that pretty effective back on Club, notably the Valkyrie. Maestro is never going to get banned, but just something to note that CAG sometimes dabble in that as well. So I wouldn't put that completely out of the question. On side of Shopify, though, on the attack, info, right? We're going to see the Deimos, we're going to see the Snake, we're going to see the Dokkaebi, as expected. I don't think CAG will be too shaken by that, though. If Shopify want to up the tempo a little bit, have good reads with the information to facilitate that.
I think if you're CAG right now, you're comfortable being on defense.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
If you're Shopify Rebellion, you're happy with the last couple of rounds after being down 0-2 to begin with. I mean, the scoreboard suggests it at 3-3. Both teams come into this very evenly matched for this second half as we get underway. Ambi immediately onto the Solid Snake. One last reminder in terms of who's been the best in this series. Surf 27-18, Ambi 23-19, Rexing 21-20. The only three going positive for Shopify Rebellion. The only one going positive for CAG has been Sharik, 32-21, Zaka 21-21, the next best. But all that matters is this map right now. First minute expiring. They do have Canadian on the Ying, so the Candels can help clear out positions to get Mez control and then eventually into sight. DD will play on the Tachanka to deny the mask plan. How is Ambi dead already? Chibisu over towards Mezzanine has found a very early kill in this round. Not ideal for the attack of Shopify Rebellion. And while the Solid Snake is not completely important to the plan for attacking this site, you're losing a top player in Ambi.
Yep. That's gonna hurt. But Shopify Rebellion's ability to fight and to problem solve has been good over the course of not just this series, but the entirety of the event. So don't count them out. Midpoint, though, and it's looking tricky. Bit of control over towards Ops as Canadian feeds info on the opposing side of the map. A lot of stall out on offer here from CAG, though. The Tachanka, the Goyo, even the Zodo from Chibisu.
Anderton still has Kaid Claw, by the way, and just replaced it. Has still that Nitrocell as well. Spoit falls to Chibisu. He's found a second one from Master. Vulcan canister popped. Just in case Shopify Rebellion wanted to push in, and indeed they do. They do want to push in. They're going to go off this. Canadian through the smoke criminal. But then caught in the back from the pistol of Chibisu. He's found 3 important kills in this round. They spot Surf trying to push through the doorway. They deny him. Rexing by himself, dead at the window. With that, CAG take the lead. They're 3 rounds away from knocking out Shopify Rebellion.
Careful, Jake. Don't give the APAC fans too much false hope. Not just yet. We're not there.
Just stating what's happening. That's all I can do.
It is. But it's also the strongest, typically, site on the map for defense. Shopify should not be rattled. CAG, though, I think can take confidence from that. They played really well across the board, afforded themselves the early advantage, and even when the Chaos Ball got thrown,
well, where's the follow-up with Canadian? He's going deep there. He finds the kill. Where's everyone else?
Yeah.
Are they not on the same page? Was that not the script play?
That's kind of the
Was
point.
that just a hero play? We don't know, but...
Got a Hail Mary at that point.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't work.
No.
So, basement for the 8th round. Big round from Chibisu, by the way. He goes up to 9 kills. Did say coming into this map of Lair, Chibisu, Sharip, they're the ones to watch. They got 19 kills combined. On the flip side for Shopify Rebellion, while they've had an even spread, there's not one player in particular that is having a really big pop-off game. So if you go back to Clubhouse, it was Surf 14-9. You go back to Border, which they won. You had 2 players double-digit. Here right now, it's not looking good, but it's 3-4, and there's so many rounds still to work their way back into this.
Yeah, long way to go. Eyes on Ambi at the moment. Rough start to the second half for him. He'll be wanting to extract info on that Solid Snake, gather info for the push. Is the only dedicated info gatherer this round out for Shopify Rebellion. And when you consider the setup here from CAG with pretty heavy presence off-site, we'll see if that ends up compromising their ability to clear the map, which they are going to go for. That's signaled by the Ram. Spoiled as well for flank watch once they obtain that control, but gathering that in the first place here for Shopify Rebellion may pose problems. Sharif's second floor server, Chibisu has presence armory and has the support of that clash.
Ambi's been involved in the last 2 opening engagements. When you're playing the Solid Snake, likely to put yourself in that position. Drone's being dealt with. Slow round, pacing-wise. Halfway through already, still 5v5. No real shots taken from either team. Sharif still top floor server. That may be unknown to the attack. Spoy creeping down the missile hallway. Hulk canister spotted at the door. He'll be aware of that. Shopify Rebellion, though, are very, very cool, calm and collected. It's Surf that gets the following kill. Now they are going to follow up on this and look to flood the site.
Yeah, flood the clash with an air jab.
And Sharif needs to be very mindful. He's still top floor, needs to make his way back to site and help out his teammates as quick as possible. And boy, does he. Big kill onto Surf, but Rexon steps up, shuts down Chibisu, who's been so instrumental for CAG. Advantage still with Shopify Rebellion, but here comes the clash of Anaton to try and get in their face. He finds 2, but it's Canadian and gets the last. Oh, big round win for Shopify Rebellion. Sneaking up on them in basement and striking with Venom. All tied again at 4-4.
Got close there for Anaton. It was a good flood onto his position to knock the clash out of play, but only temporarily. Anaton actually did a really good job to stay up there for the late round, and it was almost enough for CAG to be able to clutch out the round. Here is that flood, 3 versus 1, and unfortunately couldn't sustain.
Came down to a 1v2. So that last swing from Canadian, if he dies there, it's a 1v1 and not in a post plan. That would have been really dicey. Canadian going positive at 6-5, but no longer top fragging as Ambi has also got 7 kills to his name. And it's been back and forth now since the 4th round, 1-1-1 and so on. Neither team gaining a lot of separation, neither team able to go on a big run. Now, if we go back to Clubhouse, there was a period where Shopify Rebellion won 4 rounds straight. There was a period where CAG won 5. Shopify Rebellion on Border, won 5 straight. The highest win round streaks for either of these two so far has been just 2, which was the opening 4 rounds. Since then, it has been as even as you can ask for. Heading into the 9th round, who can just edge out that number 5 and feel a little safer going into round 10?
It's the Dorm's site, round number 9.
And Master R6 will open up after this round as well.
Favorable for CAG.
Drone spinning up.
Capitao in play, expectation for Shopify to go for the flood with that coverage. CAG well prepared with the Warden and the Solace combination up above on 2nd floor. Both will need to be cautious of Surf on the Thatcher. This is, in terms of
chilling.
setup,
They're all chilling.
Yeah, this is very similar to what we saw in the first half.
His full hands off keyboard. They're just going to sit.
The guns are out.
And wait. It's 4-4 at the Esports World Cup, and they're just chilling. But now, the chill time is coming to an end. Breach opened up successfully, and on the rotate they go.
Yeah, probably going to rotate across for green control. Ambi with a bit of a preamble, has Sky Bridge and the track stingers on the gridlock to help facilitate that map control. Is Aniton eager here to actually progress forward and get a little aggressive?
So we'll deal with the Kayak Claw from the Thatcher of Serve, so the exothermic charge from Spoit will be successful. They're going to stop the other one as well. So wall opened up again. This is some really good check work from Shopify Rebellion. Green control. Breaches opened up.
I have options.
They have the options. It means there's also pressure onto CAG. 60 seconds. Jibisu scanning as well with the Solus to try and find out where Canadian is. He's over towards Bunk. Smoke's going out. Gas Babe as well from Zaka. Canadian is into the site and will go for the plant on the fuse. DD, big battle. Canadian is still sticking this. Not just self-thrown, but it's not the right spot.
There was a ping.
Canadian was pinged. He will be dealt with, but the plant will be successful for Shopify Rebellion. CAG have the extra number, but they still need to retake, and they need to do so quickly.
Yeah, 30 seconds. They need to move fast, but Shopify Rebellion in position.
Big kill from Surf. CAG will need to flood, and flood quickly. Ambi's retaken back up above towards Skybridge. Aniton shuts down Rexon. Need to start moving towards this kit and look to stick it for the counter diffusers. DD goes on it on the Warden, halfway through. Now 3/3, almost the whole way indeed. DD has stuck it! Oh, that's incredible! DD with the big man play!
Oh, boy.
Oh, my!
How often do you see a retake on that site?
They had players up as well, but couldn't deny. CAG take the lead again. They go 5-4 up. Shopify Rebellion got the plant down on Bunk's briefing and couldn't win.
Well, I think there was a disconnect on the comms there, and DD Man went for the wrong position for plant denial initially. But the risk that you run is the attack. If you go for the tuck plant there, which is more protected from the vert, it's less exposed to the exterior breach. Surf tried to play that position, got overwhelmed, and they didn't have a line of sight there onto the counter diffuse.
So Master R6 now follows into the 10th round. CAG, by the way, still have their tactical timeout. Super has already used his for Shopify Rebellion. Round 10 coming up, back to the top floor, the best defensive site, and CAG have number 6 in their sights. But Guz, it's that hurdle. And boy, do these APAC teams, most especially CAG, love a good stumble when it seems like maybe they can finally get over it.
Yep.
This is crucial for both teams.
Both teams with everything to gain, but equally everything to lose in this series. Shopify Rebellion getting knocked out by an APAC team, or CAG losing and falling short at another international event. Whichever way you spin it, it's going to be a disaster for the loser of this matchup, an elation for the winner and an opportunity to go on and do damage.
Well, if CAG win this, there will be as many APAC teams in group stage as North American teams.
All clear.
Not that that really means anything. It's just a fun fact. I don't know. That's not really
It's a fun fact for us.
That's a fun fact. They've still got to win it though. We know CAG love a good fumble. Shareeb, not gonna lie, you hold your breath in those moments as he made his way up main stairs. But he gets back safely onto the Roteros for Rexon. He's had a quiet one, it's fair to say 2 and 8. But while he's been quiet up to this point, don't discount him from still having a say.
Hey, I mean, he's had a really good event and has had good impact moments, so numbers for me are relevant from his perspective. It's
he was number 1 rated coming into today.
Yeah, but if he has the opportunity presented to him, needs to capitalize. Obviously, more of an emphasis and focus on utility for now, and then gun up once his jobs are done. Jobs are done on the Roteros. Canadian with the util set here, potentially on the cap.
Well, triple Nitro still up, plus Shamika Launcher, plus double Gas Bay, plus 3 Zoto canisters. Halfway through the round, CAG are littered with utility.
Yep.
As you said, Shopify Rebellion now need to draw this utility out. They do begin to do so, but damage taken from Surf on the Blackbeard. 1 Gas Bay remains for Shareeb. This pace needs to continue though for the attack. Up main stairs, through the fire for Ambi.
Reloading.
They lose Surf, though, to the Nitrocell of Zaka, so the Blackbeard is gone. They lose that forward pressure pushing in. No shield up, but at least Ambi took some semblance of control towards main stairs, but hasn't quite got to the mezzanine, but Spoit now has. Radar information, good information acquired from Ambi. Next kill, so critical.
But again, it's about drawing out this utility, being able to make a play. Some information now for Shopify Rebellion, but 40 seconds remain.
Spoit doesn't feel comfortable right now. You can see the flames, the pressure. Look at this again. He just doesn't want to commit with the blowtorch. Struggling to open up this wall into Mask, which is the primary plant position. Still, Shamika launcher available. Still, double Nitrocell available. This could be the moment here and now as Jibisu will play the master desk. Zono canister thrown out, but he will fall. Big pick from Ambi. Spoit as well, stands up, shuts down Sharif, still a Nitro up for Anakin, 2 bullets in the Shamika launcher for DD Man. Spoit on 1 HP, and so is Canadian. Radar up, but put your gun up, Andy. You need to kill them all. You have 5 seconds, or you're facing elimination as Anakin fights 2. He's got the big guns for a reason. It's 6-4, baby. APAC might just send Shopify Rebellion home.
Oh my goodness. The stall out there from CAG was spot on. Shopify Rebellion did not draw out enough utility fast enough in that round. A classic stall out, a classic stack up. Filter effect through the door. And I mean, to be fair, they still did a pretty good job to fight themselves into a decent position, but not good enough. 2 opportunities to send Shopify packing.
Well, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they just look so stalled out for so many large periods of that round, Guz. And you could see as well, wanting to open up Mask with the blowtorch. Spoit didn't feel comfortable, and he couldn't actually do it anyway because of the Shamika launcher. CAG had them in their back pocket there on the top floor, but top floor now is done, locked away. 2 rounds for Shopify Rebellion to force overtime. The good news is they've already won basement. That's already happened back in round 8. And honestly, Bunk's briefing doable as well. So there is still a path forward for the North American team. With top floor gone, they can very much win 2 straight, but boy, they will need to be perfect.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
I don't think anyone's going to get perfect pick'ems if CAG go on to win one of these next 2 rounds. It felt like Shopify Rebellion were a certainty to make it through to the group stage here at EWC.
Well, it comes back to why have you left Kaid up on the board, and in the end, that claw was still up. You're forced into the Maverick. Things are a bit messy. It's come back to bite Shopify Rebellion.
Don't worry about near me.
But again, basement. They won this site last time. Can they do so again?
Starting shock drone.
Small change up in their lineup. They drop the Ram. They drop the Nomad. They bring the IQ and the Dockerbee instead. And a decent change as well, too, for CAG. They'll bring the Solars this round. They'll rely again on the Kaid. Didn't bring it, actually, for Lab back in round 8. Razor Bloom activated. No damage dealt. Good bait from Spoit.
Spoit's been doing some really good info gathering over the course of this second half. I feel like every time I'm looking at his card or POV, getting active with the info that he's been able to relay to the rest of the team and trying to take some space and make plays. This round, no exception. Chibisu looks hungry, though. Up to 11 kills. He has turned it up here on map 3. A little dormant, back on border.
He's on the move
Good
as
return
well.
to form here on Lair.
Shopify Rebellion know that they need to be perfect, but CAG also now know they're afforded the freedom to go for, a flanking play, be a little aggressive themselves. They don't have to just sit back cowardlessly. They can actually be aggressive on the defense. Nitrocell for DD in hand, over towards Toxin. Prepped, lined up, and look at the blue outlines on the other side for Shopify Rebellion. This could be huge. Thrown out, shot out.
And on radar now.
Can they follow up quickly? It's Sharif, though, that finds the opening pick onto Surf. Shopify Rebellion lose another entry battle. Make that 4 from the last 5. Big swing. Rexon wins. Oh, Spoit! Team kill! No, but Canadian does at least get rid of Zaka. Spoit, though, he's also still down on the floor. Not the time for a TK if you're SR, and the Nitro finishes off Spoit. He's done. It's down to Unk. Canadian, you need to salvage this. The young and the old with Ambi. 30 seconds leaves them little time.
And they combine payload to go out, but it's Sharif up close, 14
He's
kills.
locked in as he edges closer to the monitor. CAG edges closer to knocking out Shopify Rebellion. Anatem will indeed crush their key as he crushes their hearts. APAC will go to group stage. Shopify Rebellion, you're going to the nearest airport.
Oh my goodness. What a result from CAG. All of that hard work from Shopify Rebellion up until this point unraveled in an instant.
My God!
Gagging, baby!
I do believe in magic! I do! What a performance! I mean, that is heart in hand from CAG.
Wow.
They came into this tournament with expectations of their own, but our expectations were that maybe they would do something in play-ins, but never that they would beat the best team in play-ins and arguably one of the best teams at this event, Guz. What a performance and the devastation we can see from here.
Yeah.
I can't explain in words.
I mean, obviously, from our perspective, from APL, we're super excited. But again, important to note how devastating this is for Shopify Rebellion. A phenomenal performance at SLC. They played well yesterday here at EWC and went in as the favorites. They played some really good Siege over the course of the day.
Wrexham was
as well.
1, Ambi was 2 in terms of rated players.
Exactly. Like,
what we said, it's all for nothing if you lose today.
And that's it.
Yeah,
you know, that,
so brutal.
It is the brutality of this kind of format, right? But this is the thing. When we saw that CAG were drawing up against Shopify Rebellion, we went, oh, boys, well done. You know, you've had a great time. You've had a great event, but this is where it ends. No, that story keeps rolling on.
Well, I think the big takeaway for me, firstly, CAG are in group stage now.
Yep.
So they joined the big boys. Now there's still another tournament to be played. The big tournament really begins for them.
Agreed.
And while they do qualify for it, and they beat Shopify Rebellion, that's the big takeaway. They didn't just beat, and I don't want to say names, but a lowly team.
Yep.
They beat a very, very good North American team, as you said, grand final at Salt Lake City. So not only does CAG get that international LAN win against a big team, monkey off their back, but now you go group stage, you're warmed up.
Yep.
What can CAG do now moving forward? I said APL finals when CAG qualified. I'm not going to believe in them until they show me otherwise. They've showed me.
Totally. Well, I mean, even then, like, we just don't expect this kind of a solid performance from, realistically, back-to-back-to-back performances. They had to come through the entire lower bracket of Phase 1 to make it into Phase 2, and now they've gone and done what everyone would have, as we have, thought was unbelievable. So kudos to them. I mean, for Shopify Rebellion, your heads are in your hands for them. You know that this was their redemption arc after stage 1. You're like, you know what? Not the greatest performance from them, guys, but they will bounce back at EWC. Their international performance are always solid, but they've just come up against a brick wall.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they're almost succumbed a little bit to being from arguably the strongest regional league, right?
Yeah.
Poor seeding here at this event off the back of maybe not performing to their absolute best at NAL, but still a very, very tough region. I'm just lost for words. I feel really bad for them because they're such a strong team. It felt like they were on the up, especially after SLC, and now they've been knocked down a peg again, and they'll have to rebuild into the rest of the year.
Well, I just want to say, so for Shopify Rebellion, talking about them for a second, it's not the kind of series that they've lost because of 1 or 2 individuals. You can almost look to all 5. But I might give Surf a leeway. Now, Surf did go 4-7 on the entry, but he also went 29-23, and as we saw, 4Ks and 3Ks, big clutches. Yep. I think you give him a pass. Ambi 26-22, 5-4. I think you give him a pass as well.
Yep.
Rexon 22-25. Canadian 20-25 is not bad either. Spoit 19-24. That's a big chunk of players that didn't quite perform in a best of 3. So that's the unfortunate reality is it was a team loss for Shopify Rebellion.
Now, this is actually very exciting. Hold your breath for a second, gentlemen, because we have possibly what could be the greatest interview of all time. 2 of the swollest units are on stage. Let's listen in.
Thank you for that. I am here with the bodybuilder Anaton from Keg, and I'm here with the Queen Mary as well as our translator. Anaton, I want to say congratulations. You guys did the unthinkable. Not only did you qualify for group stage, you also knocked out the heavy hitters of SR.
おめでとうございます。ボディビルダーのアニットゥンさんを今日はお迎えしております。このような最強のチームを相手に打ち負かしたわけですけれども、今のお気持ちをお聞かせください。
マジで本当に嬉しいって言葉なんですけど、ここまでめちゃくちゃスパーキーコーチと、いろいろ、喧嘩みたいな感じでもあったんですけど、本当に彼を信じてよかったと思います。
Well, simply, I'm so delighted. With our coach Sparky, we actually, fought almost. But, I'm so glad that, we trusted in him and believed in him to be able to be here today.
Absolutely. Well, I actually wanted to talk about Sparky and Didi joining the roster. It really seems like you guys are looking like the team back during Reload when you had your best run, getting to that grand final. Do you feel that you guys are on the same level as back during Reload?
そうですね。スパーキーコーチとディーディのお話も伺いたかったんですけれども、このようにリロードにもう戻ってこれるというふうには考えていらっしゃったのでしょうか。
リロードに戻ってる
Yeah, back to Reload. Yeah.
そうですね。僕たちやっぱり本当の実力をしっかり出せれば、本当に強い相手にもこうやって勝てるっていうこの歯が立つようなできることができるんで、このいつも通りのプレーを僕たちはいつも通りのプレーに最善を尽くしてそれを出すように、これからもやっていきたいと思います。
Well, we proved today that, as long as we perform, deliver what we can really do, like today, as we always do, we can win. So I'd like to stick to, what we can do and what we have been practicing in daily life.
Absolutely. All right, Anaton. Well, I will let you go. Is there any last things that you want to say to your fans that are watching?
はい、それでは最後にファンの皆様、ご覧になっているファンの皆様に一言おっしゃっていただけますか。
何度も、世界大会で1回も勝てずに帰ってそれを 2連続ぐらい繰り返したんですかね。でもそれでも僕たちを応援するのをやめずに、応援してくれた皆さん本当にありがとうございます。これからもこのフェーズ2も勝ち上がって皆さんにいい結果を見せれたらいいなと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Well, you've been cheering on us, supporting us all these years, and we were not able to, show the good result. We lost twice in a row. However, you never gave up on supporting us and stick to us. And we would like to show you a good victory in the phase 2. And we would like to ask you to continue to support us in the foreseeable future. And I'd like to say thank you to all of you. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Anaton, and thank you, Mary, for the translation. Anaton, one last thing. Hit it with the flex real quick. There we go. We got to love to see that. Their prologue is done. The chapter starts now for Keg as they make it into the main stage. I'm going to send it back to our wonderful desk.
Lax, where was yours, mate? I needed to see yours in there as well. We'll do that later on. But I mean, look, we very rarely get to hear from Anaton with translation on stage, let alone online or anywhere. So it's always really great to hear. Anaton is such a presence as a player and as a personality in Japan. And I think a lot of people online probably don't realize the weight that he carries physically, but also metaphorically for this region. And you can see what it means to him. You can see the elation, but also the love and effort that he puts into this game.
Yeah, is it too soon to think ahead? Osaka Major coming up. Of course, you want to have Japanese representation. With APAC North only having one slot, it means there's no room for error. Well, right now, they're clearly better than D+. D+ are a good team, and on their day, who knows, could cause an upset. The thing to remember here, by the way, now we kind of look ahead, is there's going to be CAG, Weibo, and Enterprise. The three best teams from their respective sub-region within APL, all will be in group stage. Whoever performs the best may just get their region 2 slots.
Can I, just take a second to think about this. Obviously, that's unbelievable. Because CAG have now crushed 3 keys. 3 keys out of 22 teams.
Well, they
They've
haven't
already
crushed it
taken
yet.
3. Well, not yet, but they're about to.
I don't think we even need the key crusher machine. Just stick it in Adderton's guns and go at it. Yeah,
He would be terrifying.
CAG are just such a lovable team, and it's because they really do embody the ultimate underdog.
Who is it this time?
Oh, it's Sharif.
Oh, Sharif. I mean, after
take
this
turns.
After this performance,
Plenty
he
to come,
crushed
plenty
them
to
in the
come.
server,
Yeah,
for sure.
So 38 kills, Rob. 38-23, 5-2 on the entry. 76% cost. He had a 131 EPS in the series. The next highest was 105 for both Surf and Ambi.
Wow.
So that's the gap that there was, and there goes the key of Shopify Rebellion. It's a big moment for CAG individually as a team, as a club, and also for APAC as a wider region too. For Shopify Rebellion, it's going to be difficult to deal with from grand final at the major to out in play-ins, but it's a long year. Six Invitational will be their goal. They'll look to rebound. They'll come back stronger in stage 2. I know people will have fun. Social media is going to blow up. But this is a team. And I, interestingly enough, I remember speaking to Canadian back at Paris in Six Invitational. We're in Paris, but back earlier this year, and obviously didn't have the greatest event, but their mindset was positive. They felt like they didn't need to make roster changes, and look what happened in kickoff, then into Salt Lake City. So I think they'll have the same approach post EWC going into stage 2 and look to rebound over at Osaka.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can now start talking about the rest of this tournament because that's done for us now. Play-ins, I mean, there is still one more match being played, a pretty important match, mind you. But as we now look forward for CAG, if we just kind of hone in on them for a second here, guys, I mean, what we have now seen over the last 2 days, I'm going to say this is the greatest I've ever seen CAG perform. I think if you look back to Reload, even at Reload, I think, they performed well, but I also think there was an element of teams not performing up to their task. They just beat Shopify Rebellion in the best of 3 in a very serious and important matchup that only had one of 2 outcomes. I think that the context here for CAG is they go in with possibly maybe just the most momentum I've ever seen for this roster.
I mean, it's still very raw. They've literally only just won, but I can't help but shake the feeling of just being a little bit cautiously optimistic. But that's
always.
But that's because at previous events we haven't quite seen them play this well. And again, it is only 2 days, so take that as you will. But taking down Shopify, the way in which they've approached this event so far, I think Sparky on board, the way they're playing the game, their approach overall has been really, really impressive. So we haven't quite seen this kind of CAG at an international level, and that's for me what makes it very difficult to see where they can go from here. That's both a positive or a negative.
Yeah, we're kind of going into darkness now. We are literally going in blind. And I think that there's a beauty to that as well. I feel like we went blind into this match. Although we know what CAG have done over the last 2 days, I went in blind. I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah, but I do think now moving into group stage, they need to make sure they, don't get a little bit too happy with what they've done so far because the real games begin. As we said earlier before, you're going to have 14 teams that are very, very good coming in. Just because you escaped play-ins doesn't mean group stage is going to be easy. But talk about adding one for the statistic back home in the warm-up versus fatigue. It's another one for the warm-up. I don't know about that one, though.
No.
From my understanding, Fnatic are 1-0 up and leading as well on the second map.
Yeah, Fnatic looked pretty good.
But a bigger goal of experience in that matchup. We said it as well coming into this. This was the worst opponent Shopify Rebellion could have got. CAG were easily the 3rd best team in the play-ins. They had to play them, and they played a CAG team that mentally were able to deal with their demons.
Yeah. And I think that what goes to showcase that most of all is I think in CAG of past, in CAG of old, we would have seen a moment of turmoil spin out of control. We would have seen a great round followed up by a terrible round, followed up by progressively worse rounds. For some reason, now whether that's Sparky, whether that's DD Man in the server itself. Now he's obviously been in the server for the last 3 events, so it's kind of hard to say he's the determining factor. But there was almost like a buffer. There wasn't just a complete snowball.
Well, don't forget Clubhouse was 8-6. And don't forget 6-3 up were Shopify Rebellion. And don't forget, we said pre-match, what are the 2 maps that CAG probably need to win? First and third. How it ended up playing out. So you can actually look back post-series now and say, they blew it on Clubhouse. You're 6-3 up. That was the map. You win that. You clearly dominated border 7-2. They would have won this 2-0. Choked it on the first map.
They did. And I think, it will go to show online on the Reddits of the world that people are going to show their distaste for the outcome of this for Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, there'll be a lot
I've
of
seen
support.
more positivity in regards to CAG, and I think that's the right way to do it, by the way. And while I understand there's going to be people that will, have their fun with Shopify Rebellion, it's more about the celebration of CAG and what they did. As I said before, Shopify Rebellion, they'll bounce back. These guys are experienced. They've got veteran leadership. They've been in this position before where they've maybe had a bit of a shortfall, and then look what they've gone and done. In the next event, they'll have a deep run. So don't discount them. Have a little laugh, sure, but it should be prioritizing CAG, which is what I've mostly seen online briefly.
Well, that's good. Considering how we might expect some of this to go, I am glad to hear that. Now, of course, let's very quickly scope out the rest of the event. 4 at the very least CAG, okay? As we now start to look forward to what we have on offer, what we have on display from CAG, the kind of composure that they've shown, do we realistically think that a deep run in groups could be possible here, guys? I mean, it's, this is such a vague question and such a what's going to happen, but do you actually think that there is that forward momentum for them?
Oh, if you had to pose that question a couple of days ago, Rob, I would have told you, you're a little bit insane. Let's hold the horses. I know you're from APAC, but given the way that they have been able to play over the course of the last couple of days, the resilience that they showed today as well, I really think that the sky could be the limit for them, maybe, but it's about replicating this. Is this a one-off? Is it just a one-day thing? Is this just a bit of magic in the moment? Or can they actually transfer that and carry it across to the rest of the format? Of course, we go into double elim, best of threes throughout for the most part, so it's going to be really interesting to see how their siege actually develops over the course of this event. Keeping in mind as well that teams have started to arrive. They would have been watching that VOD. They know what to expect when it comes to CAG.
Now, the biggest thing to know, I've been trying to update Liquipedia as quick as possible, but the seedings for this event in group stage is based off SI rankings. And as we know, Shopify Rebellion are actually quite high up. I think they were 4 seed, but they're out now. So we actually have a matchup confirmed already.
Oh.
Enterprise versus GK Esports.
Oh.
That's a pretty good one. I like that. And then in terms of other placements, those are, of course, are starting to be rattled out, but it's just a little too slow to update, so not going to go too much into it. But what it means is, and where I'm getting at it, with Shopify Rebellion out, someone else takes their place in terms of the seeding.
It all shuffles.
It all shuffles because of it. The expectation were they were going to get through and that we would kind of know who would kind of play who. That's out the window now.
This is incredible. I never thought in a million years I would see a grayed out Shopify Rebellion in play-ins. I never thought that would be possible, but alas, it has been, and I think it is up and up from here, no matter what. CAG, they've gotten over probably their biggest hurdle yet, 445 days. That's how long it took them to win another international match. It is absolutely mind-blowing to know that they did that and then backed it up 3 times, Guz. But it is time for us to close up shop. Any final comments from you boys as we head to groups?
Look, what a remarkable day. And CAG are now absolutely the ultimate underdog. They really do embody the region in which they do come from. They had so much turmoil for so long, continued to attend events, continued to struggle, and they didn't give up. They persisted. And I think that resilience is really, really impressive. And that might serve them well for the rest of the event. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously commiserations to Shopify Rebellion. It's never a fun feeling when you lose when you may be expected to win. A little bit similar to maybe Chiefs' predicament last night, losing to Al-Ula Club. Obviously, huge for CAG. Keep it a little bit grounded, though, for APAC fans and for CAG going into group stage. But what most importantly they now can do is potentially get 2 slots for their region. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
It certainly is. 1 of 2 teams have qualified through to groups. There is still a game going on the B stream. Fnatic and Al-Ula Club are going toe-to-toe at the moment. It is 3-3 on the second map, and if you've been watching over the past 24, 48 hours, don't ever write off this MENA team. They are coming back time and time again. However, we will be coming back tomorrow to kick-start groups. This is where things get heated. 6 teams go in, only 8 teams come out. Thank you very much for joining us here tonight. We will see you tomorrow for more EWC.